In a serene mountain temple, a story is about to be told. The living Buddha, Master Musan, is asked about a legendary figure named Wei Yonho. A young historian confirms their intent, seeking to compile a history of the man's life. The master begins. Speaking of the radiant martial sovereign with a wistful smile, he describes a man so benevolent and upright, he could only have been a gift from the heavens. The historian, pleased, asks for more personal details. What was he like in his daily life? But the simple question makes the master tense up, his composure beginning to fray. Suddenly, the pious act shatters, as a dark grin spreads across his face and he decides he's done lying. The historian can only stare in disbelief, completely blindsided by the monk's sudden, foul-mouthed shift. The interview ends violently, with the historian slammed face first onto the grounds of the Hubei Pong clan. The supreme elder of the Pong clan, Pong Dogyuk, is absolutely furious at the mere mention of Wei Yunho's name. He can't believe a wretched, trashy human like the historian dared to show up at his doorstep. The elder even orders his men to bring salt to purify the grounds, leaving the poor kid utterly baffled. And yet, the subject of all this rage is Wei Yunho, the legendary radiant martial sovereign, a man publicly known as the greatest chivalrous warrior of his time, a true hero. So, why does everyone who supposedly knew him seem to despise his very existence? This glaring contradiction only fuels the historian's determination to find the truth. He feels it's his duty to document the real story, not just the sanitized official version. His quest for answers leads him to an isolated shack deep in the wilderness, and it seems his reputation precedes him, as the divine mad dog of the beggar sect greets him with a knowing, maniacal laugh. The young historian explains that everywhere he went, the reaction to Wei Yunho's name was the same. The divine mad dog just grins, remarking that of course they'd react that way. Confused, the historian asks what he means, completely lost. And so, the old beggar begins his story, taking us back 100 years to the famed Wei clan. He starts with a shocking claim. Wei Yunho was the absolute worst kind of person. We see him as a boy, just 12 years old, with a fire in his eyes and a singular goal. He was a child who dreamed of nothing less than becoming the greatest under the heavens. Born into a prestigious martial family, he was supposedly raised on the ideals of chivalry. But even then, he understood the quickest path to the top wasn't what they taught him. It was a path forged through calloused hands and relentless, unforgiving effort. He knew, with the smug certainty of a gifted child, that nothing comes without effort. For a boy with such a grand ambition, this was the only path forward, but there was just one little problem. The sun was already setting. Clearly, it was far too late to begin training today, so he just sat there, watching the day waste away, his resolve completely unshaken. Then, a look of profound decision flashes across his face. He immediately rolls over and gets comfortable. Ah well, today was supposed to be the day, he mused, but hell, just train tomorrow after a good night's sleep. But just as he's about to drift off, a heavy footstep lands just outside his door. An imposing figure, the patriarch of the Wei clan, stands over the sleeping boy. A stern voice commands him to get up, but the young master is already drooling in dreamland. The patriarch's roar echoes through the room, his patience completely gone, but young Wei Yunho just stirs, sitting up with a lazy, unbothered grin. The old man, Patriarch Wei Zhong'an, glares down, demanding if the boy even knows what time it is. Wei Yunho casually says he saw the sun, but since it was setting, he saw no reason to get up. The patriarch's face twitches with annoyance. He asks just how long he's been holed up in here. The boy puts on a show of thinking, cheekily wondering if it's been 2 days, or maybe 3. 4 days, the old man explodes, his voice shaking with fury. 4 days this useless brat has been lazing about. He rants that even a hibernating bear would have gotten up by now. But Wei Yunho just laughs it off, saying he gets up every now and then, so no need to worry. That carefree dismissal is the last straw, and the patriarch looms over him, absolutely livid. With a sly grin, Wei Yunho claims he actually tried to train. But there was a small problem. Every time he opened his eyes, the sun was setting, and obviously, that's when you have to sleep. That's the last straw. The patriarch explodes, slamming his son to the floor, roaring that hell fix that rotten attitude today. His furious shouts echo across the entire Wei clan estate as the sun finally disappears. Later that evening, a weary patriarch sits in his office, the weight of his disappointment crushing him. His administrator Zhou Bang enters, already knowing this is about the second young master again. He tries to reassure his lord, suggesting that the boy will mature with time, but the patriarch just covers his face in his hands, a wave of regret washing over him. It's all his fault. His mind flashes back to the past, to the day he left on a long martial pilgrimage, a massive blade on his back. He had left behind his pregnant wife, a young son, and a toddler Wei Yunho, who was only 2 years old. He thought his journey would last 2 years at most, but he got caught up in one incident after another. It wasn't until 8 long years had passed that he finally walked the path back to his home. His clan welcomed him back, celebrating the grand title he'd earned. the righteous, chivalrous swordsman. But as he looks back now, he knows what he lost was far too great. His once gentle wife had become fiercer than a tiger in his absence, and his beloved son, the one he thought would be no trouble at all, had somehow grown into a lazy, good-for-nothing sloth. The memory forces a heavy sigh from the patriarch in the present day. His administrator, Joe Bang, tells him not to worry, there must still be a way. The patriarch asks what he means, and Joe Bang reminds him that a certain someone will be returning soon. A sudden realization hits the patriarch, of course. After 3 long years, he's finally coming back from the academy. His face twists into a wicked grin, a dark chuckle escaping his lips as he thinks of that brat, Wee Yonho. Because as it turns out, there is one person in this world that his lazy son is actually scared of. A sudden chill runs down Yonho's spine, a primal sense of dread washing over him. And that person is none other than his older brother, Wee Sanho, the eldest son of the clan. The scene shifts, and Sanho is already there, looming over his brother's bed, asking how long he's been asleep. Yonho stammers, but his brother's cold gaze cuts him off. He's the one asking the questions here. Completely cornered, Yonho scrambles for an excuse, a nervous sweat beading on his brow. But Sanho's eyes are like ice, seeing right through any lie his brother could possibly spin. Yonho panics, sputtering that he trained super hard and was just resting, all while screaming internally, wondering when on earth he got back. His brother, Sanho, scoffs at the very idea. "You trained?" he asks, his voice dripping with disbelief. He then points to a lit candle, challenging Yonho to prove it by splitting the flame with a sword technique. With a smirk, he declares it's time to see just how much his little brother has improved in the 3 years he's been away. Yonho reluctantly draws his blade, the weight of his brother's expectations pressing down on him. Sanho crosses his arms, impatient. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Trying one last desperate gambit, Yonho stammers that it might be dangerous to swing a sword around indoors. But Sanho roars back that hell handle it, demanding his brother just show him what he's got. With a pathetic whimper, Yonho resigns himself to his fate. There's no escaping this. He takes a stance, his sword beginning to glow with a faint blue aura as he prepares the technique. The energy builds, and for a moment, he almost looks like a real swordsman about to perform a masterful slash. And so, with no other choice, Yonho stands alone in the vast, empty room. He plants his foot firmly, grounding himself before he begins. Then he moves, a blur of motion as his sword cuts through the air with surprising grace. For a split second, a flicker of genuine surprise crosses Sanho's face. Yonho puts everything he has into the final move, the soaring dragon technique. He's left panting, sweat beading on his brow from the sheer effort. And the magnificent result of all that power? A single candle flame is neatly snuffed out. The crushing realization hits him like a physical blow. He completely screwed up. Sanho's cold voice breaks the silence, noting that 3 long years have passed. 3 years, he says, is more than enough time to master a basic technique, but not for him, it seems. The final verdict is even worse. He's actually gotten more pathetic than 3 years ago. Later that night, the mood inside the Wee clan estate is suffocatingly tense. The patriarch, Wee Jongin, has gathered his family for a formal dinner. For Yonho, it feels less like a meal and more like a trial. He can already feel the indigestion. His father turns to the favored son, Sanho, inquiring about his martial academy life. Sanho gives the perfect, polished answer, saying hardships are essential to overcome oneself. Pleased, the patriarch nods, acknowledging the suffering his son must have endured. He then cuts to the chase, asking if there are any other issues to be aware of. A heavy silence falls as Sanho deliberately sets down his chopsticks. Then, with a look of calculated concern, he announces that there is, in fact, one problem. The patriarch leans in, demanding to know what's wrong. Sanho's eyes narrow as he says the problem is Yonho, and the entire family turns. A cold sweat breaks out on Yonho's back. What could his brother possibly mean? With a righteous look, Sanho declares they need to bring Yeonho to his martial academy. And just like that, young Yonho's world completely falls apart. After all, his reputation was so infamous that even masters like the divine Mad Dog and Pang Do-guk would one day grind their teeth at his name. A legendary blade is drawn, shimmering with a brilliant blue light. This was the moment that the great history of our protagonist began. But back then, looking at this carefree face, no one could have imagined it. No one knew that this seemingly lazy boy, riding out on his journey, would become a legend. Though he begged his brother to rest, it was already too late. Just like that, Wee Yonho was practically dragged away to the martial academy. His family was upset, especially his younger sister Suryeon, who cried for him not to go. But his father simply roared for him to come back a man, while his mother quietly wished him well. And so, with a tearful goodbye, they watched their sons ride off into the distance. The two brothers began their long journey under the bright sun. The ride was smooth and uneventful, a simple trip for the composed Wee Sanho. But for our protagonist, it was pure agony. barely able to stay upright on his horse. Miserable and exhausted, Yeonho meekly asks if they're almost there. His brother's answer hits him like a lightning bolt. They still have 10 more days to go. Sanho coldly remarks they'd be there in 5 days if his little brother knew how to ride a horse. Exhausted, Yeonho whines about his aching body, begging for them to take a break. He then spots a twisted tree on a hill, pointing out that other travelers are resting there. But Sanho's eyes narrow instantly. Something is terribly wrong with that scene. He dismounts without a word and heads for the hill, leaving a confused Yeonho behind. His older brother stands over the figures, his posture grim and imposing. As Yeonho catches up, Sanho quietly informs him that they're too late. Looking down at the bodies, he states the grim truth. They're all dead. The sight sends a wave of pure horror through Yeonho, who lets out a choked scream. Unfazed, Sanho gestures to the scene, forcing his younger brother to face the brutal reality of their world. Sanho points to the gruesome, flower-shaped wound blooming on a victim's chest, naming the technique, the flower-indulging palm. He explains its dark history, a technique once known as the crimson flower palm, now infamous thanks to a depraved rapist named Seo Juak. Yeonho reels back, the implications hitting him hard. A rapist? Here? Now? His older brother's eyes turn cold as he pieces it all together, explaining that this filth only preys on women climbing the mountains. These bodies are merely a distraction. In other words, a woman is in grave danger somewhere nearby. With a sharp command for Yeonho to stay put, Sanho vanishes in a burst of speed, leaving his brother in the dust. Yeonho is left standing there, absolutely dumbfounded. He wants him to stay here, with the corpses? He screams after his brother's fading form, but Sanho is already long gone. All alone on the windy hill, the young boy is left to fume in silence. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he glares, clearly annoyed at being left behind yet again. The horses whinny nervously as the bodies of the dead travelers lie still on the grass. Yeonho can only manage a strained, sweaty grin, realizing just how screwed he is. As if the universe heard him, the sky itself begins to rumble and darken. He screams into the wind, cursing his brother for abandoning him here. But his anger quickly fades, replaced by a cold knot of worry. Sanho wouldn't be this late. A distant howl echoes through the hills, followed by the deep roar of a predator. That settles it. He can't just stand around and become some tiger's next meal. But just as he grabs the reins, a sudden, blinding flash of lightning splits the sky, and the first heavy drops of rain begin to fall, signaling the start of a storm. Now, he's stuck in a downpour, alone with 2 corpses and the sounds of the night. Looking up at the downpour, a single, grim thought crosses Wee Yeonho's mind. He is completely and utterly screwed. As if to mock him, a distant scream cuts through the roar of the storm. With a desperate cry, he urges the horse forward, the weight of the 2 bodies making the journey a nightmare. He can't leave them to become tiger food, but he can't bury them in this deluge either. Gritting his teeth against the cold, he knows his only chance is to find shelter, and fast. But the horse suddenly stops, neighing in terror, refusing to move. Frustrated and panicked, Yeonho screams at the animal, trying to force it onward. That's when he feels the ground shift beneath them. The rocks slick and unstable. They're on the edge of a precipice, the path having crumbled away in the rain. And in a flash of lightning, the world turns upside down as they both tumble over the cliff's edge. A scream of pure terror rips from Yeonho's throat as he plummets into the darkness. He's tossed and thrashed against the unforgiving terrain, his body taking a brutal beating. His fall is finally broken by a thick canopy of branches and leaves. The world fades to black for just a moment, a chaotic flurry of green. He lands with a bone-jarring thud, groaning as he slowly comes to his senses. Pushing himself up, he curses that blasted horse for getting them into this mess. But then he freezes, his tired, dirty face showing a flicker of confusion. His eyes widen as they adjust to the dark. He's at the mouth of a cave. A massive wave of relief washes over him. He found shelter from the storm, and to his complete surprise, the horses are right there with him, safe and sound. First things first, he ties the horse's lead rope securely to a heavy rock. Hez so exhausted he can't even bring himself to be angry with them anymore. Looking at his dirty hands, he grumbles that this is exactly why he hates leaving home. Still, he had the foresight to plant a spear outside as a marker in the pouring rain. Hopefully, his brother will see it and find him soon. But that's a problem for later. Right now, he's just going to sleep. He collapses onto the cold, hard floor of the cave, completely spent. As his eyes start to close, a nagging worry creeps into his mind. He tries to dismiss it, reminding himself that his brother is strong. Sure he'll be back, but even as he says it, a seed of doubt remains. And so, amongst the silent bodies of less fortunate travelers, Wee Yeonho finally drifts off. The only sound in the desolate cave is his soft, even breathing. He's completely exhausted, a deep sleep claiming him almost instantly. But as his consciousness fades, something deep within him begins to awaken. A brilliant blue aura flares to life, lifting his sleeping form from the cold stone floor. He floats weightlessly, suspended in the air by this strange, untamed power. Without warning, he shoots across the cavern, an unconscious projectile of pure energy. He drifts through the darkness, completely unaware of his own otherworldly display. His face remains serene, lost in dreams, even as the light around him grows brighter. Then, a wisp of that same blue energy detaches and flies off, as if on a mission of its own. And deep within the cavern, Wee Yonho finally begins to stir from his unnatural slumber. He blinks awake, his eyes focusing on a strange, swirling green mist clinging to the cavern ceiling. A wave of disorientation hits him. This isn't where he fell asleep. He pushes himself up, wondering if he somehow rolled deeper into the cave in his sleep. Then, a powerful voice echoes directly in his mind, calling him the fated human, and he lets out a startled cry. He scrambles backward in a panic, tripping over his own feet in sheer shock. Frantically, he looks around the empty cavern, sweat beading on his brow as he searches for the source. Before him, a small, brilliant blue orb of light materializes, welcoming him as the successor to its radiant sword. Wee Yonho can only stare, dumbfounded, asking if this little sparkling ball is what's speaking to him. The orb confirms it, explaining that it has transcended a physical body and is now speaking from beyond time and space. It offers him its will, promising he can rule the world, but all Wee Yonho can think is it's a ghost. The orb tries to soothe him, explaining that its body is long gone, and only its will remains here. It was all prepared for a successor, and now he must accept it without question. But as the panic subsides, Wee Yonho's expression shifts. Hold on. This whole situation feels strangely familiar. He's in a desolate cave with no one around, and an old man's lingering will is offering him power. His eyes widen in realization. This isn't a ghost, this is a fated, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He bursts out in pure joy, thinking the heavens are rewarding him for his kindness. The orb commands him to inherit its sword and train endlessly, and Wee Yonho eagerly agrees, ready for his new life. The ancient will confidently states that after 30 years of training, he might be able to replicate its techniques. But Wee Yonho's face immediately sours. Did it just say 30 years? He asks for confirmation, and the orb seems to agree, but he's already waving it off. With a beaming, almost insulting smile, he says he thinks there's been a mistake. This fate wasn't meant for him. The orb of light just hangs there, utterly silent and dumbfounded. A moment later, it flares up in pure, sputtering disbelief. But Wee Yonho is just laughing, thinking he'd rather abandon this power than be stuck in a cave for 3 decades. A wise old narrator recalls that this pivotal meeting was the very event that allowed the loser, Wee Yonho, to become the impossibly powerful master of the sword we know today. With a dazzling smile, he waves off the grand destiny, telling it to find someone else. And just like that, he turns around and makes a run for it, leaving the orb behind. But a panicked shout echoes through the cave, making him pause mid-stride. The orb of light erupts, revealing the furious, spectral form of an old master named Baekmuhan. Wee Yonho simply stares back, bathed in the spirit's pale blue glow. A smirk crosses his face. He knew it all along. This whole thing was just a scam. The spirit roars in indignation, furious at being called a common trickster. He tries to explain that he wasn't pretending. He is a spirit who has lost his physical body. Wee Yonho crosses his arms, puffing his cheeks out in complete and utter disbelief. So he decides to test that little theory, with a powerful fist, right to the spirit's stomach. But his punch connects with nothing, passing straight through the ethereal form as if it were smoke. He tumbles to the ground, and the spirit just floats there, calmly asking what in the world he thinks he's doing. Wee Yonho's face drains of all color, the horrifying reality crashing down on him. It's a real ghost. Baekmuhan scoffs at the term, explaining this is the legendary spirit transmission arts, a technique beyond his comprehension. He roars with frustration, absolutely sick of being mistaken for some common ghoul. The story shifts back to the present, as the divine mad dog and the young historian travel under the starry night sky. The old beggar finishes his point with a grin, stating that this chaotic encounter was how Wee Yonho met his master. Now sitting around a campfire, the historian's mind is reeling, questioning if such an impossible art could truly exist. The beggar confirms it's very real, a secret technique reserved only for martial artists at the absolute peak of their power. His curiosity ignited, the historian looks up and asks the million-dollar question, who is this master that can use it? The old beggar leans in with a piercing gaze, asking if the historian knows of the Sword Emperor. Of course he does. Baekmuhan, the legendary founder of the Thousand Swords Baek clan. He confirms it's the very same man, adding a critical detail. He was the master of the Radiant Martial Sovereign. The historian reels back in shock. But that man lived 300 years ago. The beggar waves it off. He was from a forgotten era, yes, but he's the one who forged Wee Yonho. He then lets out a sly grin, correcting the historian's assumption that Wee Yonho begged for tutelage. It was the other way around. After 3 centuries of solitude, the Sword Emperor was absolutely desperate for a disciple. But a young Wee Yonho was completely unimpressed. telling the ghost to stop its tantrum as he turned to leave. Did he really think he could just walk away? Baekmuhan roars, his patience finally gone. A tidal wave of spiritual energy erupts, blocking the exit and proving this lesson wasn't optional. Wee Yonho looks up, confused, as the very ground shudders and seals him in. The Sword Emperor's spirit laughs triumphantly, boasting that the boy could never break this super thick stone gate. He offers a simple solution: learn his martial arts, and he'll be able to leave as if slicing through paper. With a reluctant sigh, Wee Yonho seems to concede, reaching for something in his robes. Baekmuhan shouts again, reminding him that his current abilities are useless against the gate. But instead of attacking, Wee Yonho crouches down, and a strange grinding sound fills the cavern. The spirit is baffled, demanding to know what he's doing. And Wee Yonho simply states, he's digging a hole. He explains that no matter how strong, stone will yield to metal if ground down, even if it takes a year or two. A year or two? The Sword Emperor is left speechless by the boy's absolutely insane commitment. Wee Yonho calls him a hypocrite for balking at 2 years when he just mentioned training for 30. And Baekmuhan realizes he's trapped with a madman he can't even beat up. Seeing his plan fail, Baekmuhan changes his tune, offering to let him leave in just 20 years. Wee Yonho flops to the ground, completely unimpressed, and says that's far too long, but he might consider 3. 3 years? The spirit nearly explodes, shouting that no one could master his arts so quickly. With a shrug, Wee Yonho gets up, figuring they just weren't meant to be. Baekmuhan is left grinding his teeth, his entire form trembling with pure, unadulterated frustration. The young man just stares back, waiting, knowing he has the powerful spirit right where he wants him. Finally, the Sword Emperor cracks, screaming out a new offer. 5 years. That actually gets Wee Yonho's attention. The strongest in the world in just 5 years? He admits to himself that he's never even heard of a spirit this vivid and powerful before. If the old ghost isn't lying, he might have truly been the world's strongest master, and this offer could be real. And just like that, Wee Yonho makes his choice. 5 years to become a master? A bargain. With a manic grin, he thrusts his hand forward, accepting the deal. Back in the present, the divine mad dog cackles, explaining the profound irony of that moment. Because the person the legendary Sword Emperor met at the end of his life was this absolute menace. Their training began with Baekmuhan's spirit screaming at the top of his incorporeal lungs for the boy to wake up. Wee Yonho sits up, groggily reminding the ghost that, unlike him, living people actually need to sleep. The Sword Emperor is so furious he could shatter the sky, but immediately reins it in, begging his new pupil to just start training. But all he gets in return is a massive yawn, and a complaint about having to work so early. As the boy lazily swings his sword, the spirit despairs that this will take 50 years, not 5. Wee Yonho just cleans his ear, thinking to himself that a truly talented master would have found an easier way to teach. Baekmuhan's spirit is practically boiling with rage. If he still had a body, he would have died from chi deviation on the spot. He laments his fate, forced to endure this insolence just to pass on his legacy. If only he could beat some discipline into the boy. But all he can do is watch him roll around with a cheeky grin. But then, Wee Yonho stops, a glint of genuine curiosity in his eyes, asking how his master performed that trick earlier. He wants to know about the stone gate and if that same power could be used to manipulate his body and teach him. The spirit scoffs, explaining it was just a device he'd set up beforehand, pulled by a simple string. He didn't need a body for it. He just used his chi to pull the string with psychic levitation, and as the words leave his mouth, the Sword Emperor's entire ethereal form freezes. A slow, dawning horror, followed by a brilliant, terrifying realization, floods his ancient eyes. He erupts into a manic, cackling laugh, leaving a bewildered Wee Yonho wondering if the old ghost has finally snapped. For 300 years, He'd been so fixated on not having a body he'd forgotten the raw power of his spirit. Wee Yonho tries to ask the old man what he's mumbling about, but a sharp psychic jolt cuts him off. He's thrown back, his head spinning, completely bewildered by the sudden force. Looking up, he sees a small rock levitating ominously in the air. What is happening? The Sword Emperor grins. A chilling thought crosses the spirit's mind as he stares down at the terrified boy. And if he can move rocks, he can also do this, summoning a swarm of phantom stones. The boy's face drains of all color, screaming for his master, begging him to just talk it out. But it's far too late for talk. The phantom barrage slams down with brutal force. All that's left is a fresh pile of rubble and the faint, muffled screams of a boy who asked one too many questions. After that brutal first lesson, Wee Yonho's training began in earnest, a hellish cycle of day and night. By day, he was forced to master swordsmanship, pushing his body past every conceivable limit. And by night, there was no rest, only relentless mental sparring with his tyrannical master. The training was so grueling it felt like he was constantly fighting for his life, even inside his own head. The Sword Emperor's philosophy was simple. Living itself must become the sword. a lesson he taught by hurling deadly projectiles of pure energy at the boy. But Wee Yonho endured, learning to make the blade a true extension of his soul. With a teacher like this watching over him, there was simply no room for laziness. In what felt like a flash, 5 years passed, the time marked by a cave floor littered with perfectly sliced stones. Finally, he pushes aside the great stone door, stepping back into the world a completely different man. The air crackles as the seal is finally broken. He takes his first breath of fresh air in half a decade, the sunlight feeling alien on his skin. A wild, almost feral grin spreads across his face. He's free, and the world is about to know his name. But this moment of triumph was preceded by a quiet farewell just one day before. Back in the cave, Wee Yonho was completely spent, begging his master's voice for just a little more sleep. He slowly sits up, a creeping sense of unease telling him this isn't his usual morning scolding. The spirit of Baekmuhan hovers before him, his usual tyrannical aura, replaced by a somber gravity. Wee Yonho can only look on in confusion, wondering what could possibly be going on. The Sword Emperor begins to speak of his own past, of a life spent chasing the absolute peak of martial arts. But in the end, that single-minded pursuit left him as nothing more than a lonely old man, pushed away by his own clan. Wee Yonho could only listen, a deep sense of unease growing. This was so unlike his master. The Sword Emperor reflects with a pained look, admitting it was obvious why his clan never came for him. He had abandoned them all, his children, his family, for the sake of his martial arts. He thought that reaching the absolute peak would grant him everything he ever wanted, but in his final, lonely moments, he realized he had been horribly wrong. The old spirit offers a gentle smile, having learned that martial arts are a human endeavor. And it was Wee Yonho, he explains, who helped him finally understand that truth. For the first time in his long, solitary life, he'd taken on a student. He'd been furious and annoyed, but he also felt a profound joy in watching his student grow. And through their brutal training, the lonely Sword Emperor finally learned what fondness felt like. Wee Yonho's heart sinks, asking why his master is speaking as if this is their last meeting. The old spirit simply closes his eyes and confirms it. Yes, it's time. The boy's confusion instantly boils over into panic denial. He screams that his master promised him 30 years of training, not just 5. The Sword Emperor calmly admits that he did say that, but implies it no longer matters. He reminds Yonho of the elixir he provided, the internal chi that sustained him in this cave. That power wasn't infinite, and now he has nothing left to give. Crushed, Yonho demands to know why he wasn't told. He would have found his own food. The spirit looks on with pained understanding, knowing full well his student's loyalty. But there's no more time for regrets, as his ethereal form begins to waver and fade. With a gentle smile, the Sword Emperor says he truly enjoyed the time they shared. He had hoped to see his student travel the world, but seeing him now, this is fine too. In his mind's eye, he can already see a vision of Yonho, a true master, soaring across the lands. He urges the boy to go see that world for himself, to keep it within him, and everything else will follow. But he offers one last warning from his own past. Don't make his mistakes. See the people, not just the goal. Even if his name is forgotten and his existence fades from memory, his legacy, his very soul, will live on within every swing of Yonho's sword. As his spirit form dissolves, he places a ghostly hand on the boy's chest, telling him it's okay not to be perfect. But Yonho can't accept it, screaming for his master not to go, that there's still so much to learn. He desperately pleads for just a little more time, just one more day. With his final wisp of spiritual energy, Baekmuhan leaves his student with one last request: to just be happy. But Yonho is left utterly alone in the now empty cave, his master gone forever. He wanders in a daze, the weight of his loss finally crashing down on him. Tears stream down his face as he chokes out that his master could have at least warned him he was leaving. And back in the present, that sorrow has curdled into a furious, manic realization. He struggles with his bedding, cursing the old man for leaving behind such a ridiculous parting gift. Just what in the world did his master do to his clothes to make them so impossibly heavy? It turns out, before disappearing, Baekmuhan had left a message inscribed directly onto them. But more than that, had placed a special seal on Yonho's body to ensure his training never stopped. This inner elixir would constantly stimulate his martial arts, a passive system forcing him to grow stronger. The system is simple. If the inner elixir's growth outpaces his body's training, all his energy will be siphoned away, and he will die. So in short, if Hez lazy, Hez dead. Yonho can't believe that damned old man. But the message turns sentimental, telling him to travel, feel, and learn from the world. And his first destination is set: Rulin, to meet the world's greatest scholar. Wait, what? The list of places just keeps going, much to Yonho's silent, internal screaming. He sighs, taking a moment to stretch. He was supposed to be going home. He makes a silent promise to his family, vowing to return after he's done what he needs to. With a new resolve hardening his eyes, he knows his path is set. And so, his journey to become stronger begins right now, with a single, powerful push. He mutters to himself that the old ghost is bothering him even at the very end. With a sigh, he starts his trek, only to realize he has absolutely no idea where Rulin is. His path leads him through a beautiful, mountainous region, past a dark cave. Suddenly, a familiar, glowing blue essence flies right out of the rock face. It's the spirit of Baek Muhan, laughing his ethereal head off. He cackles that he couldn't just let Yonho wander aimlessly and die like a mummy. The world is too vast and dangerous to let him try something so foolish. And more than that, it would be a complete waste of his incredible martial arts. With a final, gentle smile, his form dissipates, wishing Yonho happiness as he fades away. Yonho stands there, utterly confused, as a strange, fresh smell of grass suddenly hits him. And so, an unknown amount of time drifts by, bringing our story to the bustling city of Kaifeng. A lone figure emerges, cloaked in rags that speak of a long, brutal journey. His feet are bound in scraps, every step a testament to his sheer, unyielding will. It's Wei Yonho, but the years have carved themselves into his face, making him look decades older as he asks if he's finally arrived. He approaches a man who seems to be in charge of this dusty outskirts area. The man, a beggar sect branch leader named Jang Il, recoils internally, wondering who this mummified-looking man is. Yonho tries to ask for information, but Jang Il immediately cuts him off, demanding to know if he has money because nothing in this world is free. The branch leader gives him a smug look, clearly enjoying his small bit of authority. He sizes Yonho up. Confused, the man's voice sounds like he's barely 20, but his face looks like a ghost's. Jang Il then tries to soften the blow, saying that even though they're both beggars, rules are still rules. Wei Yonho explodes in disbelief, shocked that anyone would dare call him a beggar. Jang Il just scoffs, telling him to go beg for some money and then come back for information. The branch leader leans in, smirking that a man with his talents could make a fortune just by sitting there, and that's when a brilliant, greedy idea suddenly clicks in his head. He grabs Yonho's hand, frantically asking if he wants to team up, leaving our hero utterly confused. The plan, it seems, was to simply have Yonho sit there and let the coins rain down. And by the end of the day, the two are sitting in a dark room in front of a mountain of cash. Jang Il can't contain his joy, celebrating that they made half a year's worth of branch funds in hours. Outside, the news spreads like wildfire. A god of wealth has arrived, a beggar so pathetic he inspires immense pity. With a complete change in attitude, Jang Il offers him food and asks with a grin, what was it he wanted to know? Yonho calmly lists his requests. Information on famous scholars, blacksmiths, their hobbies, everything. Jang Il, listening from just outside, can't believe the sheer scale of the information dump he's being asked for. He sighs, promising to get it done in 7 days, but Yonho simply lies down, saying he'll wait right there. Amused by this, Jang Il just smirks and agrees. What's the harm in letting him stay? A few days later, he would come to deeply regret that decision, as one of his men runs up screaming about trouble. The beggar's news is dire. He thinks their entire beggar sect branch is about to starve to death. Across the city, his members are being accosted, accused of being fakes, and chased out of the streets. Jang Il sprints towards the commotion, demanding to know what in the world is going on. But when he finally arrives and sees the source of the chaos, his mind goes completely blank. Two absurdly handsome men are smugly lecturing the crowd on the proper way to be a beggar. And there, at the center of it all, sits a man so pitiful that coins rain down upon him from the sympathetic crowd. Jang Il's jaw hits the floor, his mind shattering at the sight of this masterclass beggar. It's none other than Wei Yonho, who smirks to himself, thinking how easy it was to conquer the beggar world. And just like that, the new king is back at the branch headquarters, yawning that he's thirsty. So Jang Il, the branch leader, is forced to sprint off like a servant, fetching water for the layabout. But Yonho isn't satisfied, complaining the bowl is dirty while his men beat up the other beggars. He then whines that the water is lukewarm, demanding they fetch him cold water from the mountains. Jang Il watches this chaos, his entire body trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. He's a branch leader of the beggar sect, reduced to being a servant for this nobody. But as Yonho lazily calls him an ant, Jang Il knows he's trapped. If he kicks him out, his men will starve. While Yonho complains about his aching back, Jang Il is sweating bullets, knowing they'll all be dead if the info doesn't arrive soon. But just then, a cry of victory rings out. A runner sprints in, waving a scroll, shouting that the information is here. Jang Il's face explodes with relief as Yonho lets out a lazy sigh. His part of the waiting game finally over. The man who delivered it collapses, completely drained, weakly offering up the precious scroll. But Jang Il looks down at the single piece of paper, scoffing, is this pathetic scrap all he has to show for their money? Without another word, he snatches the document from the poor man's hand. He unfurls the scroll, his eyes scanning the contents, his brief moment of hope hanging in the balance. And just like that, his face darkens with rage. This is barely half of what Yonho requested. These guys are trying to get them all killed. The terrified broker asks if the pay was too low, but Jang Il knows this is bad. He has to do something. He grabs the man and hauls him into the street, needing to fix this mess before that monster, Yonho, acts first. Desperate, Jang Il drags the broker to the opulent headquarters of a rival faction, shouting his intentions. A sultry voice drifts down from above, calling him by the demeaning nickname, Fox Dog. The speaker is none other than Gui Nang Nang, the alluring and powerful leader of the House X Kaifeng branch. Jang Il forces a respectful bow, but his humiliation is compounded by Yonho, who has suddenly appeared to mock him. Leaning in close, Yonho relishes the moment, taunting Jang Il about his new title as the poor man seethes. Jang Il tries to push past the insults, stating he needs information, only for Yonho to mimic him like an annoying child. Gui Nang Nang watches the bizarre scene, amused that the beggar sect leader would come to her, of all people. He quickly clarifies this isn't an official request, but that he's here on behalf of a client. Her smile vanishes in an instant. She seems to think he's wasting her time with some trivial matter, but Jang Il leans in with a clever clarification the beggar sect isn't asking, but his client just so happens to be a beggar. Her eyes narrow as she asks if this is some kind of provocation, making it clear she doesn't sell information to the beggar sect. But Yonho, casually poking Jang Il's cheek, simply states that he's not from the beggar sect. Gui Nang Nang turns her back, warning that she won't hesitate to take action if they continue to insult her organization's pride. Yonho's voice cuts through the tension, innocently asking if the House Sect isn't an intelligence agency. He leans in with a smirk, mocking her for not even knowing who he is. How can she sell information without the basics? A slow, dangerous smile spreads across her lips. This strange man has a point. Looking over her shoulder, she calls out to one of her agents by name. She demands to know the identity of the man standing before her. A voice from the rafters confirms they don't know who he is, but he is definitely not a member of the beggar sect. With a triumphant shrug, Yonho spreads his hands, asking if she's ready to sell him that information now. But Gui Nang Nang's smile is pure malice as she flatly refuses, telling him to get out. Yonho simply lets out a small, unimpressed laugh. He chides her for her terrible business sense, wondering why she'd turn down a paying customer. At this rate, he muses aloud. The house sect won't be around for much longer. She spins around, threatening to cut off his limbs, but he coolly replies that he's not wrong, is he? But it's his next words, calling her an old lady, that finally make her composure shatter into pure rage. He just leans back with a smug grin, feigning innocence as he asks if he's insulting her. That's the last straw. She shrieks for her subordinate, Gongmu, to teach this man a lesson. Instantly, a figure launches forward, a blur of motion as a deadly strike slices through the air right at Yonho. The beggars cry out in terror, but Yonho doesn't even flinch as the attack is about to connect. But the strike is stopped dead in its tracks, caught effortlessly by Yonho, who simply tells the man to get out of his way. In the next instant, a wave of raw power erupts, and he slams the subordinate face first into the floor with devastating force. The branch leader, Gui Nang Nang, can only stare, her arrogant composure completely shattering at the sight. Beside her, Jang Il of the beggar sect is frozen in place, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes what he's witnessing. Yonho casually examines his fist, dark energy still swirling around it, as if he's almost bored by his own strength. He stands over the unconscious body, now embedded in a crater, as Jang Il stammers the horrifying truth this man is a martial master. Yonho just shrugs it off, claiming it was pure instinct, and that he would have gone easier if had known an attack was coming. Jang Il is reeling. He knew the guy had learned some martial arts, but he never, ever expected this monstrous level of power. This is all that old man's fault. Yonho sighs, completely unbothered by the chaos he just unleashed. Suddenly, Gui Nang Nang's tone shifts, apologizing for not recognizing such a prestigious customer, but he knows she's just saving her own skin. Her eyes narrow. She's done with the fake apologies. She accuses Jang Il of not being here with good intentions, causing him to flinch. He desperately tries to explain, swearing he's not here to fight, just to ask for some information. As Yonho casually drags the body away, she questions Jang Il's sanity. Did he really bring a tiger into a rabbit's den for a simple favor? A cold smile spreads across her face as she says alright, she'll believe his story. Jang Il lets out a sigh of relief, thinking he's actually talked his way out of this mess. But then she gestures to her fallen subordinate. Believing him is one thing, giving him information is another. She states coldly that compensation will be required. Jang Il is floored by the demand, while Yonho just seems mildly annoyed by the delay. She then lays down the simple, brutal law of the unorthodox faction. Blood for blood, a life for a life. And as if summoned by her words, her elite enforcers, the Four Shadows, materialize. Yonho can only smirk, noting that everyone here seems to love a fancy entrance. Gui Nang Nang ignores his jab, declaring that since they hurt one of her own, they won't be leaving unharmed. While Jang Il desperately tries to smooth things over, Yeonho just sighs that it was a simple misunderstanding. His gaunt appearance seems to enrage her, and her calm demeanor finally shatters. She lays down the law of the unorthodox faction. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Yeonho just laughs, comparing her grand rule to something a cheap loan shark would say. One of her shadows promises they'll settle this by just taking a little flesh from his face. But Yeonho calmly holds up a hand to stop them, looking almost apologetic. He pinches his cheek, explaining that unfortunately, he hasn't been eating well and has no flesh to spare. Her face twists in pure rage, his mockery pushing her far past her breaking point. With a single, furious command to kill him, her elite shadows lunge forward. Surrounded by blades, Yeonho dryly notes the sudden escalation from carving his face. He calls their murderous intent a scary amount of interest, completely unfazed. But before their coordinated attack can even land, he moves in a flash. In an instant, the hunters become the hunted, and a scream of pure agony echoes out. Gui Nang can only stare, her face a mask of utter disbelief and shock. Her 4 elite assassins are sent flying, utterly defeated, as he warns everyone not to move. A terrifying aura erupts from his body as he admits he doesn't feel like killing yet. Jang Il can only watch, sweating bullets, finally realizing the monster he's been traveling with. Gui Nang can only stare in horror, wondering what kind of monstrous energy this is. Yeonho simply recalls his master's philosophy: never leave regrets, always overwhelm your foe. The truth dawns on her with ice-cold clarity. She picked a fight with the wrong person. She realizes one wrong move could mean the complete annihilation of her entire clan branch. Composing herself, she cuts to the chase and asks what he wants. His answer: information. Jang Il suddenly steps forward, presenting a document and asking her to fill in the blanks. She looks at the paper, utterly baffled by the sudden shift from a massacre to paperwork. She agrees to help, stating it's not difficult but will require one day to gather everything. But her agreement comes with a sly, menacing smile as she asks to borrow Jang Il for a moment. A strange noise echoes from an adjacent room, leaving the poor branch leader's fate unknown. A peal of laughter rings out as Yeonho points, absolutely losing it at the scene before him. Poor Jang Il reappears, his face swollen into a puffy mess, getting mocked for looking like a steamed bun. Humiliated, he snaps back that he wasn't just beaten up by anyone, it was that woman from the Hao clan. He frantically explains she's the next leader, a monster raised on priceless elixirs since birth. And right on cue, Gui Nang strolls back in, looking smugly triumphant as Jang Il continues his rant. She calmly presents the completed document, announcing she's gathered all the information he needs. But now that business is concluded, she sits them down and states she has a condition of her own. Unfazed, Yeonho asks for the price, and she coolly demands a simple information fee of 5 nyang. He scoffs, thinking it's nothing, and casually holds out 5 coins to settle the trivial debt. But Jang Il panics, realizing they aren't bronze coins, they're silver nyang, an absolutely exorbitant price. Gui Nang explains that the information is confidential, which is why the price is so high. But Yeonho, completely unfazed, just stands up and starts to walk out. He calmly announces that he's broke, so he's just gotta go make some money. Jang Il absolutely loses it, grabbing his leg and dragging him back, screaming at the jerk to wait. The poor beggar is on the verge of tears, forced to take matters into his own hands. And so, with every coin he's earned and even Yeonho's hidden funds, they finally scrape together the 5 silver nyang. His heart physically aches as he hands over his life savings, tears welling in his eyes. While Jang Il mourns his lost fortune, Yeonho is impressed, noting the intel is indeed high quality. He then pulls out a letter, asking if it would be expensive to send it to Guangdong. Gui Nang's eyes gleam. She tells him it's pricey, but he can pay by answering a few questions instead. She begins her questioning, asking for his name and age. Yeonho, just 17, an answer that sends Jang Il reeling. Gui Nang can hardly believe it. A 17-year-old with that kind of presence? It just doesn't seem possible. She murmurs his name, Yeonho, letting the syllables roll as her mind races to connect the dots. Then it hits her. Guangdong Yeonho, could this be the legendary second son of the noble Wei family? Jang Il is absolutely floored, realizing he's been traveling with the younger brother of his friend, Wei Sanho. Yeonho, ever nonchalant, just seems mildly surprised that they even know his brother. She confirms the letter will take 10 days, but he simply scoffs. After waiting 5 long years, what's another 10 days? Seeing a golden opportunity in this mysterious young master, Gui Nang offers him a small, red cloth. This, she explains, is a marker for a VIP client of the Hao clan. Their agents will seek him out wherever he goes. He takes it without asking about the fee, leaving her to ponder the existence of a boy who could overwhelm anyone in the Orthodox faction. She decides it's a waste not to invest in him, offering to waive the information fee next time. It's a special exception, she purrs, to ensure a smooth relationship between him and the Hao clan. Later, as they walk, Wee Yunho thinks nothing of it, but Jang Il is fuming about his empty pockets. He chases him through the crowded streets, crying out for his lost money. Wee Yunho turns back with a smug look, lecturing that a beggar shouldn't be so greedy. The sheer audacity leaves Jang Il speechless, knowing he can't even beat him up in public. Trying to move on, he asks if they've finally gotten all the intel they need from Kai Feng, but Wee Yunho grabs his shoulder, telling him there's just one little problem. With a dazzling and completely shameless smile, he cheerfully announces that he's broke. Jang Il's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Jang Il's frustrated scream echoes all the way to the House X headquarters. Inside, the branch leader Gui Nong Nong watches on, a confident, calculating smirk on her face. She turns and summons her subordinate, Gongmu, with a single word. Her orders are clear. Immediately send word to the main clan. The message concerns the second son of the Guangdonghui family, the one who went missing. He is on the verge of returning, not as a boy, but as a martial arts master. Far away from the city's schemes, an air of peace settles over the Songlin Hanlin Great Academy. A refined man sits in quiet contemplation, enjoying the serene view from his pavilion. This is none other than Mun Yuan, one of the legendary three great masters. His moment of peace is interrupted as his daughter quietly approaches, addressing him as father. She announces that a guest has arrived, specifically to meet with him. Mun Yuan is puzzled, certain his schedule for the day was empty. His daughter clarifies the guest's strange request. He wants to play a game of Go. She then presents the visitor, and it's none other than Wee Yunho, looking as rugged as ever. He politely greets the great master, hoping his sudden visit isn't an inconvenience. But Mun Yuan welcomes him with open arms, gesturing toward the waiting Go board. As they sit, Yunho makes a curious claim that playing this game is the only thing he knows how to do. The master graciously accepts the challenge, offering Yunho the first move by taking the white stones. With a determined look, Yunho agrees, his focus sharpening as the match is about to begin. His hand hovers over the bowl, reaching for the first black stone to make his move. The master internally scoffs, thinking this man just wants a free meal. He'll play along, not expecting much skill. But Wee Yunho's first move slams onto the board with an incredible, resounding force. Mun Yuan's smug expression completely shatters, replaced with pure, unadulterated shock. Okay, so this guy is definitely not a beginner. He plays with blinding speed, and the master notices something else, an energy control that far surpasses his age. The stones clatter down in a relentless rhythm, the game unfolding faster than he can fully process. Before he knows it, Mun Yuan is sweating, the pressure mounting with every single move. His own hand begins to tremble, hesitating over the board for the first time in years. He stares, completely lost, trying to understand what is even happening anymore. Yunho just leans back with a smirk, taunting him to make a move. The master can only think this isn't a game, this man is a battle demon. The game ends in a crushing defeat, the board a testament to Yunho's overwhelming victory. Mun Yuan finally speaks, his face a mixture of awe and disbelief. He has to admit, he's surprised. To him, playing against this kid wasn't a game, it was like facing an angry, unstoppable storm. Despite the setting, every move was filled with the aura of a rabid battle fanatic. He saw no hesitation, only a predator lunging at the slightest hint of an opening. A mad dog, a hungry wolf. Mun Yuan can only conclude that he just faced a true war demon, and Yunho just stares back, his expression calm, betraying none of the chaos he unleashed. With the match over, Mun Yuan compliments his unique style, and Yunho credits it to a bad master. A memory flashes of that sly old man, his teacher, offering him a cruel deal for just a few days off. Yunho then makes his request. His master told him to spend time in Rulin, and he'd like to stay. Hearing it's his master's wish, Mun Yuan generously offers to put Yunho up for as long as he needs. He instructs his daughter to prepare a room and a bath, but Yunho awkwardly has to admit he's completely broke. The master of the house just laughs, waving it off as if money is the last thing on his mind. There is, however, a small price. He wants Yunho to occasionally play Go with him and the guests who visit. A room and board in exchange for a few games? Yunho smirks. He can certainly do that much. With the arrangement made, Moon Yunji politely leads him away to get settled in. She brings him to a lavish bathhouse, steam rolling off the pristine water. For the first time in what feels like ages, Yunho sinks into the warmth and lets out a sigh of pure relief. He idly thinks about how he used to despise washing, but right now, this feels like heaven. It's all thanks to that troublesome old man, he muses, as the smiling spirit of his master appears right above him. Meanwhile, Mun Yunji returns with a fresh set of clothes for their strange guest. She still can't fathom why her father would invite a man like him into their home. Just then, a foot emerges from the thick steam of the bath. She freezes as Yunho rises, his scarred and sculpted back completely, catching her off guard. He turns at the sound of her scream, wondering what on earth is wrong. A flustered Yunji insists she mistook him for a ghost, tossing the clothes at him to cover up. Yonho catches the bundle with ease, a hint of amusement on his face. But the young lady is completely stunned, her face burning as she gets a proper look at him. He wraps the cloth around his waist, the steam accentuating a physique forged by countless battles. With a playful smirk, he asks if this is what she wanted, thoroughly enjoying her reaction. Still reeling from the encounter, she finally stammers out the question, "Just who is he?" A few days pass, and her initial shock has curdled into pure annoyance. She storms in on her father, Mun Yuan, demanding he say something to their new guest. The man does nothing but sleep all day, only ever emerging from his room to eat. But the great master simply gazes into the distance, his mind clearly on something else. Yunji follows him, completely baffled as to why he'd tolerate such laziness from a stranger. Yuan calmly explains that a game of Go reveals a person's true character, and their guest style is fierce and unrelenting. He's never encountered someone who plays with such an extreme, desperate style before. A man who plays like that must have lived a life of hardship beyond anything they can comprehend. He tells his daughter you don't drive away a bird seeking shelter, but she's convinced her wise father is simply being fooled. Mun Yunji closes her eyes, seemingly accepting her father's wisdom with a nod. But that was just for show. A sly grin reveals she has no intention of letting this go. She finds their esteemed guest, Wee Yonho, passed out cold on the floor amidst a graveyard of empty dishes. Her mind is made up. Her father is being deceived, and she's going to drive this lazy bum out herself. Looming over him with her arms crossed, she sternly orders him to wake up. Yonho cracks an eye open, groggily wondering what in the world is going on. She rips his blanket away, yelling that the sun is already high in the sky. He slowly sits up, completely unfazed, and cheekily asks her to just let him know when it's setting. Stunned by his audacity, she demands to know who lazes around for 7 days while everyone else studies. Yonho just gives her a lazy smirk, saying if they want to study, that's their choice. He wants to sleep. She finally explodes, ranting that she can't stand watching him do nothing while everyone else has to work. He calmly reminds her of her father's invitation, but she shuts that down immediately. She controls the money, not her father. A malicious little idea begins to form, a perfect way to put this freeloader in his place. He lets out a weary sigh, finally asking what exactly she expects him to do. Her answer is simple. He can do the laundry. She leads him out to a courtyard overflowing with mountains of it. He deadpans, asking if all of this is really his meal cost, muttering that it's not like he's eating gold dust. With a smug look, she tells him to do a good job, threatening to make him rewash every single piece if it's not perfect. She can barely contain her glee, thinking to herself that there's absolutely no way he'll finish this today. But just 2 hours later, her smug confidence completely shatters into disbelief. Before her, the entire mountain of laundry is perfectly clean, hanging in neat rows and practically glowing. How is this possible? She stares, completely baffled. Were the clothes always this impossibly white? And there he is, just lounging on the deck, completely unbothered by her astonishment. Her shock quickly hardens into determination. No, she absolutely cannot let this slide. Her next challenge is even more ridiculous. A forest worth of logs that need splitting. She smugly gives him a whole week, convinced he'll run away before the day is even out. But what she finds is a mountain of perfectly chopped firewood, a job that should have taken an entire crew. Next, it's dishwashing and he's passed out amidst towers of sparkling clean plates. Then the entire yard needs to be swept, and again, he's just napping in a spotless courtyard. Her mind is completely short-circuiting. He actually managed to finish every single impossible task? And so, through a gauntlet of absurd hazing, Wee Yonho's new life in Rulin had officially begun. But according to this old storyteller, letting Wee Yonho in was a huge mistake by the 3 great masters. He leans in with a knowing grin, explaining that the boy is a walking disaster, a magnet for trouble. Because of him, the once peaceful Rulin has now fallen into complete and utter chaos. The young historian is baffled, asking just what could have possibly happened here. The old man's eyes glint with the memory as he begins to spin his tale. It all started, he says, with a simple game of Go. We see Wee Yonho himself, sighing as he tries to figure out how he ended up in this situation. Had just come to play a game, but soon realized everyone had received the same mysterious invitation. An invitation written with a unique style, a poetic challenge that broke all traditions. And the person who sent it was a calm, focused master, awaiting his challengers. This master, Wee Yonho, looked utterly bored as he casually placed another stone. At the Hanlim Great Academy, one challenger after another fell in complete defeat. With a yawn, he simply called out for the next one. A Go Saint in the making. Another challenger steps up, only for Wee Yonho to place a stone with a sharp crack. The new opponent stares, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He couldn't believe it. What kind of move was that? It was basically suicide. Could it have been a mistake? No, he quickly dismisses the thought. His opponent wasn't just anyone. He was the undefeated genius of Hanlim. It had to be a trap. He had to avoid it at all costs. He even sees Wee Yonho's hand shaking. He knew it. He was plotting something, but Wee Yonho just stares back, his expression unreadable. The storyteller can't believe it. Why did the challenger back away from such an obvious opening? Because as Yonho places another piece, his true intention becomes clear. He's trying to lose. He was practically begging the man to fall for his trap. A surefire loss in 10 moves, but his opponent just concedes. And once again, Wee Yonho is left the victor, with tears of absolute frustration streaming down his face. He stumbles away from the board, completely drained from his unwanted winning streak. All day, he's been making suicidal moves, practically handing his opponents the win. But they're so intimidated, they just keep forfeiting. And at this rate, even more challengers will show up. He groans, clutching his aching back. He'd much rather be doing the laundry. Has had enough of this game. He just doesn't want to play anymore. But as he stumbles away, he peeks down a hall and overhears a tense conversation. A man built like a mountain, dripping with gold, introduces himself as Mokpung, and asks a woman if she truly intends to refuse his hand in marriage. The woman's answer is immediate and sharp. Absolutely not. He warns her that she'll regret it, but she just glares back, completely defiant. His voice drops, turning his offer into a threat. He always gets what he wants, and her continued refusal will have consequences. She scoffs, daring him to bring down the entire Hanlim Institute over this, confident in its power. But he just leans in, coolly informing her that he can, in fact, make it happen, and that deep down, she knows it's true. In that instant, her bravado cracks, replaced by the cold fear that his threat is very, very real. She explodes, screaming that she'll never marry him, but he simply replies that it isn't impossible. With a casual goodbye, he turns his back on her, leaving her to tremble with rage and helplessness. And just like that, an iron grip closes around the young woman's wrist. She screams for him to let go, thrashing uselessly against his overwhelming strength. The hulking brute just sneers, warning her that it's in her best interest not to anger him. He leans in close, his voice a low growl, asking if she can still act so bold if he decided to take her right now. Her defiance shatters, replaced by the cold, stark realization of her powerlessness. But a new voice cuts through the air, coolly pointing out that's no way to speak in someone else's home. Both of them turn to see Yonho, standing there with his arms crossed and an unnerving calm. He completely ignores the aggressor, looking straight at the girl and casually asking if she's finished her chores. As she stammers, completely bewildered by his question, he holds up a hand to silence her. Then, he gently plucks the ribbon from her hair, simply stating that he'll be borrowing it. Without another word, Yonho calmly gathers his long hair, tying it back with the borrowed red ribbon. His eyes narrow, the playful demeanor gone in an instant, replaced by a cold, unwavering focus. The merchant scoffs, demanding to know why he's rudely listening in. But Yonho just casually admits he doesn't know his manners. Then he turns, a sharp glint in his eye, wondering if someone like the merchant is really one to talk about etiquette. A flicker of recognition crosses the big man's face as he puts it together. This must be the famed genius of Hanlim. Yonho just smirks, thanking him for the recognition, before adding that he, however, has absolutely no clue who this oaf is. And as the merchant starts to introduce himself, Yonho just waves a hand, cutting him off with a look of pure boredom. The disrespect is so absolute that the merchant's face twists into a mask of pure, sputtering rage. He snarls that the genius should have stuck to playing games instead of getting in his way. But Yonho's smile only widens, admitting it's a shame, because getting in people's way is what he does best. The merchant's face twists into a mask of pure hatred, seething at the disrespect. Meanwhile, the other Go players, having finished their games, start to leave. They happily ask Yonho to play again, a friendly scene that only fuels the merchant's rage. With a final scoff, he announces he's leaving, but pauses at the door. He turns back, his eyes locking onto the young woman with a chilling promise. If she doesn't come running to him in 3 days, he'll do things his own way. Yonho silently watches the brute stomp away, his own expression unreadable. After a heavy sigh from the woman, he turns to her, asking just who that man was. She explains his name is Mokpung, the adopted son of a powerful palace attendant. But Yonho seems unfazed by the title, simply wanting to know what he was saying to her. With a sigh, she admits the man wants her hand in marriage, an offer she's repeatedly and annoyingly refused. Yonho, with a mischievous grin, points out that he's from a good family and seems determined, earning a furious glare. She clarifies that his motives are far from pure. He doesn't like her. He just wants to use her for her connections. She begins to explain, speaking of her father, a man with deep roots and a powerful network in the scholarly world of Rulin. Yonho cheekily guesses her father must have given up a political career because he loves the game of Go, but she instantly shoots him down. The real reason is far more dangerous. The eunuchs of the imperial palace are wary of him, a fact that confuses Yonho. She passionately corrects his assumption her father doesn't run some simple school. He leads the Great Hanlim Institute. Because they aren't tied to any single organization, they've been able to form deep connections across many different factions. This makes her father a threat. If he were to unite the scattered forces of Rulin, the corrupt eunuch's reign would be over. Yonho's eyes sharpen as he pieces it all together. If her father consolidates power, the eunuchs would be in real danger. She confirms it with a simple, grave yes. She reveals their latest plan, a clever way to neutralize the Rulin scholars while gaining a powerful connection to them. The key to this plot is a forced marriage between her and Nok Mokpung, a move she clearly regrets. But in another part of the city, Mokpung kneels, reporting that this plan has hit a snag. The genius of Hanlim has appeared. His superior, the head of the eunuchs Nokji, scoffs at the news, dismissing this genius as a useless Go player. Mokpung quickly clarifies the problem isn't the man himself, but the influential figures from all over the nation coming to challenge him. With so many eyes watching, any move he makes is now under intense scrutiny, and his hands are tied. Nokji seems to understand the hesitation, calmly dressing himself as he listens to the report. But then his voice turns cold, asking if Mokpung truly believed this mission was just for his own sake. The question hangs in the air, sending a wave of fear through Mokpung as he starts to sweat. This wasn't just some political scheme. It was a grand mission from the one and only, to seize the imperial palace itself. With a cold finality, Nokji states that failing this mission is simply not an option for either of them. He's more afraid of disappointing his master than death itself, a terrifying reality Mokpung is forced to accept. As he calmly adjusts his hair, a sinister smile plays on his lips. He muses that sometimes, violence is necessary. Mokpung's blood runs cold as he realizes the horrifying implication behind those words. Nokji's face twists into a demonic grin, his eyes glowing as he gives the order. Use the crowd, and kill them all. His final command echoes as we see the target himself, the genius of Hanlim, Wei Yonho, just waking from a nap. The setting is the idyllic Hanlim Institute, a place of peace, completely unaware of the storm brewing. Here, another political game is afoot, as the emperor's own brother, Li Wang, questions a guest's refusal of an official post. The man he's playing Go with, the head of this very institute, can only offer his apologies. But the emperor's brother is desperate, insisting that he is the only one who can maintain balance and stop Nokgi's rise to power. The emperor's brother, Li Wang, closes his eyes, his tone grave as he addresses his companion, Yu Huan. He warns that the movements within the court have been deeply unsettling lately. With a grimace, he reveals that Nokji is actively sowing dissent among scholars and the military. He speaks of a sinister, shadowy force lurking behind the eunuch's rise to power. Yu Huan, however, finds the entire premise flawed. He asks why a eunuch, a man who can never produce an heir, would even bother attempting a rebellion. Li Wang leans in, posing a terrifying question. What if Nokji isn't working for himself at all? He recounts Nokji's unnaturally smooth ascent, where every rival just happened to die in an accident, or from a sudden illness. Yu Huan remains unconvinced, calmly suggesting it could all be a series of coincidences. But Li Wang shakes his head. He used to think so too, but now he's certain someone else is pulling the strings. Li Wang makes his case plain and simple. He needs Yu Huan's help to unite the scholars. But the old scholar remains frustratingly calm, merely stating he'll think about it. Deciding to drop the issue for now, Li Wang changes the subject, asking about the talented individual he's heard so much about. Yu Huan's face lights up, describing an extraordinary person who seems to be intentionally hiding his brilliance from the world. Intrigued, Li Wang asks when he might meet this prodigy, only to be told that he's already on his way. A voice calls out, and Yu Huan instructs his daughter to escort their guest inside. A single boot splashes down onto the wet stone path, heralding his arrival. And in walks Wei Yonho, soaking wet and looking like he was just dragged out of bed. The two old men just stare, utterly baffled by the disheveled sight before them. Yu Huan tries for a polite greeting, but Yonho dryly remarks that he slept well, aside from being woken up by a splash of cold water. Yu Huan awkwardly tries to smooth things over, explaining he called Yunho to meet someone. Li Wang gives a mysterious smile, introducing himself as nothing more than an old man passing by. Yonho looks around, unimpressed, and asks what business he has here since he just came to play Go. When the old man requests a match, Yonho flatly tells him that's not possible. He explains that there's already a long line of challengers who came to the manor before him, Hez not refusing to play, Hez simply telling this esteemed guest to wait his turn like everyone else. Li Wang just chuckles, confident he can solve the problem by simply asking the others to yield. But Yonho's gaze turns sharp, calling the man's solution by its true name: coercion. The sheer audacity of the young man leaves both old officials completely stunned. Yonho calmly states that while his rank may force others to give in, it won't make them convinced. Yonho stands firm, explaining that he has his own principles and promises to uphold. Li Wang grimaces, realizing this upstart has more backbone than he expected, making things difficult. He lets out a frustrated sigh, pleading for an exception. But Yunho is a broken record. You just have to wait. But before the argument can continue, the young woman steps up, telling her father she can solve this. While her father looks on doubtfully, she confidently confirms she can handle the situation. She smirks at Yunho, mockingly questioning if a person like him even knows the meaning of principles and promises. Then she grabs his arm, making him a very simple, very direct offer. She will cancel all of the other scheduled Go games for the day, a suggestion that leaves Yunho speechless. Hes, clearly tempted by a day of rest, but tries to play it cool, talking about his duties and asking if it's just for today. Her expression hardens instantly. She tells him to stop playing tricks, because there will be no more negotiations. With the deal struck, Yunho lets out a huge yawn and announces that the match will begin. Nearby, the Emperor's brother, Li Wang, and the woman's father share a look of utter skepticism. This is the worst, Li Wang thinks, convinced he's stuck with some arrogant blowhard. He feels like just getting up and leaving, but a game started must be seen to the end. Placing his first stone, he decides he'll at least see what kind of person this vagabond truly is. The game commences, pieces methodically filling the board as the hours tick by. Long after sunset, Li Wang remains, silently staring at the board, completely captivated. The woman's father approaches, asking if he didn't enjoy the game against Yunho. But Li Wang is lost, seeing the board now glowing with a violent, almost bloody aura. He's never witnessed such a ferocious style of play, a strategy too brutal for even a real battlefield. Staring at the board, Li Wang can only wonder what kind of hellish life could forge such a player. The woman's father recalls his own thoughts on Yunho, how his lazy exterior hides a ferocious core. Li Wang dismisses the game as a waste, unable to see the boy's supposed value. The father replies simply, "It's because he saw." Intrigued, despite himself, Li Wang turns, asking what exactly he saw. The father begins to explain a moment from his own match against Yunho. He remembers making a divine move, a play so perfect he was certain it was the end. Confident in his victory, he lifted his gaze from the board and looked across at his young opponent. But what he saw in Yunho's eyes was a look of pure, selfless concentration. It was the rare focus of someone completely immersed, a talent that transcends the game itself. Li Wang remains unconvinced, asking if he was sure he didn't see it wrong. But the father is certain. He couldn't have been mistaken about the boy's talent. With a weary sigh, the Emperor's brother seems to concede the argument for now. He declares he has no intention of using that boy anyway, but the father's look is knowing. As they part ways, the father mentions he has to leave early tomorrow. He gives one last, subtle warning. The atmosphere in the capital is not good. Alone, Li Wang gazes up at the moon, a feeling of regret settling in. What a shame. The night is perfectly clear, almost peaceful, but elsewhere, dark preparations are underway. An assassin in a wicked mask emerges from the shadows, confirming to his master that it's ready. Flanked by his masked killers, Nok Mokpung smirks. The perfect night for a hunt. Nok Mokpung gives the order with a cold smile. Subdue them all, and do it quickly. His assassins answer with silent, deadly loyalty, vanishing into the darkness. At the compound gate, a lone guard lets out a bored yawn, completely unaware of the death descending from the sky. His eyes snap open just a second too late, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes his mistake. A sickening splash of red paints the doors, his final scream swallowed by the night. Waiting inside, Nok Mokpung hears the commotion, a flash of irritation crossing his face, because the Wee Clan patriarch is no easy target, carving through the assassins like a furious storm. Nok Mokpung looks on with a smug sneer, thinking they really should have listened to him earlier, but his patience is gone. He bellows a new order. Capture every single one of them. A sadistic grin spreads across his face. Tonight, not even a rat will escape this place alive. And so, the real targets are revealed. A group of influential scholars, now bound and kneeling at sword point. The esteemed head of the Hanlim Institute demands to know the meaning of this ambush. Nok Mokpung casually explains that he received a tip about a suspicious gathering of powerful people. He leans in with a smug, knowing look, asking what other reason they could possibly have for meeting. The answer drops like a stone, shocking them to their core. This is an act of treason. The scholar sputters, calling the accusation utter nonsense. They only gathered to play Go. But Nok Mokpung looms over them, his voice dripping with sarcasm, questioning if he's really meant to believe that. Desperate, the man mentions the rumors of the Halim master of Go, but his captor just smirks. Rumors, he muses, can be fabricated just as easily as evidence of a crime. Nok Mokpung turns to his men, demanding to know where the so-called Halim master of Go is. His assassins report back that the estate was clear. No one else was found on the premises. He scoffs, deducing the man must have left before they arrived, calling him a lucky guy. Turning back to the captured scholars, he gives them a condescending reassurance of their eventual release. But right on cue, one of his men shouts out, presenting a book he supposedly just discovered. The item is a ledger, clearly marked as a collective oath, the perfect evidence of treason. The head of the Hanlim Institute sputters in outrage. He's never even heard of such a document. Nok Mokpung dangles the book before him, mockingly asking if he still dares to claim innocence. And in that moment, the old scholar's face drains of color as he finally understands he's been had. The scholars cry out in desperation, pleading their innocence against this unfair accusation. But a new, authoritative voice cuts through the noise, coolly addressing Nok Mokpung. The hulking official turns, his smug expression faltering as he recognizes the man. It's Prince Li Wang, the censor general and the emperor's own brother. Even tied up, the prince roars with authority, demanding he be addressed by his proper title. A wave of relief washes over the other captives. Surely they're saved now that royalty is here. Nok Mokpung quickly adopts a subservient tone, apologizing for his rough handling of the situation. The prince isn't interested in pleasantries, ordering him to unbind them all at once. But with a sly grin, Nok Mokpung counters, saying he has a question he'd like to ask first. The question hangs in the air, a stunning accusation. Why did the prince plot treason? A wicked smile spreads across Nok Mokpung's face as he taunts the royal, asking if he truly thought his arrival was a surprise. With the prince held fast by assassins, the brute lays out his twisted frame-up. The prince erupts in pure rage, roaring at the audacity of being accused of betraying his own family. But Nok Mokpung simply scoffs, informing him that his threats to tell the emperor are meaningless. He paints a grim picture, a gathering of scholars with a prince, discovered plotting treason, and swiftly executed. As the prince curses him, Nok Mokpung just watches, enjoying the desperate struggle. With the trap laid and his story straight, he decides it's time for the executions to begin, starting with one person. His gaze settles on a young, defiant woman in green, as he names his first victim, Moon Yoonji. He leans over the bound Moon Yoonji, whispering that this is all her fault for rejecting him. Getting uncomfortably close, he lifts her chin, giving her one last chance to reconsider. Her answer is a glob of spit, shot with pure contempt right onto his cheek. She erupts, screaming that she would welcome death before ever marrying a wretch like him. In a truly disgusting display, the brute simply licks it off his face, completely unfazed. He grabs her jaw, his voice turning cold, promising that death would be a mercy he won't grant. Instead, hell inflict a suffering so profound, she'll beg for an end that will never come. But she has one last trick, revealing a poison pill ready on her tongue, convinced she can escape his grasp. Nok Mokpung just smirks, revealing his final, cruelest leverage, her own father with a blade to his throat. And her father isn't the only one. The room is filled with his loyal followers, all bound and helpless. Nok Mokpung's voice drips with venom as he reminds her that treason is punished by wiping out 9 generations. The crushing weight of his threat finally hits her, and her defiant gaze fills with pure, unadulterated rage. With a sick laugh, he yanks her up by the hair, taunting her to go on and die now. Her father can only scream her name, his spirit completely shattering at the sight of her torment. Leaning in with a disgusting smile, Nok Mokpung whispers that it's time for the real fun to begin. All her fight is gone, replaced by a desperate, whispered plea for someone to save her. As he begins to drag her away, her expression turns to one of hollow despair. Staring out into the night, her will is finally, utterly broken. But her prayer is met not with a hero, but with a sudden noise that snaps her out of her despair. Elsewhere, a lone figure is seen desperately scrambling through the night. With a frantic leap, he scales the wall in a single bound. Hez not running to the rescue. He's running from something. Suddenly, he crashes through the roof, landing right in the middle of the tense standoff. And Nok Mokpung roars his name, Wee Yonho. Dazed and confused, Wee Yonho looks around, the pain of the impact hitting him hard. But he recovers instantly, gets back on the roof, and starts laughing hysterically, leaving the captured woman to ask what he's even doing. With a wild grin, he shouts down the obvious answer. He's running away. She's completely baffled that Head announced his escape, but he retorts that he's too busy surviving to help anyone else. He dismisses her plea, lecturing her that minding your own business is the only path to a long life. With a cheerful wave, he announces that he saw absolutely nothing, and they should all carry on. The sheer, unadulterated cowardice leaves the noble hostages completely appalled and disgusted. But Nok Mokpung is not having it, roaring for the shameless fool to stop right there. He warns Wee Yonho that by running, he's now an accomplice to treason with nowhere to hide. Unfazed, Wee Yonho smirks back, surrounded by assassins, telling him to go ahead and try to find him. His patience finally snaps, and Nok Mokpung's face twists into a vicious snarl as he gives the order. Instantly, one of his masked assassins leaps into action, descending upon the rooftop runner. A blade flashes through the dark, aiming to cut Wee Yonho's escape short right then and there. But from below, Moon Yoonji screams in terror, begging him to just run away. Wee Yonho stops, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. A small, almost imperceptible smirk forms on his lips. He can't help but find it funny. One moment she's asking for help, the next she's telling him to flee. The assassin's blade cuts through the night, only to find he's struck a mere afterimage. In the next instant, a wave of pure energy slams into his back as Wee Yonho reappears. With the would-be killer taken care of, he calmly reties his hair. Moon Eunji watches from her bonds, completely stunned into silence. Wee Yonho stands over the smoking crater, musing to himself, what a strange woman. Moon Eunji stares, wide-eyed, as the bound Go players and a sweating Nok Mokpung finally process what just happened. The portly villain has to admit, the boy has some skill. From the floor, Wee Yonho just grins, thanking him for the compliment. In a flash, Hez already on the roof, waving. Nok Mokpung seethes, snarling that it wasn't praise. His patience gone, he summons his lead assassin, Hyukil. He can't believe this. How long must he suffer this ridiculous humiliation? The masked underling promises to take care of the problem immediately, but Nok Mokpung halts him with a chilling order. Don't kill the girl. His knuckles crack as he declares he'll rip her apart with his own 2 hands. The assassin understands perfectly, blurring past his fallen comrade to engage his master's tormentor. But Wee Yonho simply raises a hand, calmly telling the charging killer to hold on a second. The assassin, Hyukil, skids to a halt, utterly bewildered by the strange command. Yonho casually points, asking the killer to please wait while he fetches his sword from the room. He then starts lecturing the assassin, pointing out that he looks old enough to be patient, so what's the big deal? Then, completely ignoring the killer, he grabs a nearby broom, wistfully wondering when the world became so harsh. Hyukil can only stare in disbelief as Yonho actually starts sweeping the courtyard. Since he's not being allowed to get his sword, Yonho shrugs, declaring this broom will work just fine as a chilling blue aura erupts around him. The assassin's eyes narrow with pure fury. Is this guy actually mocking him? But Yonho just smirks back, feigning innocence. Why so angry? If you don't like the broom, he says, then just let me get my sword. That's it. Hyukil has had enough. His own aura flares to life as he vows to inflict a pain so intense his opponent will wish for death. There will be no mercy, he snarls. Not even if Yonho cries and begs for his life. But Yonho just stretches lazily, asking if they can hurry it up because he's still tired from waking up. The assassin's face contorts in pure, unadulterated rage. The disrespect is just too much to bear. He finally lunges, his sword glowing with immense power as he screams, feeling his own body pushed to its absolute limit. With a furious roar, he brings the blade crashing down, aiming to obliterate the smug young man before him. Yonho's eyes glint with cold focus, utterly unfazed by the life-threatening attack. The assassin's enchanted sword doesn't even make contact, shattering into 1,000 pieces with a deafening crack. Before he can even process what happened, Yonho swings his broom, sending a wave of concussive force that smashes into him. The assassin is thrown back, his mask destroyed, staring up in total shock and confusion from the ground. And with that, the fight is over. The legendary killer lies defeated and unconscious on the cold stone floor. As Nok Mokpung and the others stare in disbelief, Yonho coolly notes that, as expected, trash is best cleaned up. He was just taken down by a kid with a broom, and Yonho's smirk says it all. The assassin's mind simply cannot process the reality of his defeat. How could this be? How could a legendary killer be so utterly humiliated? Yonho casually lectures him, noting that he should be glad it was only him and not his master. But the assassin's pride, shattered and raw, ignites into a furious rage. He lunges again, only for Yonho's broom to effortlessly parry his frantic blows. He can't even follow the movements. The speed is on a completely different level. With a simple sidestep, Yonho makes him look like a clumsy child stumbling through the courtyard. The assassin finally stops, forced to admit that this boy is no mere loudmouth. But he sneers, reminding himself that in a real fight, the strongest doesn't always win as he reveals a hidden, poisoned blade. Yonho just looks at the glowing green blade, almost disappointed. Poison? How dirty can you get? The assassin doesn't care for honor. He's here to kill, and he tells the boy to blame him all he wants. But Yonho calmly informs him that a cheap trick like that will never work on him. The killer is stunned. Is this boy immune to all poisons? Yonho scoffs, admitting of course he isn't. He stretches his arms, casually holding the broom, trying to find the right words to explain. It's not about immunity, it's about the fact that a blade that can't touch him is completely useless. Before the assassin can even register the words, Yonho is already moving, a blur of impossible speed. A single, powerful swing of the broom connects with a brutal crack, sending the killer flying. Yonho's eyes are cold, his form perfect, having ended the fight before it even truly began. Spinning helplessly through the air, the assassin's mind screams in panic. He has to block, he must block the next hit. A smirk plays on Yonho's lips as he mocks the assassin's predictable thoughts. But there's no time for a retort as he unleashes a devastating, lightning-fast strike. The broom, glowing with immense power, smashes through the man's desperate block. Bones crack and shatter under the overwhelming force of the impact. The other assassins can only stare, their faces pale with utter disbelief. Yonho stands over his fallen opponent, the fight already finished. The entire courtyard is frozen, witnessing the absolute humiliation of their elite killer. He casually rests the broom on his shoulder, recalling his master's simple advice. NACMOCPUNG is paralyzed with shock. This was the head of his dark force. Defeated so easily? Yonho then gives them a simple choice. Back down now, and everyone can walk away. But instead of rage, the silence is broken by the slow, deliberate sound of clapping. NACMOCPUNG emerges from his shock, a wide, unsettling grin spreading across his face. He calls Yonho's martial arts truly excellent, especially for someone of his tender age. And Yonho, bless his simple heart, absolutely beams, cheerfully accepting the praise. Yoonji is horrified, asking why he's so happy. Can't he see this as an enemy's trickery? The big man's smile tightens. This brat's pure idiocy is almost as fascinating as his strength. He admits it's a shame his assassin couldn't finish the job, but every failure is an opportunity. After all, he says, meeting a martial artist of Yonho's caliber makes this whole mess worth it. Then comes the real proposal. An invitation for Yonho to come work for him. Yoonji immediately bristles, sensing a trap, and demanding to know what the man is really scheming. NACMOCPUNG extends a tempting hand, offering a future filled with unimaginable power and wealth. Yonho listens silently, and for a moment, it seems like his honor might win out. Yoonji watches, thinking surely no one with any sense would fall for such an obvious trap. But Yonho's face twists into a greedy smile. He's in, and he wants to talk figures. Yoonji absolutely snaps, screaming his name in a fit of pure, unadulterated disbelief. The old official, Li Wang, is equally furious, demanding to know if greed is all that matters to him. Standing beside a smug NACMOCPUNG, Yonho calmly confirms that yes, it most certainly is. Li Wang stammers, completely floored by this shameless response, while Yoonji looks on, defeated. Desperate, the old man makes a counteroffer, promising to match anything NACMOCPUNG can give with the backing of the imperial family. But NACMOCPUNG just laughs, dismissing the emperor's brother as a powerless old man who can only offer scraps compared to his own powerful benefactor. Yonho just smirks, admitting he might be a little ahead of their plans, leaving Li Wang speechless. The head of the Hanlim Institute, Yuan, steps in, trying to appeal to Yonho's honor. He gets more agitated, demanding to know what Yonho's master taught him about right and wrong. Surely, he pleads, his master must have instilled in him a righteous path that would help their cause. Yonho pauses, pretending to ponder the question before a wicked grin spreads across his face. He declares his master's greatest teaching: always stick with whichever side pays the most. Channeling the spirit of Baek Muhan, he explains that morality is an empty name that doesn't feed you. Yuhuan's face falls in utter disbelief, wondering what kind of monster could possibly teach such a lesson. NACMOCPUNG seizes the moment, scoffing at virtue, and asking if Yonho will work for his powerful father. But the word work itself seems to offend Yonho more than anything else said tonight. Seeing his mistake, NACMOCPUNG quickly changes his tune, promising top-class meals and guaranteed rest for life. He admits he was foolish to even bring up the concept of work. Yonho can have all the rewards without lifting a finger. Yonho immediately starts fawning over him, praising his generosity and calling him a real man. Much to NACMOCPUNG's delight, the captured scholars can only listen in silent, seething rage, knowing this is all a lie. With the pleasantries out of the way, Yonho grins and asks what, exactly, he needs to do. A vile, toothy smile spreads across NACMOCPUNG's face as he prepares to reveal the catch. His first order is simple: kill everyone he sees tied up before him, calling them rebels whose death is just payment. The young woman, Moon Yoonji, erupts, absolutely furious at the nonsensical accusation. Yonho calmly points out that they did, after all, get caught plotting treason, which only enrages her further as she screams that it was all a setup. But our boy just turns back to NACMOCPUNG with a feigned, nervous smile, claiming this is a problem, as he's never killed anyone before. Annoyed by the cowardice, NACMOCPUNG decides to handle it himself, calling for his sword. He draws his blade, declaring that while he dislikes dirtying his hands, executing the state's law requires no hesitation. One of the scholars, Moon Yoonji's father, erupts in fury, questioning how a servant of the state could commit such treachery. But NACMOCPUNG simply sneers back, raising the sword high and claiming that what he is doing now is loyalty. Yoonji can only scream in horror, shouting for her father as the blade begins to fall. Her father closes his eyes, his face a mask of regret, silently asking for his daughter's forgiveness. But before the sword can connect, Yonho's hand flashes out, stopping the massive blade with just 2 fingers. NACMOCPUNG freezes, completely stunned. Just what kind of strength does this brat possess? Yonho looks up with a smirk, reminding the brute of their conversation, but adding that he's only willing to play along this far. He casually stretches, a predatory grin spreading across his face, and asks if Mokpung knows the essentials for living a lazy life. The first essential, he explains with a chilling calm, is never creating trouble that will nag at you later. He recalls a time he broke his father's cherished inkstone while the man was away. The 3 days he spent waiting for his return were pure, unadulterated torture for the young boy. When his father finally came home and beat him senseless, he could finally rest easy, his debt paid. He relates this to the scholar's situation, saying they might as well have died back then to avoid this misery. Mokpung scoffs, demanding to know why the Hanlim Go champion is spouting such utter nonsense. But Yonho just smiles, recalling another lesson his master taught him: never forget a grudge. But even more importantly, never forget kindness, and repay it tenfold before the debt compounds. And as he looks at the people who helped him, he declares that now is the time to repay that kindness. Moon, Yunji, and the other scholars can only stare, stunned into silence by his sudden declaration. Mokpung's lips curl into a knowing, condescending smile. So all this talk was just to say Yonho planned to stop him. The sheer audacity of it sends him into a roaring, maniacal fit of laughter. He composes himself, his expression hardening as he stares down at the young man. Did this boy honestly believe he was offered a bribe out of fear? But Yonho just smirks back, his calm demeanor a clear message that no, he never thought that for a second. With a sneer, Mokpung raises his hand, and a golden aura begins to crackle around his gaudy rings. He declares that killing this insolent brat would be effortless, unleashing a devastating storm of spiritual energy. Yonho should feel honored, he proclaims, to be personally executed by his hand. The captive officials can only watch in shock, realizing in horror that the merchant is also a powerful martial artist. Yet as the golden tempest of souls swirls around him, Yonho remains perfectly still, untouched and unimpressed. Mokpung grins madly, offering some parting advice for Yonho's next life. Try not to be so lazy. But Yonho just lowers his head, completely unfazed by the storm of energy washing over him. The captive scholars can't believe their eyes. The boy isn't being torn to shreds. In fact, a small smirk plays on Yonho's lips as he realizes this attack. It feels strangely familiar. Mokpung scoffs, thinking of course the boy is helpless. He unleashed his ultimate technique from the start, and yet the kid didn't even flinch, and a seed of panic begins to sprout in the merchant's mind. Because in a flash, Yonho moves, weaving through the golden energy as if it were a gentle stream. Before Mokpung can process it, the young man is right behind him, his eyes glowing with a chilling blue light. A cold sweat breaks out on the merchant's face as the last of his power dissipates into the night. He stammers, unable to comprehend his defeat. But Yonho's calm presence says it all. He saw what happened, so why ask? With the conversation clearly over, Yonho simply says anyway, and pivots into a powerful kick. Mokpung's desperate cries to wait are drowned out as a flash of blue energy engulfs him completely. Flying through the air, Yonho's promise rings true. He would only hit him once. The captive scholars and officials can only stare, their jaws hanging open in utter disbelief. A massive shockwave erupts from the point of impact, shaking the entire courtyard. The emperor's brother watches the aftermath, stunned, wondering if the boy just killed him in a single blow. But no, Yonho thinks the man's thick layer of fat probably saved him. He should be fine. Cracking his knuckles, he prepares to continue the interrogation, but a desperate voice stops him. It's Mokpung, his arrogance shattered, now begging them to just pretend this whole thing never happened. Yonho just stares back, completely unimpressed by this pathetic attempt to bargain for his life. But the emperor's brother isn't moved by the groveling, declaring the man's actions unacceptable and ordering his arrest. Mokpung desperately pleads his case, asking if His Highness has ever known an inspector general to let a traitor walk free. Then, his demeanor shifts, a wicked smile creeping across his face as he reveals his true leverage. If he doesn't return, his father will unleash a final, desperate gamble that will cause irreparable damage to the imperial house. Li Wang can only look on in disgust, realizing just how vile this man truly is. Hess caught in a terrible dilemma. Letting him go avoids immediate bloodshed, but trying to stop his father's forces now would ignite a civil war. Yonho watches, disgusted, questioning if they're really just going to let traitors run wild in the court. The old official glares at the villain, remarking that eunuchs are like rats, always leaving themselves 10 different holes to escape through. Finally, with a heavy heart, he makes his choice, turning his back and ordering the man to just be gone. And so, under a silent night sky, the corrupt official is allowed to simply walk away. But just as he leaves, Mokpung turns back, offering Yonho a condescending word of advice. He correctly deduces that Yonho's formidable martial arts are being hampered by his disguise. With a glint in his eye, he taunts him, saying he should drop the transformation if he ever wants a real fight. Yonho just scoffs, sarcastically promising to keep that in mind for their next encounter. But Mokpung isn't joking, his voice laced with certainty as he promises there will be a next time. A chilling threat hangs in the air, As long as Yonho wears that form, their paths are fated to cross again. With his final words delivered, the villain and his assassins finally depart into the pre-dawn gloom. As the sun begins to rise, Yonho looks back, a weary but satisfied smile on his face. It's finally over. And indeed, the crisis has passed, with Moon Yoonji now safely standing beside her father and the old official. Utterly drained, Yonho stretches and declares he's going to bed, leaving the political fallout to them. But Moon Yoonji can't believe it, confronting him about his plan to just sleep it all away. Without missing a beat, Yonho yells back not to wake him and makes a mad dash for his quarters. Yoonji is left fuming, wondering what kind of person he is, while the officials behind her seem quietly amused. And just like he declared, Yonho's days flowed by in absolute comfort. While the others dealt with the complicated aftermath, he had not a single care in the world. His only job was to eat the delicious food brought to his room and sleep a true paradise. But that peace was destined to be short-lived. A shadow falls across the floor as someone quietly enters his room. It's Moon Yoonji, standing over his sleeping form, her patience finally at its end. She looks down at him, her expression firm as she gets ready to wake him up. She knows he can hear her, her voice tight with frustration as she tells him to stop playing dead. Yonho groans, trying to complain about his full day of rest, but she's not having it. Her father is calling for him, and after a week of sleeping, he has no room to refuse. His laziness is the final straw, and with a furious yell, she yanks the blanket, sending him tumbling onto the floor with a painful thud. Having been forcibly dressed, Yonho is dragged to a set of doors where Yoonji announces their arrival, and a calm voice tells them to enter. They step inside to find two powerful officials waiting, Yuhuan of the Hanlim Institute and the Emperor's younger brother, Li Wang. Yuhuan gives a slight smile, commending Yoonji for her work and dismissing her. Both she and Yonho give a respectful bow, ready to take their leave. But just as she turns, Li Wang's voice cuts through the air, telling her not to go. Yonho quickly clarifies with a gesture the order wasn't for him, it was for her, leaving Yoonji completely stunned. The imposing official's gaze is fixed solely on her, his silent pressure making it clear this meeting was for her all along. As Yoonji stands frozen in shock, Yonho casually complains about his headache, completely ignoring the tension in the room. Yuhuan leans over to the Inspector General, whispering something that only deepens the man's profound exhaustion. With a tense grip, Li Wang finally pulls out a beautifully decorated, black and gold short sword from within his robes. He's clearly had enough of this game, letting out a frustrated sigh as he decides to end it. The official slams the priceless object onto the table right in front of Yonho, telling him to just take it already. Faster than a striking snake, Yonho's hand darts out, snatching the prize with a wicked, triumphant grin. Li Wang asks him if he even knows what he just took, questioning his reckless acceptance. But Yonho's face just glows with pure bliss, imagining himself showered in gold as he admits it just looked really expensive. He proudly quotes his master's teaching, "If it looks like money, grab it first," and quickly adds a no-takebacks clause. Yonho then shamelessly tries to guilt the official, claiming he already spat on it, leaving Li Wang utterly dumbfounded. Li Wang slams his hands on the table, roaring that this sword is a sacred relic of the inspectorate. He explains that it will grant Yonho authority equal to his own, but the young man just looks unimpressed. Is that it? Yonho deadpans, wondering if there are any practical benefits, like buying a house. With a smug smirk, he lectures the high official on the principles of give and take. He continues, saying that these days, people want something more realistic, more material. The official's hand begins to tremble as he finally pieces it together. Yonho wants cash instead of the relic. Yonho just smiles sweetly, feigning innocence and claiming he has far too many manners to be so blunt. In a fit of rage, Li Wang slams another valuable object down his cherished, personal inkstone. Yonho's eyes dart to it instantly, snatching it and asking if this pricey-looking item is his as well. The official can only grit his teeth, completely speechless at this bottomless pit of greed. Li Wang tries to explain the gravity of the situation, that sword makes him an agent with the authority of the Inspector General himself. But Yonho just taps the inkstone, unimpressed, boiling it all down to one simple thing. Sounds like more work. The official sputters that it's a government post, not just work, but Yonho just patronizingly agrees to let it slide out of respect. The head of the Hanlim Institute, Yuhuan, steps in, explaining the long vacant position of secret inspector he wants Yonho to fill. Yonho gestures with the inkstone, asking if this is all he gets for the job, pushing the old official over the edge into a screaming fit. Hearing the official's passionate promise of reward, Yonho sighs in relief, saying he's glad this won't be troublesome after all. And in a horrifying flash of insight, Li Wang understands. Yonho wasn't worried about the mission, he was worried about the hassle of pawning off the sacred relics. Barely holding it together, Li Wang demands to know his clan and master, but Yonho flatly refuses to answer. "Is it because you don't trust me?" the official presses, and Yonho gives a slow, deliberate nod. That's it. The dam breaks. Li Wang explodes, roaring in disbelief at the sheer audacity of this kid. It was never about identity, Yunho calmly explains. It's about his refusal to trust someone who so obviously hides their martial arts and puts on an act for everyone. The old official starts to sweat as Yunho asks a chillingly specific question. How long would it take him to subdue Nakmakpung? 5 seconds? Or maybe just 3? The young man sees it all now. How has been made to dance on someone else's chessboard. The room itself seems to transform into a massive, glowing go board, trapping them in the game. In Yunho's eyes, Li Wang is no mere official, but a giant looming over the board, controlling the flow of the match. But even as a piece on that board, Yunho's own power begins to swirl around him, defiant. Completely thrown, Li Wang is speechless for a moment, before quietly asking how he knew. Yunho admits he thought it was strange from the beginning, so many people traveling 1,000 miles just for a single game. He realized a plot was in motion, and when Nakmakpung arrived, he had to decide which side he would take. The old official can't understand if Yunho knew. Why didn't he side with the more obvious choice? Yunho explains that Nakmakpung's story was simply more believable. A gathering of such influential figures could never be for simple networking. The most likely scenario, as even Yu Huan realized, was treason. Li Wang presses the point. So knowing all this, why did he choose to help them? The memory flashes back to that critical moment. Moon Yunji, bound and helpless, crying out his name. He admits he was just going to run. But her desperation, her genuine ignorance of the plot, he just couldn't turn away. His master's words echo in his mind. Ideals are important, but they mean nothing if you ignore the person right in front of you. But there was another, simpler reason for his actions. One that makes Yu Huan's eyes widen. He was just pissed off. With all pretenses dropped, Yunho leans forward, placing his hand on the table like a piece on a go board, and asks directly if he is plotting treason. Li Wang doesn't flinch, meeting his gaze with a chilling calm, and asks what Yunho would do if he were to say yes. Yunho smirks, his answer cutting through the tension. If it's treason, he'd wish them luck, because at least they paid him. Loyalty to the imperial family? He has none. His allegiance goes to the highest bidder. Li Wang's eye widens, utterly stunned by the young man's shameless mercenary logic. And then, he just roars with laughter, admitting he knew Yunho was cunning, but this was beyond his wildest expectations. After calming down, he clarifies. He swears on his life it isn't treason. They were simply building a force to oppose Nakji. The problem, however, is that the devious head of the eunuchs has already seen through their plans. Li Wang then asks a chilling question. Does Yunho know the real reason Nakji sent Nakmakpung after him? The horrifying truth clicks into place in Yunho's mind. It was never about capture. Nakji's plan was a masterful trap, to force Li Wang to kill Nakmakpung, giving him the perfect excuse to expose the old man's hidden power. Li Wang was being played like a puppet on a string, and that's exactly when Yunho stepped in and cut the strings. Li Wang bows his head, offering a sincere apology for using Yunho as a pawn. But Yunho cuts him off, tired of the games, simply telling him he understands. With the pleasantries out of the way, Li Wang gets to the real question. Will he accept the position of Royal Secret Inspector? Yunho's face twists in annoyance as he lays down a very important condition first. He makes it crystal clear that he will absolutely never go looking for trouble on his own. Li Wang simply smiles, waving off the concern as if it's completely irrelevant. He tells the young man that destiny isn't something you can just pass on, but Yunho is having none of it. Fed up, he announces he's leaving, turning his back on the old man and his schemes. He sincerely hopes they never have to see each other again. But Li Wang watches him go with a knowing grin, certain their paths will cross again very soon. Once Yunho is gone, Yu Huan turns to his master, asking for his honest opinion. Li Wang's expression turns deadly serious. The boy was far more than he ever anticipated. He expected strength, but not the kind of mastery that could see right through him. He thought he found a dragon, but he's brought home a monster. Yu Huan, however, seems to believe that a risk of this magnitude is well worth taking. Li Wang can't help but agree, marveling at the boy's cunning, and wondering just who on earth could have raised such a creature. He gives a final, chilling order. Investigate everything about that man, down to the very family he belongs to. Later that night, under the full moon, Yunho is about to slip away unnoticed from a rooftop, or so he thinks. A voice cuts through the silence, and he startles, finding Yu Huan standing right there. Yunho plays it cool, assuring him he wasn't about to leave without thanking the owner who fed and sheltered him. But Yu Huan sees right through it, confirming that even if not tonight, he plans to leave soon. Yunho doesn't deny it. Yunho calmly states that he's seen and learned a great deal during his stay. Intrigued, Yu Huan asks him just what it is that he's learned. Yunho lists 2 things: that scholars don't live like their books, and that this place is far more frightening than he ever imagined. Frightening? Yu Huan can't quite see what the boy is getting at. It's because, Yunho explains, He never thought he'd find him here, the single strongest master he has ever encountered since entering the Murim. With a knowing smirk, he looks directly at the scholar and asks if it isn't time to drop the act. A powerful aura erupts from Yuhuan, his scholarly demeanor shattering as he realizes he's been completely found out. Yunho confirms he knew from the very beginning, and Yuhuan, now a different man entirely, asks him to keep it a secret. Our boy agrees, but in exchange, he needs Yuhuan to tell him just one thing. Yunho confesses that his master sent him here to see the world, but instead of the justice he expected, he only found its ugliest side. The old master listens patiently, explaining that while everyone studies the classics, their personal ideals are always different. And when those ideals meet the harshness of reality, impatient people stop trying to untie the knots of the world and simply look for ways to cut them. That, he says, is the very nature of the schemes Yunho saw: dirty shortcuts, like sacrificing your own life or sending your adopted son to his death. So, is the whole world like this? Yunho asks, a hint of despair in his voice. Yuhuan confirms it is. The Imperial Palace is even worse. Our boy looks to the sky, lost, admitting he doesn't know what his master wanted him to see, feeling too lazy and slow to understand this fast-moving world. But the master's response is simple. So what? If the world is fast, he can just follow it slowly. A diligent person might see many things, he continues, but a lazy person might be able to see things more clearly. His words strike a chord with Yunho. If you decide beforehand what you're going to see and feel, then what meaning is there in the journey? Walk with your own steps, Yuhuan concludes, and see the world through your own eyes. Then, the path you must take will reveal itself. Taking his master's wisdom to heart, Yunho closes his eyes to see the world as it truly is. He centers himself, his hands forming a vessel to receive this new perspective. An energy begins to coalesce, a raw, untainted feeling of the world around him. Under the quiet moon, his spirit resonates with the night, his aura flaring with newfound insight. The image of his master, Yuhuan, solidifies in his mind, his lesson far from over. The old man's presence guides him through this profound state of awareness. As Yunho's eyes finally flutter open, they reflect not just the night, but the cosmos itself. He's back on the rooftop, his master watching him with a calm, knowing expression. Yuhuan finally breaks the silence, asking if his student has grasped some new truth. But with a humble scratch of his head, Yunho admits he's honestly not really sure. Yuhuan lets out a hearty laugh, explaining that some truths are meant to be felt, not just understood. With his lesson concluded for the night, he turns and begins to walk away. He offers one last piece of encouragement, hoping Yunho will find the answer on his own terms. And with a few silent steps, the master vanishes into the night. Yunho is left alone on the rooftop, a contemplative smile on his face. But suddenly, his body gives out, and he tumbles backward onto the tiles. A strange energy pulses from his chest, and he realizes it must be the inner core. His consciousness drifts as he stares up at the brilliant full moon. A familiar, ethereal figure appears in his vision: the spirit, Backmuhan. His ancient voice asks if Yunho has finally attained enlightenment, pulling him deeper into the trance. Floating in his own mind, Yunho admits to his master that he isn't sure of the answer just yet. The vision fades, and his memory drifts back to a different time, a moment when he was being transported on a cart. The men guarding him speak of a consignment item, and it becomes clear he is the item. Yunho lies there, completely unconscious, being hauled like a piece of precious and dangerous cargo. We jump back slightly further, to a room where a man named Yuhuan watches over the sleeping Yunho. When he finally stirs, Yunho groggily asks why Yuhuan is still hanging around after 2 whole weeks. He casually mentions that he might be a little late for the job, as if it's no big deal. Then, he thanks Yuhuan for calling the Dragon Escort Agency, which seems to catch the man by surprise. Confused, Yuhuan asks what on earth they're even supposed to be hauling. The scene shifts to the agency leader, Moon Yunji, pointing a finger with absolute confidence at their target. And Yunho, still dazed, can only wonder, is she pointing at him? Indeed she is. The Dragon Escort Agency has arrived to pick up its consignment. Her guards, however, are a little weirded out. It looks like a person, not a package. One of them tries to explain that they escort people, not just stuff them in a wagon. But Moon Yunji cuts him off, telling them to just treat him like livestock and offering double the pay. The guards are still hesitant to break protocol, but she gets desperate and yells an offer of triple the price. Yuhuan jumps in, shouting quadruple, and with a firm handshake, the deal is sealed. The reality of the situation finally smacks Yunho right in the face. They're shipping him off like cargo? Yuhuan coldly tells her to get rid of this parasite quickly. Yunho absolutely loses it, screaming that he's the one who saved them, and this is how they repay him? Yuhuan tries to placate Yunji, reasoning that, since they owe Yunho, they should just let him do as he pleases for now. Taking that as an invitation, Yunho glares up from the floor and declares he'll just stay until next year then. Yunji snaps back that this is all to help him, which only makes Yunho explode. How is kicking him out considered help? She lays out her argument. Wasn't he heading to Hubei anyway? This is just a convenient ride for him. With a smug smile, she frames it as a win-win. He gets a free trip, the convoy makes money, and she gets him out of her hair. Hess momentarily stunned because he can't find a single flaw in her twisted logic. He makes one last pathetic attempt, saying his mom told him not to follow strangers, but Yoonji assures him the guards are trustworthy. And so, Yonho finds himself unceremoniously plopped on top of the cargo, wondering how he got talked into leaving so fast. As the wagon begins to move, Moon Yoonji and Yu Hwan wave him off with a few parting words, but he can see the absolutely delighted grin on her face. She's not even trying to hide how happy she is to be rid of him. With a grumble, Yonho gives the signal, and the journey he never asked for begins. Might as well get comfortable. He plops down, resigning himself to the bumpy ride ahead. The escort convoy rumbles away, leaving the Moon Inn and its troublesome owners behind. But just as he settles in, a familiar voice shouts out from the gates. He lazily props himself up on a barrel, wondering what she could possibly want now. It's Yoonji, waving with a cheerful smile, wishing him good health on his way. He mutters about their nerve, giving him a disease, then kicking him out to find the cure. As the wagon disappears into the woods, he gives a final, half-hearted wave goodbye. With their problem finally carted away, Yu Hwan decides it's time for them to head back inside. The gates close, and just like that, Wee Yonho is no longer their concern. Yoonji watches the cart fade into the distance, a thoughtful look on her face. Then, a small, knowing smile plays on her lips. Goodbye, you weird, lazy bum, she thinks, as she and Yu Hwan turn to go back inside. Meanwhile, the convoy is met by its chief, a man named Gok Bihang from the Dragon Escort Agency. He stares down at the parcel he was sent to pick up, and he is not impressed. He can't believe his men are serious, asking if they know how much more prep a person requires. His men sheepishly explain that they wanted to refuse, but the request came from the venerable Hallam Manor. The chief asks how long he's been out cold, learning he's been like this since they left the manor. He finds it impressive, in a bizarre way, that the kid just sleeps through everything without a care. His guards relay the instructions. Just feed him 3 meals a day, and he won't cause any trouble. Just as the chief is sizing him up, the cargo finally stirs, and Gok Bihang calls out to him. He taps on the crate to get a proper response, and Wee Yonho finally peeks over the edge. Still lying down, he lazily asks what all the fuss is about. The chief introduces himself with some authority, but our boy just gives him a board. And Gok Bihang warns him that this journey is for people, not cargo, and will be inconvenient. But Wee Yonho just smirks, saying he's registered as cargo, so there's no problem, and with that, they set off. 5 days pass, and Wee Yonho seems to be doing nothing but sleeping peacefully on the cart. But as he stretches awake, he groans, complaining that this is really starting to get on his nerves. Because even in his sleep, there's no escape from the spirit of Baek Muhan, who relentlessly torments him with dream training. Drained and exhausted, he wonders if this endless cycle of suffering is all his life will ever be. But just as he resigns himself to his fate, deciding he doesn't care anymore, the convoy chief, Gok Bihang, suddenly raises a hand, calling for an immediate halt. The entire procession grinds to a stop in the middle of a dense, eerily quiet forest. He bellows into the trees, announcing his identity and demanding to know who goes there. Wee Yonho props himself up, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Bandits, perhaps? But the forest offers no reply, and the unnerving silence tells Gok Bihang this is not good. He knows this tactic means one of two things: clueless amateurs, or someone truly dangerous. His hand instinctively grips his sword. He can't sense a thing, confirming they're professionals. So he gives one final, sharp warning for them to reveal themselves or face the consequences. Yet, the woods remain perfectly still, holding their breath and hiding the coming threat. A sudden rustle from the bushes finally breaks the tense silence, and stepping out is a mountain of a man, his presence alone enough to halt the entire convoy. Gok Bihang's face hardens, his mind racing to identify this unexpected arrival. The man lands with a ground-shaking thud, a clear display of immense power. He bows formally, introducing himself as Pang Dogyuk of the Hubak Pung family's blade style. The convoy chief returns the salute, cautiously asking what business a Pang family master has here. But this isn't a threat. It's a desperate plea for help from a man being hunted. Lying in the cart, Yonho's eyes widen. A Pang descendant on the run? This could shake the martial world. Meanwhile, in a different part of the country, a young sect leader listens intently to his elder. The divine mad dog grins, reminding him of that arrogant brat who treated them like trash at the gate. He remembers the day he met Pang Dogyuk, a man whose desperation was a force of nature. But back then, listening from his cart, Wee Yonho couldn't grasp the full picture. He could only listen intently, piecing together the chaos unfolding before him. The man from the esteemed Pung family was clearly on the run, his face etched with strain, and a dark premonition began to stir within Yonho. a sense that this encounter was casting them all into a river of misfortune. Pang Dogyuk explains that for someone of his standing to be hunted, the situation must be dire. He begs the convoy chief for passage off the mountain, vowing to repay them handsomely. Without a moment's hesitation, the chief agrees, telling the desperate master to hide inside a barrel. But a shrewd, calculating glint in Gok Bihang's eyes suggests this isn't an act of charity at all. Lying on the cart, Yonho looks on with utter boredom, clearly unimpressed with all this drama. The chief helps the grateful Pang Dogyuk climb into a large barrel to hide. With the man concealed, Gok Bihang gives a final, stern warning. He must make absolutely no sound. Yonho watches this unfold, thinking to himself what a meddlesome guy this chief is. But as the convoy rumbles forward, he has to admit he doesn't exactly hate that about him. A muffled voice comes from the barrel. Pang Dogyuk apologizes for the risk, promising a huge reward. Yonho closes his eyes with a smirk, thinking, what good is repayment if they all end up dead? The convoy chief's face twists in disgust, silently fuming that Pang Dogyuk has no conscience for endangering them all. Cutting through the tension, Yonho simply announces that's enough for him, and he's going to sleep now. The chief says nothing, his expression grim as he steers the cart deeper into the shadowed forest. Gok Bihang breathes a sigh of relief, thinking they've almost made it out, that maybe they've gone unnoticed. But his hope is shattered when a scarred man leaps into their path, roaring for them to stop, sending Yonho tumbling from his perch. In a flash, the entire convoy is swarmed, surrounded on all sides by dozens of armed men in green. Their leader stands firm, his gaze cold and sharp as he grips the hilt of his sword. One of the escort guards pales with dawning horror. These aren't just any bandits, this is the infamous Green Forest. Putting on a brave face, Gok Bihang steps forward, respectfully introducing himself and the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau. The leader cuts straight to the point, asking if they've seen a young man in red clothes, but Gok Bihang denies it. A chilling silence hangs in the air as the leader warns him that lies will only bring misfortune. Gok Bihang tries to reason with him, insisting the Escort Bureau would never risk its long-standing peace with Green Forest. But the leader's eyes drift past him, locking onto someone else as he points and asks just who is that person. All eyes turn to Wee Yonho, who lounges on the cart, mockingly calling their hidden cargo a precious charge. The convoy chief is confused by his words. Surrounded by the silent, menacing figures of the Green Forest, he quickly tries to cover, stammering that they're just escorting a sick and unstable person to the righteous hall. The bandit leader presses him, asking if he's absolutely certain they have no reason to be enemies of Green Forest. His eyes narrow with cold intent. The problem, he says, is the man on the cart, reminding him of his very specific question. Wee Yonho casually denies seeing anyone in red, while Gok Bihang feels a cold dread he'd forgotten that detail. The leader's patience shatters, and in a flash, a dagger is pressed against the convoy chief's throat. Gok Bihang panics, wondering if they knew all along. But the bandit leader has already decided on a new, crueler tactic. He announces his simple plan. They'll kill the guards one by one until someone finds the courage to speak up. And without a moment's pause, he turns to a terrified guard and asks who wants to be first before choosing for him. The bandit leader presses his blade to a guard's neck, demanding one last time if Hez seen a man in red. With his life on the line, the terrified guard stammers out a denial, a desperate lie he hopes will save him. But the leader has lost all patience. If the guard won't answer, then death will answer for him. Before the sword can find its mark, Gok Bihang leaps in, blocking the fatal blow with his own scabbard. But just as the two are locked in a standoff, a calm, detached voice suddenly declares that he's here. Everyone freezes, the bandits and guards alike whipping their heads around, confused by the sudden interruption. Their eyes land on Wee Yonho, still lounging casually on the cart, as if this life-or-death struggle is just a show. The bandit leader glares, his eyes burning with rage as he demands to know what he just said. Without a change in expression, Wee Yonho kicks open a nearby barrel, the lid clattering to the floor. He points a foot toward the opening, announcing that the one they're all looking for is right inside. With a cold look, Wee Yonho calls out the hidden man's full name, Pang Dogyuk. He tells him the game is up, he's been caught and can come out now. He scolds the barrel, asking if the fool inside plans to wait until everyone is dead to make an appearance. The bandits and guards alike can only stare, waiting for the barrel to move. Finally, with a weary sigh, the lid lifts and Pang Dogyuk emerges, clearly cornered. The bandit leader smirks, mocking him for coming forward instead of fleeing when he had the chance. But Pang Dogyuk roars back that he may not be a hero, but he's no coward who would watch innocents die for him. He turns to Gok Bihang, thanking him but declaring that this is a fight he must handle himself. Their target is him and him alone, and he knows there's no point in trying to avoid them. The escort chief just watches on, a deep sense of worry settling in. The escort chief gives a curt farewell, wishing Pang Dogyuk luck as he orders his men to depart. But a desperate voice cuts through the air. Pang Dogyuk tells them to halt. He frantically explains that letting the convoy go is a death sentence for everyone involved. From the cart, Wee Yonho scoffs at the escort leader's total obliviousness. He lays out the cold, hard logic. If any of them escape, the entire Pang clan will come for revenge. The bandits realize he's right. Their only option is to silence every single witness here today. As the horrifying truth dawns on him, the escort chief can only curse this impossible situation. Overcome with guilt, Pang Dogyuk turns to face the bandits, vowing to fix his own mess. Wee Yonho just watches, completely unimpressed by this empty display of bravado. This man isn't a hero. He's just a drowning ghost, trying to drag everyone else down with him. Wee Yonho coldly asks the escort chief what good running away would even do at this point. Their only chance, he explains, is to fight now, while they still have the drowning ghost to help them. Meanwhile, Pang Dogyuk faces the bandits, who confirm his worst fears. No one is leaving here alive. With a cold glare, their leader gives the chillingly simple order to attack. Pang Dogyuk roars, charging into the fray and warning them not to blame him for their deaths. His blade meets steel in a violent clash as he blocks the first of many incoming strikes. Gritting his teeth, a bitter thought enters his mind. He always knew the martial world was vast, but he never truly understood how dangerous it was, and now he desperately regrets his choices. All his life, he was praised as a rising star, a fatal carelessness growing inside him unnoticed until now. And in that moment of clarity, a cold blade finds its way to his throat. His bravado was for nothing. Surrounded and overwhelmed, Pang Dogyuk is a storm of desperate steel, but he's losing ground with every parry. One of the bandits sees his chance, sneering as he lunges forward to deliver the final, killing blow. With his eyes squeezed shut, Pang Dogyuk offers a silent apology to everyone he's failed. This is the end. But in that final moment, a brilliant flash of blue light tears through the battlefield. The would-be killer is sent flying backward with a pained cry, struck by an unseen force. He crumples to the ground, his sword clattering uselessly beside him, defeated in a single, impossible instant. Pang Dogyuk, who was a breath away from death, can only stare in utter disbelief. His eyes search frantically, finally landing on a figure perched casually on a nearby crate, watching the chaos unfold. It's Wee Yonho, tossing a small, glowing orb in his hand, looking like this whole life-or-death struggle is just pathetic. With a voice colder than ice, he finally speaks the name of the man he just saved, Pang Dogyuk. Wee Yonho kicks a nearby barrel, scolding Pang Dogyuk for his foolishness and telling him to stop risking his life for others. He mocks him further, asking if he planned to wait until everyone was dead before finally stepping out. The surrounding bandits can only watch as this bizarre internal dispute unfolds. But Pang Dogyuk isn't listening, pulling himself up and retrieving his sword, his spirit unbroken. The convoy chief tries to talk sense into him, but Pang Dogyuk retorts that if he had fled, they'd all be dead by now. With a defiant roar, he declares that while he may not be a hero, he's not a coward who can watch innocents die. He turns to the chief, telling him to take his men and leave. The bandits are only after him, so the convoy will be safe. His eyes lock onto the enemy, knowing full well that a fight to the death is unavoidable. The chief watches him, a flicker of respect in his eyes for the man's suicidal bravery. With a final word of encouragement, he orders his men to pull back, leaving Pang Dogyuk to face his fate alone. But just as the convoy begins to move, the chief freezes, a sudden thought stopping him in his tracks. From the cart, a calm voice asks him why he's so oblivious, laying out the grim reality of their situation. Wee Yonho explains that the Green Forest bandits would never risk angering the entire Hubei Pang clan. Letting a single witness escape means inviting a war they can't win, so their only logical move is to kill everyone. A chilling realization dawns on the bandit leader. The kid is right. Their mission has changed. The convoy chief stares in disbelief, calling Yonho a crazy bastard for seeing the truth he missed. Pang Dogyuk, ever the righteous fool, declares he'll hold them off himself to fix the mess he started. But Yonho just scoffs at this ridiculous display of heroism, questioning how much time a man on his last legs can really buy. He compares Pang Dogyuk to a drowning ghost, dragging everyone else down into the abyss with him. The chief finally understands running is pointless. His agency is ruined either way. Desperate, he asks what they should do now. Yonho lays out their only option. They must fight, using the drowning ghost as their shield. Pang Dogyuk confronts the bandits, who confirm they have no intention of letting a single soul leave alive. With no room for negotiation, the bandit leader gives the chilling order to attack. He lunges forward, warning them not to blame him for what's about to happen as the battle begins. Pang Dogyuk meets the charge head-on, his blade clashing with a resounding crack of steel. As he fights, he can't help but reflect on how vast and unforgiving the martial world truly is. He bitterly regrets getting involved, realizing too late just how dangerous this path could be. All the praise he received as a rising star had bred a quiet, fatal carelessness in his heart. That carelessness costs him as a bandit's blade slips past his defense, drawing first blood. Hez a storm of motion in the center of the fray, but Hez utterly surrounded and overwhelmed. One of the bandits sees his opening, lunging forward for the final, killing blow. Pying Dogyuk shuts his eyes, his heart filled with a final, silent apology for his failure. But just before the blade can connect, a flash of blue energy slices through the air. With a loud crack, the bandit's sword is violently knocked aside by an unseen force. He's sent stumbling back, disarmed and completely stunned by what just happened. Pang Dogyuk roars, a mix of confusion and adrenaline surging through him. He whips his head around, and his eyes land on Wee Yunho, sitting calmly on a crate. The boy just smirks, casually playing with 2 ghost stones, finding this whole life-or-death struggle ridiculous. Everyone freezes, staring in disbelief, as the young man effortlessly floats the stones with his energy. And for Pang Dojuk, the pieces finally click into place with dawning horror and awe. It wasn't the ghost stones that saved him, but a simple little bowl, now glowing faintly on the ground. But Pang Dogyuk has no time to process this, as Yunho calls out, reminding him he's getting distracted again. The old warrior is barely holding his own against the swarm of bandits, and Yunho just watches, mocking him for doing all the fighting. He even starts snacking, casually remarking that at this rate, the entire escort agency is going to get wiped out. And then, just as another guard is about to fall, a bolt of blue energy slams into the bandit, sent flying from Yunho's direction. Dogyuk looks back in disbelief, watching the kid just casually tossing his bowl up and down. But that moment of confusion is all the bandits need to finally surround him completely. He realizes he can't afford to be curious anymore. He has to get serious or die. Channeling every last bit of his strength, his eyes begin to glow with a furious red aura. He unleashes his ultimate skill, the 5 Tigers Gate, destroying blade, a massive phantom tiger erupting around him. The technique tears through the bandits in a whirlwind of crimson energy. With bloodshot eyes, Dogyuk pushes himself beyond his limits. His blade becomes a blur, cutting down foe after foe in a desperate last stand. But in the chaos, a realization hits him. This isn't a duel. He doesn't need to block. Even so, the sheer number of bandits is too much, and they close in for the kill. Just as he braces for death, another wave of blue energy blasts the bandits away. From his perch, Yunho just looks down, casually telling the old warrior to hurry up and die. The remaining guards scream at him, begging him to get down and help them fight. But Yunho just smirks, reminding them that he's the cargo they're supposed to be protecting. Dogyuk can't believe his ears. The kid agrees it's not the time for technicalities, yet he still won't lift a finger. He casually explains that a certain mean girl made him promise to stay put, or she'd cause him endless trouble. The convoy chief desperately begs for help, but Yunho just smirks, claiming he's a man who keeps his promises. The guard tries to guilt him, asking if his trip will be comfortable if they all die, but Yunho is completely unfazed. As the guards are getting pummeled, they start desperately negotiating, offering food and lodging for his help. Dogyuk can only stare in disbelief at the absolute absurdity of them haggling in the middle of a slaughter. Yunho finally seems interested, asking for their promise as he picks up his precious cargo box. With the deal struck, he pops the lid open, revealing a set of ordinary white bowls, but in an instant, those bowls begin to glow, crackling with a terrifying blue aura as Yunho prepares his attack. He unleashes them in a devastating storm, the chi-infused porcelain tearing through the bandits like cannonballs. All Dogyuk can do is watch in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the power he just witnessed. The glowing bowls zip through the battlefield, leaving a trail of broken bandits in their wake. The bandit leader's eyes widen in sheer terror. This wasn't just some skilled kid, this was a monster. And with the grunts taken care of, Yunho takes a casual stroll through the carnage he just created. He walks right past the stunned bandit leader and gets Dogyuk's attention, looking utterly unimpressed. Dogyuk tenses up, sweat beading on his brow, as the last bandit looks on in confusion. Yunho begins his lecture, asking if Dogyuk feels even a little guilty for dragging them into his mess. He pokes the hulking man, reminding him how he got distracted and nearly lost his life like an amateur. He scolds him for trying to use a slow, heavy blade against multiple opponents. Was he trying to get killed? Dogyuk can only stammer out apologies, accepting the dressing down from someone who looks young enough to be his son. Finally, tired of talking, Yunho just snatches the blade from Dogyuk's hands to show him how it's done. Dogyuk stares at his empty hand, his mind reeling the blade was gone before he could even process it. With a casual flick of his wrist, Yunho shows him exactly what he was doing wrong. He unleashes Dogyuk's own signature technique, the 5 Tigers Gate, destroying blade. How could he possibly know it? Did this kid seriously just copy his life's work after seeing it once? Yunho explains that against a crowd, you swing faster. A dead opponent is dead regardless of the chi behind the blade. He demonstrates again, sometimes you need speed over power, and other times, power over speed. It's so simple, yet Dogyuk can only apologize, internally cringing at being berated by a youth. With the lesson finished, Yunho simply hands the weapon back, ordering him to do better. The lone bandit now faces a much more dangerous opponent, one who's just had a revelation. Dogyuk's eyes narrow as he prepares to put the lesson into practice. Less chi, more precision. His eyes burn with a new fire, ready to unleash his perfected technique. But the bandit leader isn't sticking around for a rematch, screaming empty threats as he flees into the woods. Dogyuk is left standing there, completely dumbfounded, as Yonho sighs in frustration from the wagon. With the danger gone, Yonho accepts the convoy chief's thanks, reminding him it's all part of the job. The chief, Gok Bihang, insists, bowing with his men and vowing to never forget this debt. Yonho stretches, playfully asking if a simple thank you is all he's getting for his life-saving services. He laughs it off, clarifying he'll get paid by that Pang clan bastard, then asks why the chief was so cold to him. The chief looks down, admitting he felt a bit harsh for telling the disgraced warrior to get lost. Yonho's playful demeanor vanishes, his gaze turning sharp and serious. He delivers the cold truth. If he hadn't stepped in, that one man's weakness would have gotten them all killed. The chief tries to argue that the man had his reasons, perhaps even good ones. Yonho turns, scoffing at the idea that any reason could be good in that situation. Gok Bihang falters, realizing the weakness in his own argument. Yonho recalls his master's core teaching. One's own life must always be the top priority. He explains that if justice requires sacrifice, he'd rather not have it. His own well-being comes first. The chief changes the subject, but Yonho confirms that his escort group is completely unharmed. Besides, he notes, dealing with the Green Forest bandits is a job for the Great Muram Alliance. Gok Bihang bows gratefully, hoping they will meet again on the road. But Yonho's response is brutally honest. Probably not. Without another word, he turns and walks away, leaving the convoy chief to watch him go. Gok Bihang watches him leave, musing that it's a shame the boy isn't more disciplined. But Yonho cares little for such thoughts, as he has finally arrived at his destination. He stands before the imposing gates of the Nature's Hand Manor. This is the sprawling, sun-drenched estate of the legendary Wei clan of Guangdong. Inside, his father Wei Zhong'an and the matriarch Han Sang-ah worry, another search for him having failed. Their somber mood is shattered as the administrator, Zhou Bang, bursts in with an urgent message. The patriarch's eyes widen in shock. A letter has arrived from young master Wei Yonho. Elsewhere, an elegant schemer seethes in frustration, a simple plan having gone awry. He looks down at the kneeling man before him, Wei Sanho, and asks if he was truly afraid to die. But Sanho insists he fears not death, but a meaningless one, wishing to lay down his life only where it has worth. The elegant schemer coldly reminds Sanho that he has no use for dogs who can't even fetch a bone. Promising to remember this lesson, Sanho is curtly dismissed and scurries away. Alone, the schemer smirks, confident that his target will have no choice but to enter the forest. But elsewhere, another conspirator, a stout and imposing lord, seethes with barely contained rage. He fumes about that useless, ambitious eunuch, who clearly doesn't understand his place in the hierarchy. A masked envoy appears, reporting that their master wants a man named Nagi kept alive for now, as he still has value. The stout lord meets the messenger outside, his displeasure written all over his face. He complains about having to flatter that fool Nagi, whose only purpose is checking the imperial family, a job he could do himself. But the envoy simply states that His Highness has other duties for him, and delivers a summons from the main estate. A sinister smile spreads across the stout lord's face. This sudden order might just be the opportunity he was waiting for. The stout lord grins wickedly, excited to finally shed his pathetic disguise. He strides forward, already planning to discard the eunuch Naki and seize all his possessions. Turning to his subordinate, he casually asks what his brothers have been up to lately. The envoy reports they've shifted from the Confucian faction to meddling with the medical clan. The scene changes, landing us at the ominously named Lustful Handgrounds. A young man, Wei Yunho, approaches the counter, only to be told he's in the wrong place. The pharmacist examines his letter, pointing out it's for the Sacred Handgrounds, not this one. Yonho flashes back to the kind man who wrote it, hoping to get him into the famed Hebei clinic. The pharmacist clarifies that this place is also a Sacred Handgrounds, but directs him to another down the street with a cynical warning. Confused and a little disheartened, Yonho walks out, realizing this wasn't the place he was looking for. As he walks, the desperate cries of a man begging for his wife's life cut through the night. He sees commoners kneeling before a doctor, promising to repay any cost, only to be coldly refused. A bitter thought crosses Wei Yunho's mind. He thought the medical clan was supposed to save people, but watching them get turned away, he realizes that even for these legendary healers, it all comes down to money. Shaking his head, he turns away from the ugly scene and follows the directions he was given. He presses on, heading down a quiet, narrow alleyway. And there, half hidden in the shadows, he finds a worn wooden sign, Sacred Handgrounds. He stares at the humble, almost dilapidated gate, wondering if this could possibly be the famed clinic. Stepping inside the empty courtyard, he calls out, asking if anyone is there. A young attendant cautiously peeks out from a doorway, asking what brings him to their grounds. Wee Yonho states he has business and asks to see the head, but the attendant just tells him to speak. Getting a bit annoyed, Yonho clarifies that he wants to see the person in charge, not talk to a receptionist. The boy looks him dead in the eye and explains that his father passed away, making him, Jin Soa, the new head. And just like that, Wee Yonho's composure shatters as he mentally curses his abysmal luck. Just as he's spiraling, a new voice cuts in, and the young boy tells his sister a guest is here to see their father. The voice echoes from inside, questioning who would be looking for him now. Wee Yonho snaps out of his despair, a bead of sweat tracing down his face as he looks up. And there she is, a woman of breathtaking beauty. Jin Yeren, emerging with an almost celestial glow. Our boy is completely starstruck, stammering and blushing, his previous complaints instantly forgotten. After a moment, he manages to pull himself together, just enough to present his letter of recommendation. Jin Yeren gracefully takes the letter, her expression unreadable as she scans its contents. Looking up, she confirms that he's come to learn from their medical clan, and Wee Yonho can only sheepishly agree. She explains that while their home is no longer a grand clan, they must welcome him out of respect for their late father. He tries to make a polite exit, but she vehemently refuses, declaring they would never dishonor their name by turning a guest away. After being firmly overruled, Wee Yonho is led to a simple room to rest. Left alone, he finally has a moment to grumble, realizing he should have known better than to trust that stuffy old scholar. Still, he figures a physician's house is better than nothing, and dramatically flops onto the floor to relax. But just as he settles, a soft knocking sound echoes from his door. It slides open to reveal Jin Yeren, effortlessly holding a tray overflowing with a magnificent feast. She calls it a simple meal, but to the starving Wee Yonho, this is a banquet that could last him for days. She politely insists he enjoy the meal, reassuring him that she's already eaten before sliding the door shut. Left alone with the feast, Wee Yonho smirks, thinking they're not quite as poor as he first imagined. But just as he's about to dig in, his sharp hearing picks up a hushed argument from the next room. It's the young boy, Jin Soa, grilling his sister about where she got the money for all this food. His voice rises in panic as he realizes her necklace is gone, accusing her of selling their mother's keepsake. Wee Yonho freezes, the words hitting him like a physical blow as he learns the truth behind this meal. She'd pawned a precious memento just to show him, a guest of her late father, proper hospitality. He can't take another bite. With a heavy heart, Wee Yonho slides the door back open. She thinks he dislikes the food, but he waves her off. His mind racing there has to be a way to turn this meal back into money. His decision made, Wee Yonho leaves the house and walks through the bustling city streets with newfound purpose. Despite his intentions, Wee Yonho ended up eating the whole meal, and now the guilt sits heavy in his stomach. He tracks down the source of the problem, the Silver River Exchange. Inside, he wastes no time, announcing he's here to retrieve an item. He specifies it's the jade necklace left by the sacred handgrounds, and is promptly led inside. But the branch manager, Hei Daebung, greets him with a smug smile and a problem. The item was pawned, not sold. He questions Wee Yonho's connection to the sacred handgrounds, not recognizing his face. Wee Yonho ignores the suspicion and places a heavy pouch of silver on the table, asking if it's enough. The manager peeks inside, seeing over 2 tael of silver, a fortune for any normal family, but casually dismisses it. He then lays out the trap. The young lady borrowed 1 tael, but the exchange's policy demands 3 times that amount for repayment. Wee Yonho calls it usury, but the manager just shrugs, calling it the rule of the exchange and offering an alternative. Just sell the item. So, Wee Yonho clarifies, his money is effectively useless for getting the necklace back. He clenches his teeth, the cruel reality sinking in. Jin Yeren must have known these terms were impossible. Thinking fast, he asks if the exchange takes other items as collateral for a loan. He then slides a heavy, golden object across the table, offering it to cover the rest. The manager's eyes light up at the sight of solid gold, agreeing to loan 1 tael, but demanding 3 back. But as he inspects it, his smug expression instantly shatters into one of pure, unadulterated shock. Etched into the gold is a seal he recognizes with dread, the mark of the Office of the Inspectorate. Wee Yonho calmly asks him to repeat the terms, watching the manager realize he just tried to swindle an Imperial agent. Meanwhile, in a flashback to a grim night, an elderly Wee Jongen is approached with a problem. His subordinate reports a catastrophic failure. Their forces were unable to take over the palace. The royal inspectors were simply too strong, he explains, and with their allies' influence gone, the entire plan might be dead in the water. There's also a snag with the Green Forest bandits. The Pong clan interfered. Wee Jongen calmly asks if their true plot has been uncovered. The subordinate assures him it was the Muram Alliance, not the Pong clan, and they likely just saw it as a simple bandit raid. Unfazed, Wee Jongen states that problems are expected in a grand scheme. What matters is how they're handled. He then gets some good news. The operations involving the physicians and other factions are all going smoothly. It's almost time. Gazing at a pillar of raw power, Wee Jongin vows that they will soon make their debut and unleash the terror of their sword upon the world. The scene snaps back to the present, where the lone manager's face contorts in pure, unadulterated dread. Because the item on the table isn't just gold, it's an ornate blade, bearing the unmistakable seal of a royal inspector. Wee Yonho leans forward with a slight smirk, coolly asking if the manager still wants 3 gold nyang for his troubles. The man is screaming internally. The manager immediately prostrates himself, slamming his head on the floor as he begs for forgiveness, not realizing who he was dealing with. Wee Yonho listens with a detached curiosity, letting the man dig his own grave. The manager's mind races in a panic, wondering which of his many crimes he should even try to excuse first. He babbles on, trying to justify his exorbitant rates by claiming many people never return for their items. When Yonho calmly asks for the annual interest rate, the manager tries to downplay it with some nonsense about a 4.5% profit margin. The man's face turns into a sweaty, pleading mess as he mumbles the real number 60%. Yonho's expression hardens. Not 4%, not even 6, but 60? Hez never heard of such blatant thievery. He then points out the manager's other lie. Moments ago the jade was worth 1 silver nyang, but now suddenly it's 10? Caught red-handed, the manager can only stammer, his eyes wide with the terror of a cornered rat. Finally, he snaps, screaming at his men to lock the doors, declaring he's going to see this through to the very end. But the story cuts away from the confrontation, settling on the quiet, moonlit grounds of the Sacred Hand Manor. A sudden knock breaks the silence of the late hour, startling the manor's lady, Jin Yaran. She steps out onto her veranda, wondering who could possibly be visiting at this time. There, left on the wooden planks, is a note carrying a familiar blue lotus charm. A gentle, bittersweet memory surfaces as she recognizes the keepsake from her mother. But as she holds it close, a new question arises. Who on earth could have left this here? High above on a rooftop, the mysterious deliveryman, Yanho, watches her from the shadows. He smirks to himself, hoping his little act of kindness is enough to pay for his earlier meal. The story then shifts to the imposing pavilion of the Muram Alliance's general strategist. Inside stands a formidable warrior, Pang Dogyuk, his gaze fixed on a massive strategic map. Yet, despite his powerful presence, he's drenched in a cold sweat, nervously asking himself which of his many sins has finally come to light. A commanding figure enters the room, his calm footsteps echoing Pang Dogyuk's frantic heartbeat. He's simply told to take a seat, and the powerful warrior practically jumps to obey. Before him sits Jo Hyun, the divine strategist of the Muram Alliance, a man whose reputation precedes him. With a piercing gaze, he cuts right to the chase, asking about the incident with the 10 swords of Green Forest. The name sends a jolt of pure terror through Pang Dogyuk. He had no idea who he was truly up against. Jo Hyun confirms it, remarking that it's a miracle he even survived the encounter. He assures Pang that the escort agency will be dealt with, but now his focus is on the young man who intervened. The strategist's mind races. Pang is strong, but he couldn't handle even one of the 10 swords, yet someone beat them all alone? Jo Hyun demands a name, and Pang Dogyuk finally reveals it, Wee Yonho. The name instantly registers with the strategist. Wee Yonho, he's heard that name in a report from the beggar sect. So, the second son of the Wee clan has returned, and with such terrifying strength after only 5 years. The strategist muses that if the second son is this strong, and the eldest, Wee Sanho, is just as skilled, he asks Pang Dogyuk for the young man's destination, and the answer is the Sacred Hand Manor. This puzzles Jo Hyun. Why would someone go to Hubei instead of their own home after being gone so long? He needs more information, but Pang is the only one who can identify Wee Yonho by face. The strategist leans in, his request carrying an undeniable weight. He needs Pang's help. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Pang Dogyuk immediately agrees to the task. A new fire ignites in his eyes, a mix of fear and sheer determination. He has to find him again, and meanwhile, the man in question, Wee Yonho, is fast asleep. Utterly oblivious to the powerful figures now tracking his every move, he naps peacefully on a rooftop. His nap is observed by a young boy, Jin Soa, who wonders how a homeless-looking man got onto the roof. The boy scoffs, assuming the man must only know the basics of martial arts to be sleeping all day. Suddenly, a frantic pounding echoes from the main gates of the Sacred Hand Manor. The doors burst open to reveal a crowd of men carrying their badly injured co-workers from the local quarry. One of the men desperately begs Jin Soa for help, explaining they were in an accident and have no money. The young head of the manor freezes, completely overwhelmed and unsure how to respond to the crisis. But then his sister, Jin Yaran, sweeps in, demanding to know why he's just standing there and ordering the patients inside. With absolute authority, she begins triage, commanding her staff to categorize the wounded immediately. Jin Soa can only watch in awe as his sister expertly directs the chaos. taking complete control of the situation. All the commotion finally reaches the rooftop, and Wee Yunho's eyes slowly flutter open, wondering what's going on. Jin Yaran immediately begins her work, checking a man's pulse and commanding the staff to prioritize the most urgent cases. Without a moment's hesitation, she rips a strip of fabric from her own sleeve. She wraps it tightly around a long silver needle, preparing for a dangerous procedure. With blinding speed and precision, she strikes a vital point on the patient's head. The effect is immediate, as a violent spray of dark blood erupts from the man's mouth. Though splattered with blood, Jin Yaran's face remains a mask of cold, professional focus. She moves to the next patient, snapping at her staff, asking if they intend to let everyone die. But her brother Jin Soa is completely overwhelmed, struggling with a dying man and calling out for help. His desperate shout echoes up to the roof, where Wee Yunho now sits, watching the entire scene unfold. Spotting him, Jin Soa begs for his assistance, certain that a Muram warrior must know the vital points to save this man's life. Wee Yunho casually admits he never properly learned medicine, so he has no idea what to do. The young doctor, Jin Soa, doesn't miss a beat, shouting precise instructions for the Tiantu and Zhongfu acupoints. Following the directions, Wee Yunho presses down but immediately senses the patient's body is reacting strangely. Jin Soa completely loses it, screaming that he's pressing the wrong spot and is less useful than dog droppings. But as the man gasps for air, Wee Yunho smugly notes that he seems to be breathing just fine now. The kid retorts that just unblocking his airways isn't enough. They still need to expel the mucus and blood. His brilliant solution? He tells Wee Yunho to suck it out with his mouth, eliciting a look of profound disgust. After a moment of horror, Wee Yunho realizes he just needs to clear the man's throat, annoyed at the earlier theatrics. Done with the games, he pinches the patient's nose and covers his mouth, opting for a more direct approach. Jin Soa can only stare, dumbfounded, as this warrior defies all medical convention right before his eyes. With a visceral slam, Wee Yunho strikes the man's chest, forcing the blockage out in a spray of blood. The young doctor, Jin Soa, can only watch in abject horror at this barbaric display. Wee Yunho glances back, unfazed, asking if he can't see that he's saving a life, his own way. The scene shifts, finding Wee Yunho's older brother, Wee Sanho, reading a letter under the full moon. He's surprised, realizing the message is from their mother. In a flashback, she pens the letter to her beloved son, getting straight to the point. The news is a bombshell that freezes Sanho in place. His brother, Yunho, is alive. After 5 long years, a letter has come, and Sanho's hand clenches, crumpling the paper. Their mother explains that Yunho isn't allowed to return, prompting their father's fury. But she has a plan. With no hesitation, their parents have packed their bags and set off for Kaifeng to find their long-lost son. The words echo in his mind as he looks to the sky, a storm of emotion brewing in his chest. His brother is alive, but he quickly shoves it down. This is no time to get sentimental. With a single, decisive step, his destination is clear. He's going to Kaifeng. It's the city where his brother is, and as he recalls, it's also where Zhang Il of the beggar sect is located. Without wasting a single second, Wee Sanho vanishes into the night, a blur of pure speed. Meanwhile, in Kaifeng, young Jin Soa quietly approaches a room, asking if the person inside is sleeping. He finds Wee Yunho resting but wide awake, earning a sarcastic jab about how a physician should learn to trust people. Yunho offers some half-hearted praise, saying the boy was a little helpful, much to Soa's annoyance. After Yunho grudgingly admits he was greatly helpful, Soa's tone shifts, asking where Yunho thinks their real problem lies. Lying there, Yunho wonders what he's getting at. They have so many problems. He'd have to be more specific. Jin Soa lays out his noble ambition, to restore the Sacred Hand Manor to its former glory, and he needs Yunho's objective opinion. Yunho sits up, considering the boy's sincerity. He admits there are many issues, but the biggest one is painfully simple. With a wry, almost mocking smirk, he holds up his fingers and gives his one-word diagnosis. Money. He repeats it, just to make sure the kid understands. That's their real problem. The young physician is stunned. For a house of healers, surely medicine is the most important thing, right? Money should be an afterthought. Yunho just looks at him, telling him to think about how they fell from grace in the first place, reminding him that a rival now owns their old land. The weight of that truth lands heavily on Soa, and he slumps forward with a deep sigh. He begins to tell the story of his father, a man so friendly and kind he didn't have a single enemy, a doctor who treated the poor for free. This incredible charity was only possible because his family was built on a mountain of ancestral wealth, chests overflowing with gold. But by the time Soa was old enough to understand, that fortune was gone, leaving nothing but an empty, cobweb-filled chest. Soa explains that his father employed a huge number of physicians, and the cost was immense. Their reputation kept them afloat for a time, but his father knew the charity wasn't sustainable and needed a plan to repay their debts. Yunho's mind jumps to dramatic conclusions. Assassination? A grand scam? But Soa just sighs, telling him he's read too many novels. With an embarrassed look, the boy admits his father sought out a way to gain a lot of money with very high risk. The kind doctor became a gambling addict, his face twisted in a desperate, manic grin as he threw away their fortune. Yonho can hardly believe it. The man gambled everything away and died of malnutrition and alcohol poisoning. He's left utterly speechless by the sheer, pathetic absurdity of it all. Having confessed the family's embarrassing secret, Soa now looks to Yonho for a miracle, believing he must be someone special. But Yonho just gives a sly smile, waving it off. He insists he's just an ordinary person. For medical problems, you see a physician. For money problems, you see a professional, like the branch manager of the Silver River Exchange. And so Yonho lays out his pitch. An investment opportunity in the Sacred Hand Manor. He strokes the branch manager's ego, noting that while the manor has skill, it desperately needs a man with his business acumen. The scent of money is intoxicating, and Hae-daebung's greedy eyes light up as he imagines the profits. But the young Soa whispers his disgust. He doesn't want to work with this man. Yonho quickly reminds him that being broke means he doesn't get to be picky. The boy stubbornly calls the manager a loan shark, only for Hae-daebung to fire back that at least he knows how to grow money, unlike Soa's family. Yonho cuts in, turning to the naive boy with a sharp lesson. Did he really think his family's fame just appeared out of thin air? He reminds Soa of their grand pavilion, explaining it was built because their ancestors wisely charged every single patient. The revelation hits Soa hard. He can't believe it, but Yonho assures him it's the absolute truth. If Soa truly wants to uphold his family's pride, he needs to bring in money and restore their grand reputation. All the famous physician houses, he explains, are immensely wealthy, because people will pay anything to live. As the manager nods in agreement, the boy finally begins to understand. Soa's idealistic world crumbles. He always believed medicine was purely for the people, but the history of his own family's grand estate proves it was always a business. The boy is left sullen, wrestling with this harsh truth. Elsewhere, Yonho rests, wondering if maybe his lesson was a bit too straightforward. He notes the kid's been depressed since, but quickly decides it's none of his business. Suddenly, a crash from the courtyard jolts him awake. Annoyed, he tries to figure out what all the commotion is about. Outside, a massive brute is manhandling a staff member, demanding to see Jin Yuran. This man, Jua Jiol, of the Black Earth, roars for the damned matriarch to show herself. And just then, an furious Yaren appears, demanding to know why he's dragging a patient from their room. Jua Jiol smirks, finally meeting Jin Yuran as she furiously asks if he has any empathy. He scoffs at the very idea, revealing their father borrowed money, and now they must either pay the debt or close down. She tells him to deal with her directly, pleading for him to leave the innocent patients out of it. But he's not here to negotiate, and casually swats the poor attendant aside like a fly. Before she can react, his hand clamps down on her arm with crushing force. He yanks her close, sneering that he didn't want to use this method, but she insisted on handling things herself. The brute leans in, his creepy gaze sizing her up with a disgusting thought forming in his mind. He suggests a truly vile solution. Selling her to a brothel should be enough to pay off the debt in about 10 years. But just as he savors his threat, a small figure crashes into him from behind, screaming for him to let his sister go. With a cruel smirk, Jwajiol swats the boy aside, sending him crashing to the dirt. Jin Yuran can only scream her brother's name, her face a mask of pure horror. The brute just scoffs, musing that her brother should have worried about her value, not her safety. But as he moves to grab her, the poor patients swarm him, begging him to take them instead. One old man, seeing no other way, sinks his teeth into the thug's arm, ready to die fighting. The others follow suit, a desperate human shield clinging to the giant, trying to hold him back. Overwhelmed, Jin Yuran pleads with them to stop, telling them this isn't their problem to solve. Then, with tears in her eyes, she kneels and surrenders, agreeing to go with him if he'll just spare the patients. A slow, sinister grin spreads across Jawa Jiol's face as he accepts her terms. Her brother Jin Soa is in shock, unable to process what she's just agreed to, but Jin Yuran simply tells him not to worry. She'll handle the debt, he just needs to restore their home. And with that, Jwajiol takes her hand and begins to lead her out of the compound. All her brother and the loyal attendants can do is cry out in despair as they watch her go. But just as he's about to step through the gate, Jwajiol is brought to a sudden halt. Someone has planted their feet firmly in his path, refusing to let him pass. The brute turns around, annoyed, demanding to know who the hell dares to stop him. And there stands a man, wrapped head to toe in a blanket, looking like he just rolled out of bed. Peeking out from his cozy wrap, he calmly states his name, Wee Yonho. The entire courtyard holds its breath as the man in the blanket stands firm against the brute. Jwajiol scoffs, wondering if this guy is missing a few screws, and tries to drag Jin Yuran away. But a hand lands on his shoulder, and Wee Yonho calmly repeats his demand. She's not going anywhere. Jwajiol's face contorts in irritation. What the hell is this rambling lunatic even on about? Wee Yonho finally explains his very serious concern. If she leaves, who's going to cook for him? The brute is stunned. She cooked his meals? Wee Yonho nods, explaining that he's a guest. Jua Jiol can't believe the absolute nonsense he's hearing. Is this beggar trying to get himself killed? Completely fed up, he roars that he'll make sure Wee Yonho never eats again and throws a haymaker. Jin Yiran screams for him to stop, a wave of energy flaring from her in desperation. But with a single, brutal strike, Wee Yonho smashes Jua Jiol face first into the stone courtyard. Jin Yiran can only stare in wide-eyed disbelief at the sudden turn of events. The entire courtyard is frozen, witnessing the so-called master of the Black Spider Den face down in a crater. Wee Yonho casually scratches his head, feigning surprise as Jua Jiol groans out a single, terrified word, "Master." The hulking brute staggers back to his feet, all his previous bravado completely shattered. With newfound respect, he asks this mysterious man just who he is and where he hails from. But Wee Yonho just waves it off, fanning his collar and coolly stating that he's no warrior. Jua Jiol tries to reason with him, explaining this is a private matter backed by a legal contract. He desperately pleads for this monster to stay out of it, his voice laced with fear. Wee Yonho simply states that won't be possible, repeating his one ridiculous condition. At last, Jua Jiol understands. The food was just an excuse, and this man intends to defy the Black Spider Den to the end. Jua Jiol tries to drop a threat, warning that the Black Spider Den won't take this interference lightly. But Wee Yonho just casually waves it off, claiming he doesn't want to interfere. This is just a money problem, right? A glimmer of hope appears in Jua Jiol's eyes as he asks if this man will actually pay the debt for them. Before an answer can be given, young Jin Soa steps up, promising he'll make the money and pay them back within a fortnight. After a tense stare-down, Jua Jiol decides to trust the boy's promise, knowing the monster at his back is the real reason he's backing down. The news travels, and back at the Black Spider Den, its leader is absolutely furious, crushing his food as he hears about a master showing up. Jua Jiol reports to his boss, confirming the story and explaining that the man simply claimed to be a guest. The leader, Guokdusan, mulls this over while tearing into his meal. A guest? Who could this possibly be? He speculates that if this stranger is an acquaintance of the former owner, this situation could get very complicated. Suddenly, his anger flares, and he accuses Jua Jiol of simply running away, a charge the terrified subordinate vehemently denies. Jua Jiol explains that since the boy promised to pay, he felt it was best to observe the situation. But his boss, Guokdusan, absolutely erupts, calling him an imbecile for his incompetence. He smashes the table, roaring that the mission was never about the money. It was an excuse to destroy the sacred handgrounds. The terrified thug tries to justify himself, insisting he needed to learn the stranger's identity first. Guokdusan slams his fist down again, his patience worn thin, threatening to cut out his tongue for wasting time. The real fear is revealed. If this goes wrong, they will be furious, and the entire Black Spider Den will be wiped out. But for all his fury, Guokdusan is still cautious, deciding against a direct attack on a potential master. For now, he orders them to simply watch and see what happens. While the source of their trouble, Wee Yonho, relaxes without a care in the world. Jin Soa, however, is anything but relaxed, approaching the man to ask him what he's actually planning to do. The boy reminds him of the promise to pay off the debt, only for Wee Yonho to feign ignorance, as if he'd already forgotten. Jin Soa practically screams at him, asking if he has a plan, and Wee Yonho, still lounging, coolly replies that of course he does. He smirks, calling it the most ancient and effective method for dealing with debt collectors. The boy leans forward, hanging on every word, desperately asking what this brilliant strategy is. It's called a midnight run. Wee Yonho's suggestion to just flee sends Jin Soa into a rage. The boy is aghast, saying he can't believe he actually trusted him. Finally sitting up, Wee Yonho cuts to the chase. He asks for the exact amount of the debt. Jin Soa admits it's around 20 nyang of gold. With a heavy sigh, the boy explains that the original sum was over 100. They sold everything just to get it this low. Wee Yonho finds the amount unbelievable, and Jin Soa can only mutter that everyone says that. But then, with a look of resolve, Wee Yonho gets to his feet. It can't be helped, he says. Let's go. Go where? To earn money, he declares, a dangerous glint in his eyes promising an eye for an eye. Jin Soa stares, completely lost as to why Wee Yonho is talking about the Black Spider Den. But Wee Yonho just gives him a wicked little smirk. Because, he explains, the place they're going to earn money is the gambling den. The boys arrive at Jumwajang, a secret gambling house buzzing with activity and desperation. In a back room, the master of the house, Kang Chonrip, kicks back, lamenting another slow day. He idly wonders if his reputation for fleecing suckers has finally scared everyone off. Just then, an attendant bursts in, shouting for his master. Kang Chonrip snaps up, assuming it's the authorities. but the man is ecstatic, announcing they've got one. Down on the floor, Wee Yeonho calmly observes the scene as Jin Soa is told to stop gawking like a tourist. The young boy can't shake his dread. Trying to win back gambling debts with more gambling feels like a path to ruin. An attendant scurries over, practically bowing, asking what brings a young master to his humble establishment. He rubs his hands together with a greasy smile, assuming they're just another valued guest looking for a night of fun. Wee Yeonho, playing the part perfectly, casually asks what kind of entertainment they offer. The man lights up, promising a world of excitement from Pei-Gao to dice if it involves betting money. They have it. He eagerly leads them past the common tables, insisting he has a very special game to show them. Stopping at an empty mat, he presents 2 simple white cups and a few small iron beads. Wee Yeonho feigns ignorance, asking if it's some kind of dice game, as the attendant grins, calling it yin and yang. He explains that it's their most popular game, mostly because the rules are deceptively simple. Picking up the beads, he demonstrates by dropping them into one of the cups. Then he covers it with the other, shaking them together and explaining the beads will split between the 2 sides. The attendant places one of the containers down with a firm thud. The rules couldn't be easier. Simply guess if the number of beads inside is odd or even. Yeonho remarks on its simplicity, and the man grins, confirming that's why it's so popular. He hypes it up as a game of pure 50/50 odds, perfect for a fiery young master who likes to bet fast and win fast. Playing his part beautifully, Yeonho agrees he despises waiting and decides he's ready to play. And so, in a quiet corner of the gambling hall, the trap is sprung. Watching from a distance is the master of Jumwajang, Kang Cheonrip, who nods in approval. The boy is taking the bait. He smirks, mentally running through the classic scam. Hook the sucker, let him win a bit, then bleed him dry. He chuckles, confident that the rich kid is already losing his mind and his money. But his amusement evaporates when he sees a mountain of his establishments. Money being paid out. This kid isn't losing, he's winning everything. Kang Cheonrip's plan is in absolute shambles as silver ingots pile up for his target. While the gambling den staff sweats bullets, Yeonho feigns boredom, calling the situation merely odd. But that confident smirk reveals the truth. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's enjoying it. The story then cuts to Jong-il, who was recently celebrating the end of his Wee Yeonho problem. He'd been having a great day, even finding a discarded door to brace for the coming winter. He was feeling so lucky right before his world came crashing down. A cold voice suddenly shattered his peace, asking him if the rumors he'd been spreading were true. Before him stood the demon-slaying sword, Wee Sanho, none other than Yeonho's older brother. Jang-il's blood runs cold, his lucky day instantly turning into his worst nightmare. Sanho grabs him by the collar, his eyes burning with intensity as he demands to know, is Yeonho alive? Barely able to breathe, Jang-il squeals that it's true, begging him to just let go. Sanho releases his grip, the reality finally sinking in. His brother is alive. The only question now is where. Thinking fast, Jang-il deflects, telling him the Hao clan has that kind of information. But Sanho isn't letting him off the hook, yanking him up by the collar to go pay the clan a little visit. Jang-il can't believe his luck. First one lunatic brother, now the other one is dragging him to his doom. They arrive at the Hao clan's Kaifeng branch, a den of intrigue where its beautiful leader is waiting. Guinangnang's eyes glitter with amusement and malice as she scolds Jang-il for bringing the famous demon-slaying sword to her doorstep. His panicked excuses are immediately cut off as she screams about settling old scores, their argument spilling into the streets. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the air in a gambling den is thick with tension over an enormous pot. At the center of it all sits Wee Yeonho, unfazed by the insane stakes, completely unaware his brother is hunting for him. The onlooking gamblers are losing their minds, wondering who this bored-looking kid is. They whisper in disbelief he's won 9 times straight. There's no way his luck can hold. The dice tumble and land an even 4. He's done it again. The entire den erupts. 1,000 yang. They hail him as a gambling god descended to earth. Jin Soa celebrates wildly while Yeonho just gives a sly little smirk, raking in his mountain of silver. But this isn't luck. A flashback reveals his secret. His senses are so sharp he can dodge a rock in his sleep. For him, this is child's play. He can tell the outcome just by the sound of the shaking stones. Yeonho laughs, thinking he should probably call it a day before his luck truly runs out. But just as he's about to cash out, a new challenger approaches his table. The room quiets as the owner himself, Kang Cheonrip, arrives to greet the man who's emptying his coffers. Yeonho leans back, coolly dismissing the owner's praise. He's no esteemed guest. But Kang Cheonrip just laughs, saying a big winner is always a guest before adding that frankly, he wasn't entertained. The owner's smile is strained. This kid pocketed a fortune and had the nerve to call it boring? Unbelievable. He tries to entice him, suggesting a game more worthy of his status. Something bigger. Not this tiny match, but a real high-stakes game, where the thrill would be on a whole different scale. Yeonho seems to consider the offer for a brief, calculated moment. before completely shutting him down. "No, I'm good," he says, turning to leave while Jin Soa gathers their winnings. The friendly facade drops. He can't believe this punk thinks he can just walk away after taking his money. So he changes tactics, putting an arm around Yonho and offering him 5 gold nyang just to play. Yonho cheekily demands 10, and to his surprise, the owner agrees but with a catch. The game isn't over until one side loses it all, so for 10 yang, Yonho agrees to play right now. The owner's friendly mask shatters, revealing a triumphant smirk. The boy fell for it. He calls for his secret weapon to come out. A figure emerges from the darkness, his ominous presence silencing the room. The crowd erupts in panicked whispers. It's Dokbi, a name that carries heavy weight in these dens. This is the legendary one-armed gambling king, effortlessly manipulating dice in his single hand. His cold eyes scan the mountain of money Yonho won, sizing up the kid who dared to clean out the house. Yonho, however, looks thoroughly unimpressed, thinking this so-called king doesn't seem like much. Taking his seat, Dokbi declares that looks are meaningless. A true gambler is simply the one who wins. Accepting the challenge, Yonho cuts straight to the point and asks what game they will be playing. With a wicked grin, Dokbi unleashes a handful of dice onto the table, his chosen battlefield now set. Dokbi explains that dice, while simple, are the most reliable way to reveal the true gap in skill. Yonho lets out a huge yawn, utterly bored by this so-called king's predictable logic. The game is simple. A roll of the dice, with the highest total winning. With a steely gaze, Yonho agrees, but adds his own condition to the match. They will play until one of them has won every single coin from the other. The housemaster jumps in, adding that the pot doubles each round and players can buy back in. But he adds a crucial caveat. Only the winner of the previous round can decide if the game continues. Yonho shrugs it off, finding the terms perfectly acceptable. With the rules agreed upon, the master of the house officially begins the high-stakes showdown. Jin Soa whispers nervously, but Yonho just smirks, telling the boy he's never seen him fail. Has he? And just like that, sweat beads on Yonho's brow as he loses round after round. An incredulous Jin Soa can barely believe it, stammering that he's lost 10 times straight. The boy's trust shatters, frantically reminding Yonho of his promise as their funds evaporate. The gambling king, Dokbi, grins, announcing this will be the final round, with a pot of 2,000 yang. The onlookers sneer, mocking the beginner who's about to lose everything and fall into massive debt. But Yonho's act drops, his expression shifting to one of utter, almost insulting, boredom. With a flourish, Dokbi sends the dice flying, absolutely certain of his victory. Yonho's eyes narrow ever so slightly, tracking their every move with cold precision. They tumble and settle, revealing an unbelievable sight. A perfect score. The crowd explodes in cheers, hailing the gambling king's impossible roll of 6 sixes. Dokbi leans in, a predator toying with its food, asking if Yonho will even bother to continue. Ignoring him completely, Yonho turns to the terrified boy, asking with unnerving calm if he trusts him. Jin Soa screams his absolute faith, and for a second, Yonho seems genuinely touched by the sentiment. He takes a breath, the dice feeling heavy in his hand as the entire room holds its breath with him. 40 gold nyang enough to solve everything. His focus narrows to a razor's edge. Then, with a casual flick, he releases them a quiet roll that will decide their fate. The gambling king's confident smirk shatters into a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. The jeering crowd falls silent, their jaws hitting the floor as they witness the impossible. There on the table, plain as day, lies the lowest possible score, a perfect set of ones. And Yonho, the absolute madman, throws his head back and screams in fake anguish, playing the loser to the hilt. Meanwhile, in a darkened room, a powerful figure demands to know the identity of this mysterious gambler. Hei Daebung grovels on the floor, admitting they still haven't been able to identify him. The shadowy mastermind smirks, intrigued by this unknown young master who's causing so much trouble. With ice in their voice, the order is given. Kill him, Hei Daebung pleads, stammering that they don't know how skilled he is, but it's no use. His superior calls him pathetic, deciding to send in real assassins to storm the place and end this. Back in the gambling den, the command to kill echoes as Yonho coolly reveals the results. The entire room gasps, their minds struggling to process what they're seeing. There on the table, the impossible truth. The lowest score, all ones. The gambling king's composure finally shatters, and he erupts in a furious, desperate scream. The gambling king leans in with a smug grin, telling Yonho that he got unlucky. His cronies gather around, wondering what happens now that their target is supposedly broke. One of them steps up, reminding Yonho that since he has no money left, he still needs to pay back the 10 gold nyang they lent him. But Yonho, looking completely bored by their theatrics, asks a different question entirely. How much does he need to keep playing? He just wants to confirm 40 nyang is all it takes to stay in the game? The crony can't believe his luck, thinking this fool has lost his mind and is ready to hand over even more cash. Yeonho demands a promise that they'll let him continue, with everyone in the room as a witness. With their words secured, a subtle, confident smirk spreads across his face. The trap is sprung. He calmly turns towards the door and simply calls for them to come in. And in struts Hae Daebung, flanked by 2 massive guards carrying chests of gold, profusely apologizing to his young master for being late. Yeonho playfully scolds his subordinate for his tardiness, joking that he was about to be sold into slavery. The color drains from the gambling den manager's face as he recognizes the powerful Hae Daebung of the Silver River Exchange. Hae Daebung politely explains that he's merely delivering the gold his esteemed guest requested. With his war chest now on the table, Yeonho coolly reminds them of their promise to let him continue playing. He then tells them he'd like to add a little more to the pot, much to the manager's horror. With a dead serious expression, Yeonho raises a single finger and declares the next bet is 100 gold nyang. The manager stammers, unable to believe his ears, as a tiny Yeonho mocks him for being scared. Of course he's scared. The kid is insane. He nervously turns to his boss, the scarred gambling king, who seems insulted that his subordinate would ever doubt him. After a tense moment, the king gives his subordinate a reassuring nod, placing his full trust in him for this monumental round. As the crowd erupts, the gambling king's face hardens. He finally realizes this was never about luck. It was a trap from the very beginning. The gambling king demands to know if Yeonho lost the previous games on purpose, but he just scoffs at the idea. But the king presses him, why call for gold in advance? Yeonho's chilling reply, his mother told him to always have money. The scarred man is left speechless, finally understanding the depth of the scheme he's walked into. With the mind games over, Yeonho calmly states that he'll be starting this round. He lets the dice fly with a masterful flick of his wrist. A blur of controlled power. The entire gambling den falls silent, every onlooker's jaw hanging open in sheer disbelief. The dice clatter and spin across the table with an almost magical energy. Impossibly, they begin to land one after another, each one showing the exact same number, 6. 5 sixes are already face up, and the entire room holds its breath, waiting for the final die to settle. It comes to a dead stop, revealing the 6th and final 6, a perfect, unbeatable hand. The crowd roars as the final die lands on a 5. 5 sixes and a 5, an almost perfect score. But the gambling king just smirks, picking up the dice with a condescending pity, calling it a shame. He plays dumb, claiming not to know what just happened, but admits a total of 35 is a high score. But then his expression twists into a vicious sneer, his eyes glowing with power as he promises to punish Yeonho for underestimating him. With a powerful shout, he unleashes his own throw, vowing to show everyone why he is the undisputed king. The dice clatter and spin, each one landing perfectly on the 6, creating an unbeatable hand. The crowd's excitement instantly vanishes, replaced with wide-eyed, silent horror. Jin Soa is completely freaking out, grabbing Yeonho and demanding to know how he can be so calm. He's sweating buckets, convinced they're about to be ruined, desperately asking if Yeonho is sure about this. But Yeonho, utterly unfazed, leans in and asks a completely unrelated, chilling question. Is Jin Soa's sister good at dancing? The entire room just stares, utterly baffled by his question, as he casually picks up the dice. With a flick of his wrist, he sends them tumbling across the table. The first die settles on a 5 as does the second, but the final die clatters to a stop, showing a 4. The crowd holds its breath for a split second before erupting into a deafening roar. It's 34. He won by 1. They can't believe it. He's the first person to ever walk away with this much from the Golden Flower Manor. Jin Soa, all his previous panic forgotten, is now clinging to Yeonho, screaming about the 100 gold nyang they just won. But on the other side of the room, utter despair reigns as those who bet on the king watch their fortunes vanish. One of them grabs the king's associate, demanding to know how this happened when victory was guaranteed. The gambling king himself puts a hand on the man's shoulder, admitting with a grim look that he was just outclassed. He may be a king, but Yeonho is a god. While the crowd celebrates, the gambling den manager is having a full-blown meltdown, realizing he just lost all the manor's money. But the branch manager, Hae Daebung, puts on a grand performance, loudly declaring their business with Yeonho officially concluded. He asks the roaring crowd to bear witness to this legendary match, and they happily oblige. The now dethroned gambling king approaches Yeonho, not with malice, but with a quiet admission that it was a good game, and Yeonho, ever composed, simply returns the gesture with a respectful bow. Hae Daebung offers to keep the massive chest of winnings safe at the manor for now, and Yeonho casually agrees. With the excitement over, Jin Soa is utterly drained, admitting he's not cut out for this level of stress. Yeonho just wants to get some food and sleep, but Jin Soa, bouncing back instantly, knows the perfect place to go. Rushing ahead in his excitement, the boy suddenly collides with an unmoving obstacle. Their exit is blocked by a group of imposing figures, and it seems winning the money was the easy part. Yeonho's eyes narrow slightly, completely unfazed by the wall of muscle before him. He Daebung leans in, identifying them from their symbols as the Dark Earth Branch sect. The hulking leader's voice booms out, demanding to know who among them is Wee Yonho. But his question echoes into the past, where a young woman is stunned to meet Yonho's older brother. Wee Sanho confirms his identity, asking where his brother is, only to learn he's left for Hubei. With a curt word of thanks, he and his companion immediately turn to leave. Sanho simply says they're going, but his companion is already looking ragged, asking where to now. The destination is Hubei, a single word that drains all the color from his friend's face. The poor guy collapses, throwing a full-blown tantrum about being dragged on another impossible journey. Watching the dramatic display, Moon Yoonji lets out a long, weary sigh. Moon Yoonji pleads with them to rest before they go, but Wee Sanho refuses, intent on leaving immediately. She insists, saying her family's reputation would suffer if they turned away guests so late at night. His companion's theatrical tantrum on the floor finally breaks Sanho's resolve. He has no choice but to agree. With a reluctant thanks, they accept her offer, and are soon led to a grand, steaming bathhouse. Both men sink into the rejuvenating heat, the long journey's exhaustion finally beginning to fade. The companion muses that his beggar sect leader would probably disown him for enjoying such luxury. Sanho, however, remains silent as he rises from the water, his back a canvas of hardened muscle. He turns, revealing a physique so perfectly sculpted it looks like it was carved by the gods of war themselves. His friend is blown away, pointing to a vicious scar and asking if it's from his fight with the tailless phantom demon. The memory hangs in the steam as he recalls the rumors that it was a battle that almost claimed Sanho's life. Sanho says the scar from the demon is nothing compared to the ones covering his chest, leaving his friend stunned. The companion scrambles over, demanding to know what kind of demonic master could have done such damage. A faint, sad smile crosses Sanho's face as he thinks on the term demonic martial artist. He reveals it wasn't a demon, but a scar made by his own little brother. It was a wound from a young Wee Yonho, back before he knew how terrifying a sword could truly be. And in the past, we see a hulking man from the Silver River Exchange demanding to find that very same Wee Yonho. Without a hint of fear, the young man raises a hand and calmly identifies himself. The leader stares down, momentarily speechless at the sheer audacity of this kid. He turns to his men, questioning if this is really their target, and gets a firm yes in return. He erupts in fury. He was promised an expert, but all he sees is some arrogant brat who's wasted his time. The leader sneers that kid or not. Anyone who interferes with the main hall's business will pay the price. But Yonho, completely unbothered by the drawn swords, simply raises a hand to pause the confrontation. He has more important things to do, like having a young boy quickly sign a document presented by his manager. The boy is understandably confused, but Yonho assures him it's fine. Just sign now, and he'll explain everything later. With the paperwork handled, he finally turns his attention back to the thugs with a simple question. What's the total debt? The leader smugly announces 20 nyang in gold and 50 in silver, just as two chests burst open at his feet. His tough guy act completely shatters as he stares down in disbelief at the chests overflowing with gold. Yonho calmly explains that the Seongsujang debt has now been repaid in full. Trying to save face, the old man scoffs, grabbing the gold while asking if this pocket change is supposed to fix everything. But Yonho points out he actually paid more than required, and you can see the greed finally silencing the old man's protests. One of the thugs whispers frantically, reminding his boss that the money was never the point. The goal was to seize Seongsujang itself. Shaken from his greedy haze, the old leader scrambles for a new excuse, yelling that Yonho interfered with their business, and that won't be forgiven. Surrounded by a ring of steel, Yonho coolly asks if this is what they wanted all along, a fight. But the leader just flashes a vile grin, clarifying that this isn't a fight, it's a punishment. He gives the order to bring him Yonho's head, and his entire crew lunges forward, their glowing purple blades slicing through the air. A dozen swords converge, aim to tear Yonho to pieces in an instant. Yet, our boy just smirks, a faint glint in his eye, as he considers the word punishment. In a move that defies all logic, he catches every single blade between his bare hands, promising them they will regret their decision. The thugs' faces drain of all color, their minds unable to process the monster they just attacked. And with a brilliant flash of blue energy, Yonho delivers the first lesson, his palm connecting with a thug's face with bone-shattering impact. The force of the impact ripples through the thug's entire body. He's sent flying backward, a cannonball of pure, unadulterated pain. Before the others can even react, Yonho becomes a blur of blue light, a storm of fists and feet. The Silver River leader watches in horror, his mind failing to comprehend the massacre unfolding. Annoyed, Yonho calls him out, telling him to stop wasting time and bring out the assassins hiding in the back. The leader's bravado completely shatters. How on earth did he know they were there? He reluctantly gives the signal, admitting he needs help from his esteemed guests. And just like that, 5 silent figures in black robes emerge from the shadows, their presence chilling the air. Yonho's eyes narrow on one of them. There's something familiar about him, a nagging sense of déjà vu, but he's snapped back to reality by the whistle of a sword inches from his throat, forcing him to dodge. He lands with a smirk, sarcastically telling the assassin they almost scared him, but he knows this is serious. The dark, malevolent energy radiating from their blades is unmistakable. His mind flashes back to a lesson from his master about sword arts designed purely for assassination. The ethereal form of Baekmuhan poses a question to his younger self. What must be done in this situation? The answer is simple and brutal. Never show mercy or take these killers lightly. Back in the present, Yonho's eyes narrow with slight annoyance. The old man's words mean he can't hold back anymore. With his decision made, he turns to the terrified manager and calmly asks for a sword. His hand wraps around the hilt as he warns that things are about to get a little loud. A wave of raw energy erupts from him as he tells everyone to keep their distance. The assassins can only watch, their confidence shaken. Just dodging that first attack proved he was no ordinary target. Realizing their mistake, the assassins coordinate, shouting that their opponent is an expert. They must attack all at once. Yonho grips the sword, his hands steady, his posture perfect. He closes his eyes, tuning out the world to find his center. As they lunge, a violent eruption of blue energy blasts outwards, stopping them dead in their tracks. The sheer pressure is overwhelming, shocking the assassins who thought this would be an easy kill. The spectral image of his master appears behind him, a voice in his memory telling him not to cling to forms. Yonho's blade moves like water, intercepting their strikes. The first principle, an unmoving heart. He stands perfectly still, a calm eye in a hurricane of flashing steel. Even as their blades close in, his mind must not waver. Only with an icy cold focus can he react to everything. And with that, he takes a single, deliberate step forward. He lunges forward, his energized blade clashing with the 2 assassins descending upon him. A brilliant flash of blue light explodes outwards from the impact. His master's voice echoes in his memory, urging him to put his heart into the sword. Their blades are nothing but metal, grinding uselessly against his own. And with a sharp crack, the assassin's swords shatter into pieces before his overwhelming power. He stands in the center, a maelstrom of blue energy swirling around his blade. A sword infused with one's heart, his master had said, could cleave a mountain. With a single, devastating slash, Yonho cuts right through their formation. An assassin can only watch in horror as the glowing blade passes through him. The final lesson: to let his power flow like water, distributing naturally through every strike. The last assassin stands frozen, a flicker of raw terror in his eyes. But it's too late for fear. A flash of movement, and his head is simply gone. Yonho calmly steps over the bodies, his master's wisdom echoing in his mind. What he was taught wasn't a technique, but a seed that could sprout into anything. The remaining assassins are utterly paralyzed, bathed in an aura they can't even comprehend. As countless blades of pure energy materialize from thin air, they know their fate is sealed. His master had told him a perfect sword is created by the heart alone, so Yonho unleashes it all, a universe of starlight and blades erupting from his very being. This is his sword, a style that belongs only to him, born from his own will. With a final look of cold focus, he prepares to wipe them from existence. A maelstrom of sword energy explodes outwards, a galaxy of destruction. The very floor shatters as blades of light erupt, cleansing the area in a flash. Nearby, the manager and the boy can only shield their eyes, screaming in terror. When the light fades, all the assassins are down, their bodies smoldering with blue energy. Yonho stands calm amidst the devastation, the spirit of his master watching over him. He didn't kill them. He severed their meridians, sealing their martial arts forever. Looking down, he feels a strange sense of familiarity with these assassins, but he dismisses it for now, turning to leave and bumps right into the Silver River leader. The old thug is sweating bullets, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated fear. Yonho casually places a hand on his shoulder, and the man nearly jumps out of his skin. With a chilling grin, Yonho asks if someone was just talking about punishment. The Silver River leader stammers, his bravado completely shattered, calling him young master. Yonho explains that his own master taught him a simple rule: anyone who messes with him is personally insulting his master. And just like that, the old thug hits the floor, prostrating himself and begging for forgiveness, promising to live a good life. But Yonho isn't buying it for a second. Changing for the better is great, but who's gonna believe him now? He clarifies that killing him is a bit much, so he'll just settle for an eye for an eye. The leader's eyes dart over to the crippled assassins, and the horrifying implication finally sinks in. He asks in a trembling voice if Yonho means to seal his martial arts just like he did to them. Yonho simply gives him a wide, cheerful smile, crossing his fingers as if to say, "Nope, no other way." A gut-wrenching scream of despair erupts from the leader as he realizes his fate is sealed. A massive explosion of pure energy erupts, tearing the sect's headquarters apart. With the leader's broken body lying behind him, Yunho calmly addresses a trembling survivor. The order was simple. Take him to their base. And that day, the Dark Earth Branch sect met its downfall. Elsewhere, at the Seongsujang, a young woman stands on a balcony, soaking in the evening air. A quiet thought crosses her mind as she wonders where her little brother has run off to. Right on cue, a boy's excited voice calls out for his sister as he rushes into the courtyard. Hes practically bursting with energy, asking if she knows what incredible feat Hes just accomplished. Unfazed, she asks what he's so worked up about, and he declares that they've repaid all their debts. She just scoffs, telling him he must be dreaming, but he frantically insists that it's all true. As night falls under a bright full moon, the reality of this impossible news hangs in the air. She can hardly believe it, her eyes wide with shock as she asks if he's telling the truth. He throws his arms out, confirming that they're finally free, all thanks to a man named Mr. Y. Relief washes over his sister. She's just glad they owe their freedom to a person, not a vice. But that relief quickly melts away, replaced by a stern, lecturing gaze. She scolds him for ever considering gambling, letting it slide only because he wasn't the one who played. He looks down, quietly wondering if the method they used to escape their fate is really that important. She reminds him of their father's downfall, warning that those who don't walk the proper path are doomed to fail. He snaps back, pointing out that he would have been sold off otherwise. Can she really say his choice was wrong? Without a hint of hesitation, she answers yes, stating a physician must always walk the orthodox path. The boy falls silent, muttering under his breath that his sister is just way too stuck up. He turns away from her, his voice cracking with frustration, saying he did his best for her sake. He throws his arms wide, shouting that if they'd done things her way, they'd be stuck in this pit forever. The name of the bathhouse lingers in the air, a symbol of the fate he so desperately avoided. Clutching his chest, he declares that he learned from Wee Yonho, and he refuses to live a life like hers. His sister can only watch, stunned into silence, as he proclaims his desire to live his own life. The two siblings stand apart under the cold moonlight, a silent chasm now between them. The scene shifts to a grand and serene estate, the Pine Forest Great Hanlam Institute. A well-dressed man steps out with a welcoming smile, greeting his new guests. It's Wee Sanho and the young boy, now dressed in proper martial arts attire, bowing respectfully. The host acknowledges Sanho as Wee Yonho's brother, assuring him that such an important guest is always welcome. Sanho quickly apologizes for the boy's brashness, but the host isn't concerned with manners. He has a more important question, leaning in with a knowing look. He asks Sanho if he understands the nature of someone with truly great potential. It's not something that can be restricted. Trying to shape it to your own expectations will only ruin him. You must let him be free, like a rope snapping under the strain of a wild spirit. Only then, given the space to run, can he become a magnificent horse that gallops across the plains. The words strike a deep chord within Sanho, his expression softening with a profound understanding. He bows, thanking the man for his wisdom and promising to consider his advice carefully. With their business concluded, Sanho and the young boy depart from the institute. The boy wonders aloud why Sanho looks so troubled when they were treated so well, completely unaware of the heavy thoughts now weighing on his guardian's mind. As they walk, the boy asks Sanho what he thought of his brother. He then launches into a tirade, saying he only treated Yonho well because of Sanho. To him, Yonho is a lazy, cunning, and annoying brat who he wouldn't even consider human otherwise. Sanho listens, his expression unreadable as the boy's petty insults continue. So that's how others see him. The thought crystallizes in his mind, and everything suddenly makes sense. He understands now. Most normal people are completely blind to Yonho's true, immense talent. Meanwhile, that very same talent awakens with a massive yawn, his consciousness returning to his body. Yonho stumbles to his feet, wondering how long he was out. That sleep training was brutal. He feels like he was actually beaten up in his dream, but he's immediately met with the tearful gratitude of a woman he doesn't recognize, leaving him utterly confused. She's on her knees, insisting she can never repay his kindness, while Yonho just wants her to get up. Ignoring his pleas, the woman lowers her head and asks for one more favor. Yonho sighs, wondering if he's being cursed as he cautiously asks what she needs. She needs him to change someone's mind, a man who is wavering in his duty. This man must inherit the Sacred Hand Manor and restore its honor, but his spirit is currently broken. Our boy is completely lost, questioning if becoming a great physician and reviving a manor are different goals. He asks what's more important, and she confirms they are two entirely separate paths. With a dead serious look, she gives him the answer. The revival of the Sacred Hand Manor comes first. Even if one becomes a legendary physician, it's all for nothing if the family's legacy isn't restored. However, if the manor is revived first, producing a great physician later is always a possibility. Yonho smirks, finally seeing her point clearly. The revival of the Sacred Hand Manor comes first. The woman watches him, wondering what he could possibly be planning to achieve such a lofty goal. With a confident glint in his eye, Yonho assures her there's actually a very simple solution. Meanwhile, across the city at the Housect branch, the atmosphere is far from simple. The branch leader, Gui Nongnong, bites her lip in fury, seething that she should have just killed that beggar. She's still enraged that he dared bring the demon-slaying sword here, while Jang Il just laughs beside her. But her tirade is interrupted as a subordinate rushes in, stammering about a problem. "What now?" she snaps. Before him stand two unexpected guests, an imposing old man and his quiet attendant. The elder's gaze sweeps the room with authority as he asks who's in charge. Gui Nongnong sighs, annoyed at the constant interruptions, but confirms that she is indeed the leader here. The old man announces his name with the gravity of a legend. Wei Zhongan. Gui Nongnong's eyes widen in utter disbelief. Wei Zhongan, the righteous chivalrous swordsman? A proud smirk crosses Zhongan's face. Ah, so his reputation precedes him. This will be easy. But before he can even start his speech, his wife Han Sanga grabs his face and shuts him up. She scolds him for showing off when they're in a hurry, much to his flustered embarrassment. The Housect leader just stares, baffled. This bickering old man is the legendary hero? Han Sanga clears her throat, instantly regaining her composure and taking charge. She explains that their son, Yonho, sent a letter from this very branch, and she demands to know what happened. One of the subordinates connects the dots they're looking for, young master Wei Yonho. A sly smile returns to Gui Nongnong's face as she smoothly lies, saying he should have already reached the Divine Hand Manor. Divine Hand Manor? The words hang in the air, and Zhongin is already processing them. He asks if his son is sick, since that's a medical sect, but he's heard nothing of the sort. A thoughtful frown crosses his face. Something about this story just isn't adding up. His eyes narrow, a sharp glint in them as he points out a fatal flaw in her tale. His son is far too lazy to keep in touch with anyone on his own. Gui Nongnong flinches, a bead of sweat tracing down her temple. Crap. She realizes she got swept up in her own performance and said way too much. A wave of pressure suddenly floods the room as Zhongin demands a straight answer, his patience completely gone. The scene then shifts, revealing the truth of what Yonho was actually up to, the swift reconstruction of the Divine Hand Manor. They repurposed the old Black Earth Sex building, funding the entire operation with the money they looted from them, and with his new power base established, Yonho began making moves, using a paid-off debt to threaten a young boy to get to someone named Jin Soa. Yonho casually unrolls a promissory note for a staggering 20 gold taels, pointing out the boy's own signature. The kid is flabbergasted, stammering that he thought Yonho was paying the debt for him. Ah, but nothing in this world is free. Yonho explains this was an investment, offering a job with a salary that would take exactly 20 years to pay off. 20 years? The boy's face contorts in absolute horror at his new life sentence. With a predatory grin, Yonho presents the contract, giving him a simple choice: sign it, or pay the 20 gold taels in full, right now. Defeated, the boy realizes he's been caught in a classic slave contract, the kind he'd only ever heard about in stories. As the boy shuffles away, completely broken, Yonho internally celebrates securing the eldest son of the Divine Hand Manor. The portly manager nervously edges closer, questioning Yonho's convoluted methods. Yonho just plays dumb, acting as if he has no idea what the man is talking about. Meanwhile, the boy trudges down the long hall, lamenting that he just signed the most foolish contract of all time. Unseen, the boy freezes as he overhears the manager, asking why Yonho is showing him such favor. The manager just can't wrap his head around it. The conditions of the contract are far too good. He points out that while the Divine Hand Manor is prestigious, it's not exactly necessary for Yonho's goals. So why offer a huge salary and help revive it? He can't see what's in it for the young master. With a knowing smirk, Yonho calmly takes a sip of tea and gives a simple answer. It's a connection. He explains that the boy, Soa, is young but has the potential to achieve great things. If Soa succeeds in reviving his manor and becomes a great physician, he could save countless lives. The manager is still baffled but ultimately accepts his young master's strange decision. But Soa hears it all, and his heart sinks not with despair, but with shock and awe. He clenches his fist, ashamed of his complaints and now filled with a burning new resolve. The young Soa races off, his mind screaming that he must repay this incredible kindness. Back in the room, Yonho casually asks if the boy has finally left. The manager confirms that he's gone, looking out into the empty hall. The moment the coast is clear, Yonho's noble expression melts into a wicked grin. He gloats to himself that fooling a naive kid is just a piece of cake, and his manager, Ha Daebong, absolutely loses it, cackling right alongside his master. With Yonho's full, if manipulative, backing, the Divine Hand Manor was reborn. Ha Daebong, now its general manager, rapidly pushed forward with the grand opening. On the big day, the place is an absolute madhouse, completely overflowing with guests. The staff scrambles as they run out of seats, food, and ingredients, a chaotic testament to their overwhelming success. But elsewhere, the true heir, Jin Soa, tries to steel himself for his own grand opening. The crowd murmurs with doubt, wondering if this child really is the legitimate successor and what this means for the other manor. Just then, a shout rings out. A powerful figure is arriving, parting the sea of people. The young lord watches with a mix of confusion and apprehension, not expecting such a guest. An imposing man in official robes makes his way up the stone steps with deliberate authority. The onlookers can only stare in awe as he walks past them towards the manor's entrance. Jin Soa's eyes tremble, sweat beading on his brow as he finally recognizes the visitor. It's the governor himself, who raises his hand to officially recognize the reconstruction of the true Divine Hand Manor. Overwhelmed, the young lord drops into a deep, respectful bow, vowing to do his absolute best. With the government's official seal of approval, the crowd erupts in celebration, hailing the return of their city's pride. The governor addresses the crowd, declaring that a healthy populace makes for a healthy nation. Word spreads like wildfire. This isn't just any clinic, it's the return of the real Divine Hand Manor. His work now complete, Wee Yunho quietly leaves the city, waving a final goodbye to the chaos he orchestrated. Elsewhere, an underworld boss gets the news and grimaces. With the Black Spider Gang's ledger in official hands, it's time to lay low. The very next morning, the young Lord Jin Soa looks out his window, his eyes wide with utter shock. An impossibly long line of citizens has formed, stretching far beyond the manor gates, all seeking treatment. He and his attendant can barely comprehend the scene, but the portly man suddenly smells something in the air. It's the sweet, intoxicating smell of money, and he can't wait to suck every last patient dry. But over at the fake Divine Hand Manor, the halls are silent and empty, a manager screaming in frustration. His subordinate can only report the grim truth. Their business is finished, as everyone has flocked to the real deal. The manager of the fake clinic can't believe his ears. The real Divine Hand Manor is back in business? He slams the table in a rage, yelling at his subordinate about the sheer audacity of it all. He fumes, wondering where that kid got the money, especially after his father was buried in gambling debt. After all, his hard work getting the original lord addicted and ruined, his perfect plan was unraveling. The subordinate panics, reminding his boss this was a task from their young master, and failure rests on his shoulders. But he sees no way out, sighing that it's too late to fix this mess now that the news has spread. The manager's eyes gleam with a dark resolve. If a knot can't be untied, he decides, you just have to cut it. From a nearby rooftop, Wee Yunho watches the young lord working. Such a tragic tale, he muses. To think the boy who just got back on his feet might meet a violent end from a robber in the night. The manager smirks, ordering his man to prepare a generous sum for the funeral, all while his target remains blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, at the formidable headquarters of the Muram Alliance, the leader, Sima Chansei, receives a startling report about an unholy alliance. His subordinate confirms it. The Green Forest Bandits are working with the Iron Blood sect, a fact discovered by a young man named Pang Dogyuk. Chansei smirks. The fact they sent the 10 swords means this is serious. The alliance is already a reality. In a world simmering with tension between the demonic and orthodox factions, any spark could ignite a full-scale war. He then asks about the Heavenly Medical Union, but they've made no official moves yet. His subordinate warns him of their ancient, friendly ties to the Iron Blood sect, a connection that could make this situation far more dangerous. Chansei grows serious, contemplating the sheer amount of blood that would be spilled if they had to fight the medical union. But something else catches his attention. He heard Pang Dogyuk escaped the 10 swords with help from a boy named Wee Yunho. The name is unfamiliar. His subordinate explains. He's the second son of the Wee clan, who vanished 5 years ago and has suddenly reappeared. A manic grin spreads across Chansei's face as the pieces click into place. Wee Jongin, the Sword of Justice. He realizes his old friend wasn't just hiding for 5 years, he was busy raising a dragon. His subordinate adds, that's not all. The eldest son is the famous demon, Slaying Sword, Wee Sanho. With 2 prodigies like that, he predicts the Wee clan could become the strongest in the world within a decade. Chansei can only laugh, absolutely delighted by the news. It seems a true dragon has risen from the Wee family. But while the masters of the Muram praise his noble spirit, the dragon himself is currently passed out on a rooftop. A faint voice from below cuts through his slumber, and his eyes snap open instantly. He overhears manager Ha fretting over someone named Soa who apparently fainted from exhaustion. Yunho sits up with a smirk, calling down to the manager it seems it's time to pay up on a little bet they made. But before Ha can even respond, the quiet night erupts as assassins descend from the shadows, daggers drawn. Yunho calmly passes the manager his winnings, remarking that he knew the assassins would come today. He leaps down with nothing but a broom, furious that these thugs would dare touch his precious money source. The assassins swarm him from all sides, their blades glowing with a faint, deadly energy. But Yunho just smirks, winding up a powerful swing with his humble weapon. A crazed, bloodthirsty look fills his eyes as he prepares to unleash absolute carnage. Meanwhile, at the Hao clan's Kaifeng branch, a much more tense meeting is underway. The branch leader, Gui Nangnang, is suddenly caught off guard by an unexpected question. Her guest, the formidable Wei Zhong'an, points out that his son is far too lazy to keep in touch on his own. She freezes, realizing she's talked too much, and he's basically asking if she's been spying on young Master Wei. His voice booms with authority, demanding she give him a straight answer, right now. Internally, Wei Zhong'an winces. He knows one wrong move here could spell disaster. It's a familiar feeling, like the time his wife Sang-ah twisted his arm for interfering in her business. He tries to press his advantage, questioning Gui Nangnang's obvious interest in a grown man like his son. But before he can go further, Sang-ah smoothly cuts in, steering the conversation exactly where she wants it. Gui Nangnang, recovering her composure, agrees to help, but slyly notes that her target doesn't tend to stay in one place for long. She then offers one of her own informants to guide them, a clever move to turn the tables. Wei Zhong'an is taken aback, genuinely impressed by her confidence and quick thinking. He accepts her offer, making it clear this is a personal favor he'll repay to her, not the Hao clan. But when he asks who the guide is, his wife gives him a look that just screams, "You idiot." Sang-ah takes Gui Nangnang's hands, completely disarming her with personal questions and seizing total control of the meeting. Sang-ah comments on how frail Gui Nangnang looks, questioning if she can even handle the long journey to Hubei. The Hao clan leader is stunned, completely blindsided by this sudden, thinly veiled insult. But in a flash, she understands. This isn't about the trip, it's a test, a proposition. She quickly weighs her options, realizing an alliance with the Wei clan and their 3 monstrous sons would be an unparalleled opportunity. A sly smile creeps across her face as she makes her decision. She turns to Sang-ah, addressing her as mother, and assures her that she's quite sturdy and will get ready immediately. With the deal sealed, she walks off, leaving the Wei clan couple alone. Zhong'an is utterly baffled, whispering to his wife that he didn't sense any affection from Gui Nangnang for their son. Sang-ah whirls on him, her patience gone, asking if he honestly believes Yonho could find a wife by himself. She spells it out for her clueless husband. Their son is back and of age, so they have to secure his future now. She lays out her logic with a chilling smile, explaining that affection can be forced if they travel together long enough. Her maniacal laughter echoes as Zhong'an realizes with dawning horror that his wife is a terrifying schemer. And so, their journey begins with the rumbling of carriage wheels. Elsewhere, Yonho happily slurps down a bowl of noodles while his new companion, Jin Soa, is face down, utterly exhausted. The poor boy can barely lift his head, questioning how Yonho can eat in front of a man dying of fatigue. Soa is deeply skeptical that Yonho's advice to grind himself to dust is a legitimate way to become a great physician. He asks about the screams he heard last night, but Yonho just casually mentions he caught some guys and threw them at the magistrate. With a steely gaze, Yonho declares that with this, Hubei will soon fall into the hands of the Divine Hand Manor. But as he eats, a manor attendant approaches their table with a message. He announces that a certain woman has arrived to visit, leaving Jin Soa completely bewildered, and the visitor is a woman of striking elegance, her gaze sharp and unforgiving. Jin Soa stammers in disbelief, recognizing his own sister, while Yunho watches from a distance. She takes one look around the bustling manor and demands to know what her brother is doing here. Her first order is simple and absolute. He is to quit this job immediately and come back home. She lectures him passionately, reminding him that medicine is a benevolent art, not a business for merchants. With his head hung low, Soa listens as she tells him to pack his bags this instant. But then, a spark of defiance ignites as he looks up, asking if doctors aren't human, too. He argues that while everyone else chases wealth and fame, doctors are expected to live in poverty, forgetting their ancestors' teachings. Their ancestors, he points out, lived in mansions, but she fires back that their wealth came from benevolence, not greed. Finally, Soa roars back, his frustration boiling over, declaring that she is the one who doesn't understand anything at all. He admits his path may not be righteous, but at least he isn't arrogant and self-righteous like she is. He's not her puppet to be ordered around, he declares, telling her to go her own way while she stares in disbelief. Vowing to make the Divine Hand Manor famous himself, he storms off with his attendant as his sister calls his name in vain. Watching from a distance, Wei Yonho can't help but smirk at the family drama unfolding before him. But his amusement fades as the sister's gaze shifts, her shock turning to cold, focused anger aimed directly at him. She stomps across the bridge towards Yonho, who simply watches her approach, wondering what this is all about. With eyes full of venom, she blames him entirely, spitting that this whole mess is the young hero's fault. That night, a carriage rumbles through the dark countryside under the light of a full moon. Inside, Wei Yonho's masked attendant confirms the order to erase any trace of their visit to the manor. Yet he hesitates, questioning his master if it's truly wise to abandon the foundation they've just built. Wei Yonho calmly explains that while it's a waste, it's better than losing everything by clinging to a bad situation. The real problem is the sudden appearance of that boy, Jin Soa, a small omen that could grow into a massive disaster. Attacking him would only reveal his backers and attract unwanted attention, so washing their hands of it is the smart play. Besides, Yonho reflects, his older brother is already making moves, and he can't afford to waste time on this unpredictable mess. The carriage rolls off into the night, with Yonho deciding to send a letter to his main house. He'll warn them that a potential obstacle to their grand cause has just appeared. Elsewhere, under that same moon, Jin Soa's sister drinks alone by a pond, still fuming from the day's events. A voice suddenly cuts through the quiet, telling her that drinking by herself will ruin her stomach. She looks up to find none other than Wee Yonho himself, casually stretching nearby. With a disarming smile, he asks if her anger has cooled, and if he could get a drink, too. He joins her by the water, casually mentioning that drinking alone is a poison of its own. She retorts with a bit of fire, asking if his face isn't more poisonous, and he just smirks back. But then, the mood shifts entirely as she kneels, offering a sudden apology that catches him off guard. She admits her anger was misplaced after all he'd done, but she was too ashamed to face him. With a sigh, she confesses her troubles, lamenting the difficult state of the manor and her brother. Yonho listens, then cuts straight to the point, telling her he doesn't understand what she's so worried about. He recalls his master's words, "If you want something, you must achieve it yourself. The thirsty are the ones who dig the well." Her eyes widen as she processes his meaning. Is he telling her to take over the Divine Hand Manor? She protests that Soa is the rightful heir, but Yonho scoffs at the idea that a title is all that matters. A quiet resolve settles over her face as she points out the real obstacle she sees. She's a woman. Yonho just smirks, asking if there's some law that says only men can lead a family, and more importantly, does gender even matter when it comes to saving people's lives? Her confidence wavers, and she asks him, a little desperately, if he thinks she can really do it. He flatly replies that no one knows, before pointing out that her brother's talent and her ambition are two different things. If she truly wants to rebuild the Divine Hand Manor to her ideals, then she has to be the one to do it. She's stunned into silence, just staring at him, and wondering why he's pushing her so hard. With a slight smile, she calls him a very strange person, and he just cheekily agrees. Taking a drink, he lays down some wisdom. People who don't act, who only think, can never achieve anything. When she asks if he's talking about himself, he just chuckles and admits that yes, he is. He claims he's perfectly happy with his lazy life, but even so, he bets he's happier than she is right now. He explains with a sly smile that he's happy because he does what he wants, though his master's orders are a different story. Pang Dojuk finds that charming, musing that his master must be a fine person to make him move. With their late-night talk concluded, the two part ways on the moonlit balcony. The night deepens under the gaze of a full, silent moon. Back at his quarters, a surprise is waiting for him. He stops short, finding someone has already made themselves at home, and asks if he can join. It's the divine mad dog, and Wee Seol Cheon immediately demands to know how he was found. The old man just smirks, saying that if you ask, people talk, before probing about Wee's connection to the Hao clan. Wee Seol Cheon pours himself a drink, muttering about how he still doesn't understand the appeal of bitter alcohol. Then, setting his cup down, he cuts straight to the heart of the matter, asking the old man why he did it. Wee Seol Cheon cuts through the pleasantries, accusing the old man of throwing the match. The divine mad dog just smiles, intrigued by the boy's sharp deduction. He reminds the old gambler that he easily could have rolled double sixes to win, but deliberately chose not to. And now, he wants to know exactly why the master gambler would do such a thing. Instead of a direct answer, the mad dog begins a lecture on the true nature of gambling. He calls it a pure contest, a clash where gamblers use all their abilities to seize victory. But lately, he laments, the purity of the game has been corrupted by useless things like plans and strategies. His expression hardens as he insists he has never lost on purpose. His luck simply ran out. But a wide grin spreads across his face, revealing his true goal. With the casino ruined, real gambling can finally return. Wee Seol Cheon remains unconvinced, pointing out that this victory cost the old man everything he had. The mad dog simply explains that what matters isn't the contents, but the vessel itself. If a cup is empty, you just refill it. Losing everything can be seen as losing nothing at all. Wee Seol Cheon realizes this gambling king lives in a world defined by victory, yet doesn't consider it everything. He then poses a question to the old man, admitting something has felt strange lately. Despite being surrounded by the kindest people, he couldn't feel any connection to them. He understood their path in his head, but his heart couldn't follow. But this absurd conversation with the old gambler feels like it's finally breaking the mold. The old man just nods, explaining that's just how people are. They all gamble on the path they choose. Raising his cup, he says that's what makes life, and their match, so enjoyable. As a new day dawns, their journey takes them to the legendary Divine Hand Manor. Inside the Divine Hand Manor, Lord Huang bursts in, sweating and clutching a letter in sheer panic. He stumbles forward, completely overwhelmed by what he's just discovered. Young hero Wei, he gasps, has left this letter and completely disappeared. In it, Wei Sailqian explains he felt he'd be stuck forever and wasn't of much use, so he's leaving. Lord Huang can't believe it, as the letter tells him to run the clinic well and not to be too greedy. So looks on sadly as he reads Wei Sailqian's words of encouragement, believing he'll become a great physician. But then, a postscript changes everything. Wei Sailqian will be back to collect his share of the profits. Immediately! Meitner instantly shifts from sentimental to serious, ordering the manager to send men out immediately. With cold certainty, he declares that Wei Sailqian couldn't have gone far and must be found. And he's right oblivious to the chaos. Our hero is just finishing a house call in a remote village, thinking he's done plenty. But his departure is interrupted by a woman introducing herself as physician Jin Yeran. Watching her offer free ointment, Wei Sailqian thinks to himself that she's truly unstoppable. He approaches, intrigued by her medicine, and she's stunned to see the famous young master Wei. The two of them find a quiet spot to talk near a scenic waterfall. He playfully questions her methods, wondering who makes house calls for free and spends all their own money. He asks why she's walking such a difficult path. Is it really just a sense of duty? She turns and calmly tells him that it's not about duty at all. With a knowing smile, she reminds him of his own words, that people who only think they can't will never achieve anything. Hearing his own philosophy used against him, a small, impressed smile touches Wei Sailqian's lips. He then hands her a bundle of scrolls, saying he saw her selling them off and felt wrong about it, so he brought them back. But as she opens the bundle, she realizes it's more than just scrolls, it's filled with expensive hairpins. With a knowing look, he asks her to promise not to sell these gifts off again. Deeply touched, physician Jin Yaran agrees, clutching the bundle tightly to her chest. Just as quickly as he appeared, Wei Sailqian announces it's time for him to leave. He explains his master's dying wish forbids him from staying put, but hopes fate will reunite them. Before he can walk away, she stops him, offering a small gift in return for his kindness. He immediately takes the blue ribbon she offers and ties back his long, dark hair. With a soft smile, he promises to make good use of her thoughtful present. She waves goodbye, shouting out a final, cheerful thank you as he departs. Watching her go, he reflects quietly that she truly chose this arduous path for herself. With everyone else on their way, Wei Sailqian decides he too should start his journey. That noble resolve lasts about 5 seconds before he's whining about his legs hurting. But just as despair sets in, he spots his salvation, an old man with a horse-drawn cart. With a burst of desperate energy, he sprints towards his newfound hope. He dives and slides to a dramatic halt, throwing himself at the driver's feet. The old man can only stare, utterly bewildered by this strange young man. With absolutely no shame, Wei Sailqian begs him for a ride, just for a little while. The driver finds the request strange, but surprisingly, he agrees to help him out. Wasting no time, Wei Sailqian gratefully scrambles onto the back of the cart. The sheer convenience of automatic travel, earned through pure shamelessness. And so he travels in style, basking in the moonlight without a care in the world. His peaceful nap is cut short when the old driver finally shakes him awake. It seems this is the end of the line. Their paths diverge here. Wei Sailqian sits up with a start, realizing he must have been out for quite a while. The kind driver worries for him, but he just jokes that he can sleep anywhere. He hops off the cart, genuinely thanking the old man for his kindness. With a final farewell, the driver wishes him well and continues on his way. Wei Sailqian stands alone on the road, watching the cart rattle into the distance. Left once again to his own devices, his journey continues under the vast night sky. But from the shadows, the old driver watches him go, musing on what an interesting kid he is. His eyes narrow. This man is no simple cart driver, but a member of the fearsome Red Moon. In a flash, a subordinate with a red eye patch appears, kneeling and awaiting his command. And then, the old man reaches up and begins to peel away his own face. The kind, wrinkly visage was just a mask, hiding a much more severe and calculating leader beneath. He reveals that the boy somehow noticed his subordinate's hidden presence, a fact that shocks the underling. Intrigued, the leader gives a new command: investigate that child thoroughly. Meanwhile, Wei Sailqian, completely oblivious, just finds a nice tree to camp under for the night. But his rest is about to be interrupted as a shadowy figure silently lands right before him. This mysterious woman is on the run, her stamina and inner energy completely drained. She desperately scans the dark woods, realizing she needs to find a place to hide, and fast. Her eyes land on a massive, secluded tree that'll have to do. With a final burst of energy, she leaps into its shadows, landing without a sound. Crouching low, she activates the turtle breathing technique to completely erase her presence. But even with her stealth active, an unnerving feeling creeps in. She's not alone. Her eyes narrow with suspicion as she cautiously peers around the side of the tree. and she's met with the absurd sight of Wee Seol-cheon, already hanging from a branch, tied up in his own bedroll. Before she can even scream, he's suddenly on the ground, looking up at her in confusion. Before he can even process what's happening, a hand clamps tightly over his mouth, stifling his surprise. The mysterious assassin is now on top of him, frantically gesturing for him to stay silent. She whispers that she's being chased, and if they're found, he's dead too. Just then, one of her pursuers walks by, thankfully unable to find any trace of her. The leader of the group isn't satisfied and orders his men to spread out and keep searching the area. As their footsteps recede into the night, the immediate danger seems to have passed. Wee Seol-cheon finally starts to struggle, muffledly asking if they're gone yet. His voice cuts through the silence, no longer panicked, just deadpan as he tells her to move. The assassin suddenly realizes she's been sitting on him the entire time as he complains that she's heavy. She hops off him with a yelp as he loudly complains about his peaceful sleep being so rudely interrupted. The assassin quickly bows her head, offering a flustered apology for all the trouble she's caused. He cuts her off, insisting they need to move now, warning that her pursuers won't hesitate to kill civilians. Feeling responsible, she pleads for him to follow, promising she'll get him out of this mess safely. With little choice, they leap from the branch and begin moving through the darkened forest. Once they're a safe distance away, she formally introduces herself as Seomun Daeon, of the Seomun family. He smirks, casually giving a fake name in return. Wee Yonho. Daeon explains she's on a mission for the Sungcheon Martial Alliance, and he cheekily admits he just thought she was a thief. She has no way to prove her identity right now, but warns him he'll believe her if he ever meets the men chasing her. Wee Seol-cheon, thoroughly unimpressed, cuts to the chase, asking who exactly is hunting her. She immediately tries to shush him, but he stands his ground, demanding answers before they go any further. With a grim look, she finally reveals her pursuers are from the infamous demonic cult. Hez surprised, questioning if that's the same cult that was supposedly destroyed years ago. Daeon gets frustrated, snapping that she's been trying to tell him how serious this is from the start, but he just smirks, clarifying that's not quite what he meant by serious. He then raises his voice, calling out into the darkness that they can stop hiding now. A pair of glowing purple eyes materializes in the shadows, a voice questioning how he possibly knew. From the tree line, a squad of assassins emerges, surrounding them and demanding to know how their ambush was discovered. Seol-cheon remains completely unfazed, even as Daeon stares in horror at the demonic cult assassins. The lead assassin steps forward, eyeing Seol-cheon suspiciously, asking if he's with the Martial Alliance. But he just casually denies it, explaining he has no connection to them and would rather stay away. A sinister grin spreads across the assassin's face, seemingly satisfied with that answer. He declares that he'll trust him right before sending him to have a chat with the King of Hell. But just as he's about to strike, Daeon throws herself in front of Seol-cheon, screaming for them to stop. She desperately pleads for his life, insisting he's just an innocent traveler who knows nothing. As a final offer, she promises to tell them everything she knows if they just let him go. The assassin's smirk widens now that, he thinks, is not a bad deal at all. But Seol-cheon grabs the assassin, whispering that there's a problem. He already knows they're demonic cult scum. His would-be killers are left speechless, wondering if this kid has completely lost his mind. A cold, confident smile spreads across Seol-cheon's face now that he knows he has no intention of leaving. He explains that his father taught him one simple rule. If you meet the demonic cult, you never let them go. The lead assassin just scoffs, demanding to know who his father is to make such a bold claim. The answer hangs in the air. He is from the legendary Wee clan of Guangdong. A shockwave of terror hits the cultists as they realize he's Wee Jongin. The leader's face twists in pure hatred, so he's the son of that righteous swordsman he loathes. With a furious roar, he tells Seol-cheon to take his complaints to his father in the afterlife, and lunges in to attack. Watching from the side, Seomun Daeon's instincts scream, sensing immense danger. But Seol-cheon meets the cult leader's furious strike with a calm and effortless parry. The leader's eyes widen in pure disbelief. This kid's strength is absolutely monstrous. With a screech of metal, he's thrown backward, completely overwhelmed. Daeon can only stare, realizing she'd underestimated him on a cosmic scale. Seol-cheon calmly states he's not trying to be some perfect, devoted son, but he will, at the very least, follow his father's advice when it counts. As the other cultists swarm in to attack, his aura begins to surge. He gives them a final, chilling promise. His blade will be even sharper than his father's. Sometime later, the chaos of battle is replaced by a tranquil estate, where Seol-cheon is shocked to find his own family waiting. It turns out they're all here for the same reason, as he confirms he's also come to this place looking for someone named Yonho. Unfortunately, a manor attendant calmly informs them they've just missed him. Yonho apparently left a while ago. The news sends Seol-cheon's father into a silent rage, his face contorting with frustration. His wife, Sang-ah, seizes the moment to chastise him, muttering that she told him they should have hurried. Before the family argument can escalate, they're greeted by a portly lord and a young boy, who welcome them as Grandmaster Yunho's family. The boy introduces himself with surprising dignity as Jin So-ah, the master of the Sacred Hand Manor, expressing his deep gratitude to Yunho. Seol-cheon and his father can only look on in confusion. This little kid is a manor master? And Grandmaster Yunho? Brushing aside their shock, So-ah insists they come inside for a meal, refusing to let them feel like they're imposing. The lord backs him up with a wide smile, declaring that Grandmaster Wee's family is like their own family, so they must accept their hospitality. The family patriarch grumbles but reluctantly agrees to at least hear the story of what Yunho did here. They're immediately presented with a massive feast, and the old man's tune changes instantly, ready to dig in. But Sang-ah has no appetite, lost in her worries about whether her son is eating well, while her husband just starts chowing down. Unbeknownst to them, two powerful factions, the Beggar Sect and the Hao Sect, have now been hired, pitting them against each other in the race to find Yunho. Seol-cheon gently tries to reason with his mother, reminding her that they need to keep their strength up to be of any help. His words strike a chord, and she admits with a sigh that she really hasn't been taking care of herself. This declaration sends young So-ah flying into action, scolding her for such talk and immediately calling for the manor's manager. When Lord Huang appears, So-ah explains with grave seriousness that the Grandmaster's mother is unwell. The Lord instantly offers to call a physician, but So-ah sternly tells him not to prepare just any random doctor. With a determined look, the little manor master gives his final order: get the best physician they know. The Wee family pauses their meal, trying to make sense of the little lord's grand declaration, but their conversation is cut short by a sudden, violent tremor that shakes the entire manor. In an instant, they're on their feet, startled and on high alert. What was that? Outside, a procession of ominous, cloaked figures marches steadily toward the estate. Their leader emerges, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he declares he's been waiting for his chance. So-ah's eyes widen in sheer disbelief and terror. He knows that man, but how can he be here? The invader scoffs, revealing his backup, a squad of warriors in terrifying crow masks, boasting that he's borrowed strength from others. He then bellows his true intention: to slaughter everyone present and conquer all of Hubei. Lord Huang looks grim while So-ah can only curse inwardly, realizing just how dire their situation has become. But the intruders have forgotten about their guests, as the Wee patriarch's face hardens, calling out to his son. Wee Seol-cheon calmly steps forward, announcing it's time to earn the food they were given. With a confident smirk, he promises to handle this quickly, his hand already on his blade. The invader leader screams frantically for his men to kill them all without delay. Like a wave of darkness, the crow-masked assassins dive towards Seol-cheon. He remains perfectly still, gathering a brilliant blue aura around his sword. The assassins let out a piercing shriek, their claws just inches away. But his father simply watches from the sidelines with a knowing, satisfied smile. He muses that a crow flying too high will only be shredded by a dragon's claws. And in that instant, Seol-cheon becomes a blur of motion and azure light. He unleashes the soaring dragon, completely obliterating the attackers in a single, devastating move. He stands amidst the carnage, the bodies of the crow assassins strewn across the ground like broken dolls. Every single spectator, from Lord Huang to the agents of the Hao Sect, can only stare in utter disbelief. The invader leader breaks out in a cold sweat, his mind screaming in terror that was the demon-slaying sword. Seol-cheon turns to the trembling man with a simple command: repair the gate you so arrogantly destroyed. With his new, terrified volunteer in tow, he marches them both straight to the local Orthodox Murim Alliance branch. The branch manager, Gong Son-hyung, steps out, cautiously asking what business brings them here. But just then, another warrior arrives, Seomun-daeon, carrying a bound captive over her shoulder. She drops the unconscious man on the ground, announcing that she's captured a demonic martial artist. Looking exhausted, she explains that she needs help escorting the dangerous prisoner to the main branch. But the manager awkwardly refuses, claiming he doesn't have the manpower because of a rumored secret text. Seomun-daeon can't believe her ears. The entire Orthodox Alliance abandoned their post for a treasure hunt? The branch manager sweats nervously, explaining that it wasn't just any text. It belonged to the legendary Sword Emperor, a name that rocks her to her core. But as she's reeling, Seol-cheon casually asks who that is, completely unfazed. To Daeon's utter disbelief, he admits has never heard of the man. She sighs, explaining that fame comes from founding great sects, from disciples spreading stories. A person's life is fleeting, but a powerful organization creates a lasting legacy. The Sword Emperor, for all his might, never did that. His personality was so toxic he even cut off his own family. Seol-cheon's eyes narrow in thought that description sounds disturbingly familiar. Just then, the telltale rumble of a carriage echoes from the road nearby. The carriage rumbles onward, with Daeon sighing dramatically about her current predicament. Inside, Seol Cheon demands to know why she's following him all the way to the Muram Alliance in Luoyang. She casually dismisses his suggestion to seek the Sword Emperor's texts, saying her master's teachings are enough for her. Plus, she admits, she really just doesn't want to go back up some boring mountain again. Later, as they sit by a campfire, she starts probing, asking about his relation to the famous demon-slaying sword, Wei Sanho. Her expression shifts into a sly grin when he reveals that the legendary swordsman is his older brother. She immediately claims they're friends, and Seol Cheon notes that must mean she's older than him. Seizing the new connection, she starts complaining about how sore and dusty she is from driving the carriage. He simply tells her to rest, but she's secretly delighted, thinking his attitude softened just because she knows his brother. But her act doesn't work. He slams the carriage door, telling her to stop talking and go to sleep. Fuming by the campfire, Seomundaean can only mutter one word for the man sleeping in the carriage. She sighs, thinking back to his older brother, Wei Sanho, who was so much more of a gentleman. But her thoughts are cut short as she senses a presence approaching from the woods. 3 cloaked figures emerge, asking her not to be alarmed. They're simply travelers who've lost their way. With a polite bow, they ask if they might share her fire for the night. One of the men whispers to his leader that it might be best to introduce themselves first. The leader agrees, pulling back his hood to reveal his face, stating he is Jua Yang of the Blessing Sect. Daeyeon's eyes narrow. She acknowledges they're an affiliate of Wudong and immediately tests him, asking how Elder Hyung is doing. The man looks puzzled for a moment, then calmly replies that they have no one with that last name in their sect. That seems to be the right answer. She apologizes for her suspicion and graciously welcomes them to her camp. As they settle by the fire, the men ask why she's camping alone, but Daeyeon plays it off as simply getting caught by nightfall. She pivots, asking them about the demonic martial artists they mentioned they were chasing. The leader, Jua Yang, reveals with a grim expression that a so-called sex demon is loose in these parts. The sheer absurdity and danger of that statement makes Daeyeon leap to her feet, completely stunned. He continues, naming their target as the infamous villain, Seo Ju-ak. But the moment the name leaves his lips, a sudden surge of killing intent erupts behind him, twisting his face in pure shock. In a flash, all 3 Blessing Sect members draw their swords, their polite facade vaporizing into raw panic. A low, menacing voice cuts through the night from the darkness, mockingly asking just who they were talking about. The name Seo Ju-ak conjures violent images, a trail of bodies, and a grotesque bloody flower blooming from a corpse. And then, a completely different face emerges from the shadows, wild and manic, screaming that very same name with a terrifying obsession. This newcomer, Wei Seol Cheon, ignites with a furious aura, his entire being consumed by rage. He clenches a fist, revealing that even after 5 long years, he has never forgotten the man who wronged him. A memory surfaces of his master, Wei Jongin, targeted by a sinister, otherworldly power. He remembers his younger self, helpless and screaming as he was caught in the attack. The traumatic vision of his master's fall and his own desperate cries still burn in his mind. Snapping back to reality, Seol Cheon's eyes are wild as he demands to know where that bastard is right now. Jua Yang, taken aback, stammers that they only know Seo Ju-ak is heading towards Luohe and isn't far. That's all the information Seol Cheon needs. He immediately turns to leave, ready to hunt. Daeyeon tries to stop him, pointing out the dangers of traveling through the forest at night, but he just cracks a terrifying grin, declaring that he is the most dangerous thing out here tonight. Meanwhile, the very man Seol Cheon hunts, Seo Ju-ak, runs for his life, wondering where it all went wrong. It had all started so well. After coming out of isolation, he was back to a life of luxury and pleasure. He traded one of his techniques for a treasure that let him live like a king, a deal he thought was a bargain, and it was for a little while. But his good fortune was never meant to last. The treasure he received was the Sword Emperor's lost martial text, and its discovery drew martial artists from every corner of the land. He clutches the book, cursing them all. If he can just learn the techniques within, he's certain he'll become an unrivaled master in just a few short years. But right as his ego swells, a foot lands softly in his path, accompanied by a calm, mocking voice. His confident smirk instantly vanishes. Who could have possibly caught up to him? And there she is, a swordswoman of the Plum Blossom sect, appearing amidst a flurry of petals, her hunt finally over. She calmly introduces herself as Lee Seolhwa of Mount Hua, wanting him to know the name of his executioner. He's genuinely confused. Kill him? He plays the victim, wondering what crime he could have possibly committed. But his act earns no sympathy. She explodes forward, declaring his crimes worthy of death as she moves to punish him. He just gives her a lazy, confident smirk. It seems everyone loves to underestimate him. Her blade ignites, channeling the fearsome Plum Blossom Path technique in a storm of crackling red light. But he just laughs it off. Seeing the flaw immediately, her flower hasn't even fully blossomed yet. And to show her what a real technique looks like, he unleashes the flower-indulging palm. The two techniques clash, but his raw power immediately shatters her elegant swordplay. She's blown away by the sheer force of the impact, completely overwhelmed. Landing in a heap on the forest floor, she can only cough, the taste of defeat already bitter in her mouth. The force of his attack has left her insides a twisted mess, blood trickling from her lips. He stalks towards her, mocking her naivety for underestimating the cruelty of the world. Leaning in with a disgusting smile, he promises to teach her a lesson of his own tonight. She tries to move, to fight back, but realizes with horror that his technique has completely paralyzed her. As his hand closes around her chin, her mind screams for her master, her last hope fading. But just as he's about to have his way, a new voice cuts through the clearing, announcing they've found him. Seo Juak turns, his moment of triumph spoiled by the arrival of a newcomer, and there stands Wee Seol-chan, a wild, almost joyful grin plastered across his face. For a second, the villain is just confused. Is this man completely insane? But the grin only widens as the boy identifies him by his full infamous title, the Flower, Indulging Scholar, Seo Juak. Seo Juak scoffs, dismissing him as another fool blinded by justice. But Wee Seol-chan's grin just widens. He knows the name, so what? Without any warning, he winds back like a coiled spring. Then he explodes forward in a blur, announcing his very simple plan. First, a beating. He reappears instantly behind the villain, whose eyes widen in shock, a position-swapping technique. The fraction of a second is all it takes for panic to flash across Seo Juak's face. He spins, unleashing his deadly flower-indulging palm with a furious roar to end this now. The two techniques collide with a devastating blast of energy. The paralyzed swordswoman can only watch in despair, convinced this newcomer is about to die for her. But Wee Seol-chan stands firm, a powerful aura flaring as he blocks the lethal attack with a single hand. And before the shot can even register on Seo Juak's face, a fist connects squarely with his jaw. The sound of bone crunching echoes as knuckles reshape his entire face. Seo Juak is launched through the air like a ragdoll, a vortex of power trailing behind him. He doesn't just hit the ground, he's slammed into it, bounced, and slammed again by the sheer force. The swordswoman watches, paralyzed, as the invincible monster coughs up dirt and blood. He struggles to rise, his body trembling, his mind unable to process this utter humiliation. But Wee Seol-chan isn't done, a cold smirk on his face as he tells him that wasn't nearly enough. Suddenly, his expression darkens as a memory surfaces, a different young man, burning with righteous fury. He glares down at the confused villain, snarling that this is all his fault. Seo Juak desperately tries to ask who he is, but is silenced by a furious, "Shut up," and another devastating blow. And just like that, the master of the flower-indulging palm is sent flying once more, completely at his mercy. He clenches his fist, a dark dissatisfaction clouding his features. This isn't right, a simple beating isn't enough revenge for what he's been through. His eyes scan the ground frantically until they lock onto the perfect instruments. Looming over the broken man, he speaks of a profound truth he learned over 5 years of suffering. Seo Juak looks up, battered and confused, bracing himself for some grand martial revelation. Instead, he's met with a psychotic grin, as Wee Seol-chan reveals his hard-earned wisdom. Rocks hurt way more than fists. Just then, Seo Mundaeon and her allies rush toward the commotion, drawn by a series of sickening thuds. She stops dead in her tracks, her face a mask of utter disbelief at the scene unfolding. There's Wee Seol-chan, straddling the villain, relentlessly smashing his face with the 2 rocks. Daeon grabs him from behind, screaming for him to stop before he kills the man, but he's lost in a frenzy, roaring for his enemy to die. Even as he's held back, Wee Seol-chan seethes, telling them that remembering his suffering makes him furious. Daeon can hardly believe it, asking if this broken man is really the infamous flower-indulging scholar. He coldly confirms it, and the man's face is a testament to that rage, a swollen, unrecognizable ruin of flesh, barely whispering for help. With a sigh, Seol-chan agrees to their plan. They'll take him to the Muram Alliance before he's beaten to death. The night deepens as the group makes their way through the forest. They finally set up camp, their captive tied up nearby, the others quietly acknowledging the sheer brutality of what Seol-chan did. Suddenly, the plum blossom swordswoman breaks into a fit of coughing, her face pale. Daeon rushes to her side, full of concern, while Seol-chan watches the scene unfold from a distance. But his eyes aren't just watching, they're analyzing, a flicker of recognition in his sharp gaze. He approaches, offering to check her wrist, but the swordswoman quickly pulls away, insisting that she's fine. But Seol-chan isn't asking. He grabs her wrist, insisting she's not fine at all and needs immediate help. Soa watches. Stunned, he thought this guy was just a brawler, not some kind of hidden medical expert. The swordswoman is confused as Seol-chan dismisses his own lack of expertise as unimportant. He then casually drops a bomb. She could lose all her martial arts prowess, but hey, at least she'll live. Her world shatters. The thought of being unable to wield a sword is a fate worse than death itself. Seol Cheon smirks, clarifying that there is a way, but since he can't use needles, he'll have to place his hand on her dantian. She flushes, shocked. His hand directly on the core of her energy? An unbelievably intimate act. He leaves the decision entirely up to her, his expression cold and unreadable. She weighs her options, a moment of humiliation with a stranger, or a lifetime without her sword. With tears of resolve in her eyes, she rips open her robes, exposing her stomach, and begging him to begin. Her body gives a violent shudder as she coughs up another mouthful of poisoned blood. Wasting no time, Seol Cheon lays her down, announcing the treatment will begin immediately. His hand hovers over the grotesque flower mark on her skin, glowing with a soft blue light. She lets out a pained groan as his energy makes contact, a strange mix of agony and relief. Then, a torrent of brilliant blue ki erupts from him, pouring directly into her dantian. She arches back with a sharp cry, overwhelmed by the sheer power coursing through her body. He calmly instructs her not to speak, warning her not to waste a single ounce of energy. But in her mind, a single thought screams, how can a person possess such pure, immense power? Just as suddenly, he pulls his hand away. The mark completely vanished, and declares it's done. She's left breathless and sweating, staring up in dazed disbelief at her own miraculous survival. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Seol Cheon assures her that as long as she's careful, there won't be any problems. The swordswoman can only manage a weak, dazed reply, still processing the miracle he just performed. The long night finally passes, and a new day dawns over the mountains. Back at their camp, Daeon stretches out her sore muscles, while their captive, Seo Juak, remains neatly tied up on the roof. She peeks in on the recovering swordswoman, asking if she slept uncomfortably. The swordswoman sits up, insisting she's fine, but Daeon isn't buying it, knowing she was still injured. With a playful jab, Daeon teases her for being so dramatic, saying she has no right to be her disciple. Then, a calm, masculine voice cuts in, asking if she agrees with that sentiment. Both women immediately stand and bow deeply, the swordswoman formally greeting her master. Daeon's eyes widen in realization this man is the master of a second-class disciple from the famous Manhwa sect. Daeon respectfully introduces herself, acknowledging him as the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost, Gong Mujin. The master's interest is piqued. He recognizes her family name and asks about her father, Zeman Chanza. With a slight smile, he then questions if she was the one who saved his rather lacking disciple. She quickly denies it, but his curious gaze drifts towards the still unconscious Seo Juak on the cart. Meanwhile, in a bustling town, a young scout bursts in, shouting that he's found his target before the house sect did. The man he reports to is none other than Wee Seol Cheon, who calmly advises him not to be so rash. The scout pouts, grumbling under his breath that it was he who found someone named Yanho. That name instantly brings the Wee clan patriarch and Sang-ah rushing into the room, demanding confirmation. He clarifies that he saw a man who looked very similar to Wee Yanho in the city of Sinyang. For the old patriarch, that sliver of hope is enough. He clenches his fist, declaring their immediate departure. But the patriarch's outburst is interrupted by a new arrival, a woman asking what all the commotion is about. So, seeing the head of the house, immediately tells him they've found traces of Yonho. Before he can even process this, Sang-ah gently places a hand on the boy, chiding him for being rude to their guest. The patriarch and his wife turn their attention from the urgent news to the woman standing before them. She introduces herself with a respectful bow as Jin Ye Ran, eldest daughter of Nature's Hand Manor, here to greet her savior's family. The old man is taken aback, asking her what she means by savior. With a fond smile, she explains that young Master Wee Yonho saved her life, a debt she feels is impossible to repay. The moment she says this, Sang-ah's eyes practically light up with a brilliant idea. She rushes to take Jin Yaran's hands as the physician explains she came to offer her skills as repayment. But Sang-ah is already in full matchmaker mode, asking about her age and if she might be looking for a spouse like her Yonho. And indeed, the news was dire, as onlookers could only tremble in fear at the scene. The Plum Blossom Master strokes his chin, quietly contemplating the unbelievable report he's just received. Spread-eagled on the roof is Seo Juak, the very monster his prized disciple couldn't even hit. The man's bruised and unconscious face is all the proof the master needs to accept the impossible. And the most shocking part of it all was that it only took a single strike. He turns to the Plum Blossom swordswoman, demanding to know if she was simply careless. She insists she wasn't, which only deepens his disappointment in her failure. Her opponent's strength is no excuse. He scolds her for needing to be saved instead of fighting to the death. Humiliated, she can only bow as her master dismisses her, ordering her to return to Manhwa. With his decision made, the master's face hardens, considering the matter closed. Now, it was time to meet the savior who rescued his cute disciple. He approaches a nearby carriage, asking if the person inside is awake. All he gets in return is a heavy, awkward silence. Undeterred, he offers a patient smile and knocks gently on the door. The door slowly swings open on its own, revealing Wei Xiaoqian, casually hanging upside down and looking annoyed by the early morning wake-up call. The Plum Blossom Master is completely stunned, staring at this unusual sight. He takes a deep breath, reminding himself to be patient. This is the man who saved his student's life. He formally states that he heard this was the person who rescued his disciple. The master then gestures to the swordswoman nearby, explaining he came to offer his sincere gratitude. Seemingly unfazed by the lack of respect, the Plum Blossom Master simply nods. But then his friendly smile twists into a predatory grin. A wave of immense pink energy erupts from him, blasting towards the building's entrance. His own disciples are completely shocked by their master's sudden aggression. The commotion finally brings a sleepy Wei Xiaoqian to the door, grumbling about the noise. The master, now perfectly calm again, formally thanks him and asks for the identity of his student's savior. Xiaoqian casually ties his hair, brushing off the question and saying he's a nobody. The master insists, but Xiaoqian just sits there, completely unbothered and unwilling to share his name. So, the master changes tactics, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he suggests a friendly spar. Alarmed, his disciple immediately tries to intervene. Knowing this is a terrible idea, the master turns on his student, his voice dripping with venom, as he asks who gave her the right to correct him. She immediately drops to the ground, apologizing but still pleading that a duel without a just cause is wrong. But he's not listening, declaring that he bears the honor of Manhwa itself and that his pride is paramount. Xiaoqian, however, looks completely unimpressed, figuring this guy's master must be a nobody if he can't even state his own name. Hearing this, the master's rage boils over. He's had enough, declaring that looking down on this warrior is the same as looking down on Manhwa. His disciple despairs, realizing her master won't listen to reason and that young Master Wei is in serious trouble. But just then, Simundayan calmly tells her not to worry at all. She explains that it's impossible for them to fight, as forcing a duel on someone you owe a life debt to is a major taboo. Besides, she adds with a confident smirk, a man as lazy as Xiaoqian would never agree to something so bothersome. She's proven wrong almost instantly, as Xiaoqian is already on the carriage, remembering his own master's simple advice. Do as you please. His master's voice echoes in his mind, a solemn final request. To those who would dare challenge their swordsmanship, he must ensure they understand its true dignity. The memory of his master, backed by the spirit of a dragon, solidifies his resolve. He might not be much, but he's a good disciple who listens to his master's last words. The Plum Blossom Master smirks, noting his opponent's vigor and asking if he's being challenged. Xiaoqian simply gestures, ready and willing to accept that challenge. Surprised, the master remarks that he didn't expect to be fighting at his age. He formally challenges the young man, asking his name, and Xiaoqian introduces himself and his clan. The master's eyes widen in recognition. This is the son of the legendary righteous swordsman, a man he's always wanted to defeat. The Plum Blossom Master is ready, but Xiaoqian casually informs him he's mistaken about a few things. He explains that firstly, he doesn't even use his family's sword style, so a victory means nothing. And secondly, his father would find it funny, not seek revenge. The master patiently waits for his final point. With a chilling smile, Xiaoqian gets to the heart of the matter. He declares that among all the swords in the world, only the Radiant Sword is truly valid. He may be lazy, he warns, but his sword absolutely is not. Provoked and intrigued, the master ignites his aura and lunges forward to begin the lesson. Their blades meet in a blinding flash of steel, the duel erupting in an instant. But the master immediately unleashes a complex form-shifting technique, surrounding Xiaoqian with a flurry of strikes. Forced on the defensive, Xiaoqian looks up, a flicker of surprise on his face. This guy is actually pretty strong. Yet Xiaoqian parries the complex attack with almost insulting ease. He can't help but wonder if this is the standard, then just how monstrously strong is his own master. The Plum Blossom Master reels back, shocked by the perfect defense against his technique. He concedes that he understands Xiaoqian's arrogance now. Finding such skill in a young man is rare. Xiaoqian just shrugs, calling the master pretty good in return, a comment that clearly stings. Done playing games, the master ignites his true power, a fierce pink aura erupting around him. Xiaoqian simply watches the display, completely unimpressed by the dramatic power-up. The master then lunges forward, his entire form dissolving into a torrent of glowing plum blossoms. He unleashes his signature technique, the 24-movement plum blossom sword, filling the air with deadly energy vortexes. His two disciples can only watch in utter shock he's actually using that legendary form. With a vicious snarl, the master pours every ounce of his being into the attack. He unleashes the legendary 24 forms plum blossom sword technique. Multiple after-images fill the space, each one a perfect, deadly vortex of sword ki. The entire clearing is swallowed by a raging storm of pink energy, all aimed at one man. And Xiaoqian? He just smirks as a cool blue aura begins to rise around him. His power erupts outwards, a calm but unstoppable wave of azure light. The Master's phantom strikes lunge forward, trying to pierce through the defense. But they slam against a wall of pure energy, their momentum completely halted. Seolcheon's aura doesn't just block the attack, it completely vaporizes it. And the Master can only stare, his mind refusing to process what just happened. Realizing the danger, Seolcheon decides this has to end right now. But the Master doubles down, unleashing his final, desperate technique. Plum Blossom, Radiance Release. His ultimate attack crashes against Seolcheon's aura, and simply falls apart. When the light fades, the Master is left standing alone, his technique completely gone. He stares into the empty space, his mind refusing to accept what just happened. A hand flies to his chest. Hez alive? After taking that head on, Hez completely unharmed? His disciples cry out his name, their voices a mixture of terror and utter relief. The Master slowly turns, the shock on his face hardening into a dawning, dreadful realization. He falls to his knees, utterly broken, while Seolcheon stands over him, having won without moving. Elsewhere, within the halls of the Murim Alliance, a critical discussion begins about the Sword Emperor's martial texts. The Murim Alliance's divine strategist, Jo Hyun, strokes his beard, a deep frown creasing his brow. The Sword Emperor's grave, the Poison King's vault, all these legendary sites are surfacing at once. His sharp mind dismisses coincidence, sensing the deliberate hand of a master puppeteer behind it all. The pieces click into place, forming a picture he does not like one bit. He demands an intelligence report, only to learn the major sects are all gathering in the same two locations. It's a perfect diversion, using the allure of power to create massive blind spots across the land. His subordinate, Jaegul Seongi, naively asks why they don't just expose the plot. But the strategist knows the truth. In a world consumed by greed, no one would listen. Hoping he's just being paranoid, he nevertheless orders his men to remain on high alert. Far from the grand halls of power, Seolcheon's party continues their journey, their prize tied securely to the roof. Seolcheon tries to get some much-needed rest, but a persistent voice keeps nagging him. It's the swordsman he defeated, now following them and lecturing him on the virtues of fresh air. The man launches into a long, condescending speech about how a true martial artist wastes no time on sleep. Internally, Seolcheon is screaming. He desperately wants to beat the guy senseless but can't, since his father knows him. But then, a sly look crosses his face. He's got an idea, a special request for his new stalker. Before he can make his move, however, their progress is halted by a new arrival. A squad of 5 elite-looking warriors stands in their path, their uniforms sharp and purposeful. Daeon's eyes narrow in recognition they're from the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall, a branch of the Murim Alliance. Their leader steps forward with a formal greeting, introducing himself as Sang Guanhong. Daeon returns the courtesy, acknowledging his well-known title, the Sword Dragon, as the two parties face off. Daeon cuts straight to the point, asking why they're outside their permitted area, her tone implying they've escaped. Sang Guanhong quickly denies it, explaining the situation at Mount Na is dire, and they're moving to help. Ah, so if they're skilled enough to be sent as reinforcements, Daeon realizes they must be the famed 3 dragons, 2 phoenixes. After some brief pleasantries about their hallmaster's well-being, the two share a laugh over his unchanged, brutal training methods. But Sang Guanhong's expression sours as he admits their master constantly compares them to their predecessors, telling them to try harder. Daeon's face softens with a hint of sympathy. She knows all too well what it's like to live in the shadow of a former generation. Seolcheon casually interjects, suggesting if there's anyone to blame for the impossible standards, it's the demon-slaying sword. Sang Guanhong has to agree. The man was a legend, the best their hall had ever seen, a natural benchmark for everyone else. But a fire ignites in his eyes as he declares that while he may not be at that level now, he will definitely surpass him. Impressed by his ambition, Daeon gives a warm, genuine smile, wishing him the best of luck on his path. But just as the mood gets inspiring, a single, dismissive ha cuts through the air from Seolcheon. Daeon's smile instantly freezes, a bead of sweat rolling down her face. Oh no, he didn't. Sang Guanhong's expression darkens. Did that nobody just scoff at his ambition? Sensing the rising tension, Daeon quickly tries to change the subject, glancing at their cart and asking if someone's inside. But she immediately pivots, feigning urgency to ask Seolcheon about his grandfather's well-being. Sang Guanhong is taken aback that she even knows him, as Daeon waves it off, confirming Seolcheon has some impressive connections. She's relieved to hear the old man is as elusive as ever, rarely staying home for long. Daeon takes a moment to herself, observing these passionate young warriors with a thoughtful gaze. They are, after all, the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall's legendary rising stars, the 3 dragons and 2 phoenixes, and she smiles warmly, realizing that while they've all surpassed her former self, she can't help but find their fiery spirit absolutely endearing. But one of their hosts has a different theory for their intense energy. She believes it's probably because of the person sleeping inside the carriage. Their new benefactor, however, is simply overjoyed, feeling full just by gazing upon the future of the Murim. Hess honored to finally meet the Hidden Dragon's legendary 3 dragons and 2 phoenixes in person. Song Guanhong then gestures to the cart, politely suggesting they wake their companion for the meal. But the host and his companion quickly wave him off, insisting that he's not someone you ever want to wake. Song Guanhong is left bewildered, wondering what kind of monster Sail Cheon must be to warrant such a warning. As the tense quiet settles, the martial phoenix, Zhang Miria, rises with a declaration. Her serious expression silences the table, drawing everyone's full attention. The host recognizes her immediately, leaning in and encouraging the famous phoenix to speak her mind. With all eyes on her, Zhang Miria asks to witness the legendary Manhwa sword firsthand. Their host, Sang Guanhong, just chuckles, assuming she means to fight Dam Seolhwa and advises against it due to her injuries. But the martial phoenix gaze never leaves him. She wasn't talking about her fellow phoenix. A confident smile spreads across her face as she makes her true intention clear. After all, she reminds him, Seolhwa isn't the only one at this table who knows the Manhwa sword. The crowd erupts in shocked whispers, calling her a crazy woman for challenging their powerful benefactor. Sang Guanhong's expression shifts from surprise to amusement. So, she wants to have a duel with him? She gently pushes her companion aside and bows, correcting him. It's not a duel, but a request for a lesson. He stands, his aura filling the space. He admires her passion but gives her one last chance, asking if she's prepared to die. Zhang Miria simply lowers her head, accepting the stakes. What better way is there for a martial artist to fall? With a smirk, Sang Guanhong suggests they find more space to demonstrate the true power of the Manhwa sword. They move to a courtyard, where he warns Zhang Miria that he has no intention of holding back. She stands her ground, gripping her hilt, coolly informing him that her blade is just as sharp. From the sidelines, Dam Seolhwa grows nervous, but Seoman Daeon knows there's no stopping him now. Daeon realizes he's only putting on a friendly act because of Wee Seol Chan's influence. She then turns to Seolhwa, admitting she can't stop the martial phoenix either. The girl is obsessed with fighting. Sang Guanhong flashes a condescending smile, holding up 3 fingers, and offering her a handicap of 3 moves. Zhang Miria's eyes narrow, her voice dangerously calm as she accepts his arrogant offer. But instead of one strike, she unleashes a storm of sword energy, a rapid, defensive technique. His smug expression falters into pure confusion, wondering what in the world she's doing. Zhang Miryu calmly informs him that his 3-move handicap has officially expired. His face twists in fury. Is this girl underestimating him? He was just playing along. But now, playtime is over. Sang Guanhong explodes with pink energy, vowing to teach her why the Manhwa sword is feared. Dam Seolhwa panics Hez using purple mist, enhanced chi. At this rate, Hez going to kill her. Her desperate gaze searches the crowd, realizing the only one who can stop her master now is Mr. Wee. She and Seoman Daeon try to quiet the escalating situation, but the commotion is out of control. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the chaos. A very annoyed Wee Seol Chon appears, complaining that he's trying to sleep. In an instant, Sang Guanhong's killing intent vanishes, replaced by a nervous smile as he timidly greets the sir. The martial phoenix's companion is stunned. Did that arrogant master really just call someone sir? Even Zhang Miria can only stare in disbelief. The entire dynamic of their fight completely upended. Elsewhere, a physician concludes her examination, stating the patient will need at least 3 days to recover. She instructs the Wei Patriarch and his wife, Sang-ah, that absolute rest is critical for healing. After the physician departs, Sang-ah holds onto her husband's arm with a thoughtful expression. She playfully asks if he thought the doctor was pretty, but he gives the classic married man answer, saying no one is prettier than her. He quickly clarifies he was thinking of the physician as a potential daughter-in-law, though he does concede she's beautiful. Sang-ah's mood shifts to concern, worrying about a kind woman like that working alone in the slums, but the patriarch reassures her, revealing their son had already arranged for the house sect to protect her from the shadows. Sang-ah is absolutely delighted. Her lazy son is finally showing interest in a woman. Her husband, however, looks grim, muttering that they should have more conscience about it. He calls their own son dirt compared to the physician's purity, and in an instant, Sang-ah's killing intent fills the room. Meanwhile, Sang Guanhong loudly defends his student, shouting that it's not his fault she was the one who requested the duel. But the commotion has drawn Wee Seol Cheon's attention, and his opponent, Zhang Miria, freezes. She's fighting a kid. He stares her down with utter contempt, asking if she's a child abuser for picking fights with people young enough to be her grandkids. Even Dam Seolhwa has to concede he's right. The martial phoenix really did bite off more than she could chew this time, and just like that, the sound of a sword hitting the dirt cuts through the tension. Everyone stares as Zhang Miria drops her weapon, her eyes fixed on the boy she just called Mr. Wee. Wee Seol Cheon is completely lost. He's never seen this woman in his life. How could she possibly know him? Ignoring everyone else, she steps forward with purpose, trying to confirm his identity. But the name she uses isn't Wee Seol Cheon. She asks if he is Wee Yeonho. He begins to answer, but before he can say a word, a hand suddenly clamps over his mouth, silencing him completely. And that hand was not there to silence him gently. It was Jong Miria's, and it connects with a brutal slap. The sheer force sends Wee Seol Cheon flying, spinning helplessly through the air. He crashes in a heap several feet away, completely dazed from the unprovoked assault. Sang Guanhong, Dam Seolhwa, and everyone else just gape, their minds struggling to process what they just saw. Stumbling to his feet, he demands to know why she hit him, but she just yells that if she hadn't, he would have died. What? Wee Seol Cheon is completely lost. That explanation makes absolutely no sense. Suddenly, her anger melts away, replaced by tears as she sobs that she's been looking everywhere for him. The crowd immediately gets the wrong idea, with Sang Guanhong laughing, figuring this is just some lover's quarrel. Wee Seol Cheon frantically denies it, swearing he's never met this woman in his life. But her heartbreaking wail cuts through his protests as she reaches out, crying not for a lover, but for her brother. Wee Seol Cheon is completely stunned. Brother? The word makes no sense to him. Then, a flash of memory. A small crying girl, begging him not to go. Before he can process it, she leaps at him, screaming a name he thought was long buried. Yeonho. She tackles him in a desperate hug, and a flicker of recognition sparks in his mind. Could it be? His sister? Suryeon? Through her sobs, she confirms it's her, clutching his robes as if she'll never let go again. The lost boy, Wee Yeonho, has finally, after all these years, been found by his family. He's still reeling, gently holding her as he tries to match this woman to the child in his memories. She playfully hits his chest, her voice thick with emotion, asking how he could possibly forget his own sister. He sits with her, explaining that 5 years is a long time. She's grown so much he barely recognizes her. But she cuts to the heart of it, asking why he's using a different name. His answer hangs in the air, because of Sanho. He explains it was Sanho's idea to hide his identity, a way to focus on his training without distraction. And he had to admit, remembering his brother's grim warning, that it made perfect sense. But Suryeon doesn't care about the reasons. She just wants to know where he's been all this time. With a slight, knowing smile, Yeonho simply tells her he met a ghost. She's baffled by his answer as he gently leads her inside, promising it's a long story. Meanwhile, the others watch in utter disbelief, shocked to see the cold Jong Miria acting so childish. The pieces finally click into place. Her real name is Wee Suryeon, sister of the demon-slaying sword. No wonder she was so powerful. Her lineage was among the most legendary in the Murim. But that raises another question. Who is this Wee Yeonho? They'd never heard of Sanho having a brother. Inside, the reunion continues, with Suryeon happily piling food on her long-lost brother's plate. She teases him for getting so skinny, a far cry from the chubby kid she remembers, as her companion looks on, utterly bewildered. Nearby, Sang Guanhong marvels at the Wee clan's absurd luck, 3 prodigious children shaking the foundations of the Murim. He reflects on their immense talent, realizing the Wee clan's reputation is about to soar to unprecedented heights. But he still doubts Yeonho's usefulness, calling him a shut-in, earning a smug little laugh from Suryeon. Sang Guanhong decides to ask Yeonho directly why a known homebody is traveling so far, and the answer is simple. His master forced him to. He calmly explains his master's philosophy, that martial arts are only completed through real-world experience. The simple, profound logic of it all leaves Sang Guanhong completely stunned. A slow smile spreads across his face as the realization dawns on him. Isolation truly is a dead end. In that moment, something clicks, and a wave of pure enlightenment washes over him, his internal energy surging. The sudden explosion of power startles Suryeon's companion, who immediately shouts for the others to guard their master. His followers immediately form a protective circle, ready to cut down anyone who dares approach. Suryeon quickly pulls her companion aside, whispering for him to be quiet. Their host is achieving enlightenment. Seated in the center of the room, Sang Guanhong is enveloped in a brilliant pink aura. His eyes glow with pure white light as his mind transcends its former limits. The energy erupts from his body in a massive wave, a testament to his breakthrough. When the light finally fades, he opens his eyes, a profound sense of clarity washing over him. His subordinates bow in unison, their voices filled with awe as they congratulate him. Sang Guanhong rises to his feet, calmly accepting their praise with a simple nod. He then turns to Yeonho, thanking him sincerely for helping him shatter the wall he'd been stuck behind. His follower beams with pride, declaring that his master is now on the path to becoming the best swordsman in Zhongyuan. But Sang Guanhong just laughs, thinking there's no way he's the best when he can't even defeat the kid right there. He admits that with time, Yeonho will only get stronger, and will likely catch up before he can ever claim such a title. Later, the mood lightens as Yeonho and his sister Suryeon dig into a good meal. He stuffs his cheeks, joking that he needs to get fat because his back hurts from being too skinny. Suryeon is overcome with pity, thinking he must have suffered so much, while her companion just looks confused. She then shifts gears, asking Yonho what his plan is now that he's back. She warns him that a certain Sanho will probably kill him for being gone for 5 years, imagining an enraged man throttling him. Yonho just sweats nervously, wondering why violence is the only form of affection that guy knows. He reassures his sister that he won't get beaten up because he plans on beating him instead. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he reminds her that he's pretty strong now. Song Guanhong tries to downplay the victory, claiming there's no way he's stronger than their own master. But Yonho just smiles, knowing his own master's teachings transcend the limits of this era. His sister Suryeon is in disbelief, asking if he's seriously claiming he can defeat Sanho. The martial phoenix companion steps forward, looking down on Yonho and confirming that's what he heard. Suryeon starts smacking him silly, yelling that he's lost his mind over the last 5 years. Yonho just calmly takes the hits, wondering why his body doesn't even react to her attacks. But the companion isn't laughing. He tells Yonho he can't just let that statement go. He reminds everyone that the demon-slaying sword, Sanho, is considered the peak of their generation. So, he asks, if Yonho can beat him, does that mean none of them are even a match for him? Yonho just stares back with a blank, almost bored expression and asks, yeah, so what? That casual dismissal has the Martial Phoenix's entire crew looking absolutely thunderous. The companion steps forward, demanding to know how Yonho can be so sure of himself without a fight. With a deadpan expression, Yonho simply states that he can just tell. His sister Suryeon completely loses it, smacking him and yelling at him to apologize, insisting he's no martial master. Seeing that words are useless, the companion raises the stakes, challenging Yonho to prove his claims in a duel. But Yonho just makes a face, flatly refusing because he just doesn't want to. The companion tries to pressure him, saying a refusal will brand him a coward and shame his family. Yonho just grins, saying he doesn't care if the world calls him a coward. His brother can handle the family's reputation. So, is he admitting he's a coward? Both he and his sister casually agree, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Yonho even adds that being a coward is the secret to a long life, leaving his challengers trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. But Sang Guanhong pipes up, trying to corner him by asking about his promise to accept any challenge to his sword. Yonho casually waves him off, explaining that this is family business, not a challenge to his sword, so he couldn't care less. The companion's eyes narrow. He's found a loophole. He declares this is no longer a challenge to the Wei clan, but a personal challenge aimed directly at Yonho. He gets right in Yonho's face, who just looks back with a completely unimpressed expression. Suryeon, desperate to stop this, jumps in to apologize on his behalf, even offering to fight in his stead. The companion dismisses her immediately, accusing her of just wanting a fight and demanding she stay out of it. Yonho finally speaks, calmly telling his sister that rules are rules, and she should indeed stay out of this. With everyone watching, he calmly announces that he accepts the challenge. The challenger stands tall, formally introducing himself as Sang Guanhong of the Sang clan, ready for their duel. While Sang Guanhong formally declares his challenge, Yonho just stretches, completely unbothered. The challenger tries to be intimidating, warning Yonho that his sword is a terrifying thing to behold. But Yonho simply raises a finger to his lips, quieting him down. He's tired, he says, and he plans to get this over with very, very quickly. Sang Guanhong, however, is fired up, believing that defeating Yonho might win him the legendary demon-slaying sword. Tired of all the talking, Yonho finally draws his own blade with a sigh of annoyance, and in the very next instant, he's a blur of motion, lunging forward to open the fight. Sang Guanhong's eyes widen in panic. The speed is unbelievable, and he barely has time to think about dodging. He realizes in a flash of horror that Yonho isn't aiming where he expected at all. Instead of a blade, a brutal, unforgiving kick slams directly into his gut. The force of the blow is so immense, so utterly unexpected, that the onlookers can only gape in stunned silence. A sickening crack echoes as Sang Guanhong hits the ground, his world exploding in unimaginable pain. His own men stare down, horrified at the brutal, one-sided conclusion. His companion claps a hand over his mouth, realizing in a gut-wrenching instant that the Sang clan's bloodline is finished. Far away from the chaos, a calm hand meticulously trims a bonsai tree with a sharp snip. The Red Moon leader is getting an update. The treasure map has fallen into the hands of the pursuers. They're all gathering at Mount Luo, he's told, walking right into the stage that's been set for them. With a final snip of his shears, he cryptically asks his subordinate if he understands the grander design. Natural beauty is nice, he says, but if left untended, it grows wild and ugly. The same, he declares, is true for the Jianghu. Anything that needs to be eliminated will be. His subordinate bows low, confirming that they will proceed with the plan. The Red Moon leader's eyes glint with violent intent. It's been far too quiet, and it's time to show them how sharp their blades truly are. Elsewhere, Wee Yonho casually tells the unconscious man tied to his carriage that it's time to get off. Seomun Daeon immediately protests, pointing out that their captive is a patient who can't even walk. With a dismissive shrug, Wee Yonho watches his men struggle to move the dead weight. But just then, Dam Seolhwa arrives on the scene, carrying a surprisingly large and comfortable-looking futon. She takes a running leap, landing gracefully on the carriage roof right beside their prisoner. In one smooth motion, she unfurls the bedding, transforming the hard wooden roof into a proper bed. With a few satisfied pats, she makes sure everything is perfectly arranged. She then proudly announces to a slightly stunned Wee Yonho that the young master's ride is all set up. And of course, Dam Seolhwa is the first to test out the new setup, sighing that a bed is truly the best place to be. An indignant Gong Mujin watches from the side, asking what about him, her own master. He can't believe it. Is this really what he took on a disciple for? As night falls, the group travels onward, their unconscious cargo resting comfortably on the roof. Gong Mujin stews in the back on horseback, grumbling internally about his less than prestigious position. But his thoughts are cut short as a sudden presence catches his attention. He looks up to see two figures moving through the woods with an unnatural lightness. His eyes narrow, he can feel the immense aura radiating from them. They're not just skilled, they're true martial masters, a fact that's impossible to mistake. A small smirk plays on his lips. It's a relief to know he's not the only expert around if danger strikes. And what is our esteemed young master doing while danger approaches? Sleeping like a log. Gong Mujin's senses scream at him as the two figures draw closer. Finally, they emerge from the trees, two ancient masters with power rolling off them in waves. He steps forward to intercept them, a lone warrior standing before two legends. The scarred elder eyes him with a knowing look, asking if he's with Manhwa. Gong Mujin respectfully confirms, asking for their names in return. But the two masters just share a look of quiet amusement. They find it funny being called elders by a man of Manhwa, and simply bid him farewell. As they walk away, Mujin is left with a deep sense of unease. They weren't hostile, but something felt wrong. Just then, a voice cuts through the night. It's Yonho, sitting up on the carriage, telling the old masters to wait. The two old men pause, turning back with mild confusion. Yonho casually asks what they saw up ahead, where they came from. He hops down from the carriage as they mention a small empty village with only beasts. With a knowing glint in his eye, Yonho presses them further. So, he wonders, did they get those bloodstains on their sleeves from killing animals? The scarred elder glances down, a flicker of surprise followed by a dry laugh at his own carelessness. Suddenly, it clicks for Gong Mujin, an empty village. Bloodstains, they didn't find it empty. They made it empty. His hand tightens on his hilt as he demands their names again, his voice now laced with steel. But the amusement is gone. The elder's tone drops, promising that their foolish curiosity has just earned them a death sentence. A terrifying aura erupts as they introduce themselves. Gong Chi, the ghost demon, and Bia Pang, the blade demon. Gong Mujin staggers back, his face a mask of disbelief. The infamous ghost blade demon duo is back. The two old men just cackle, admitting they're after the Sword Emperor's technique, and the village was simply in their way. Consumed by righteous fury, Gong Mujin roars that they will be punished for their crimes. The ghost demon just laughs, spreading his arms wide with a mocking question. Who exactly is going to stop them? Without another word, Gong Mujin draws his sword, his expression hardening with lethal resolve. In an instant, his loyal subordinates flash forward, surrounding him with their own blades drawn. He glances back, a flicker of surprise and gratitude for their unwavering support. His people declare they won't stand by while evil runs rampant. They'll fight to the end. Their courage fuels his own, and he proclaims that together, they are proof that justice still thrives. All the while, Yonho stretches in the background, boredly wondering if this guy even has a clue what he's talking about. The ghost demon laughs, eager to taste some blood as he unleashes his green demonic hand. He surges forward, a blur of malevolent energy aimed directly at the righteous warriors. But Gong Mujin meets the charge head-on, unleashing a flurry of slashes with his plum blossom sword technique. The ghost demon's face twists into a sneer of pure contempt. He finds this display utterly pathetic. A storm of pink sword strikes rains down, yet he carves through the attack like it's nothing more than a gentle breeze. Gong Mujin's eyes widen in disbelief as the monstrous green claw shatters his technique. Without a moment's hesitation, his loyal subordinates leap forward, forming a wall to protect their leader. A wicked, almost ecstatic smile spreads across the ghost demon's face as his surrounded. He powers up, unleashing his green demon ascension, a vortex of pure, crushing energy. And just like that, every single one of them is sent flying, their weapons scattering uselessly on the ground. The ghost demon licks his glowing claws, savoring the thought of all the powerful clans he'll get to dismantle tonight. Gong Mujin grits his teeth, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes just how bad this is. Even working together, they couldn't land a single scratch, and the blade demon hasn't even lifted a finger. His frustration boils over, glancing at the one person just standing there. Wee Yunho, why isn't he doing anything? Desperate, he asks if Wee Yunho's master gave him any instructions for dealing with monsters like these. Wee Yunho calmly replies that his master told him to mind his own business and not to meddle in the world's affairs. But, he continues, his hand slowly closing around the hilt of his sword, his master also gave him other advice. A simple, brutal philosophy. He should kill anyone who makes him feel like crap. And as he draws his blade, a cold fury in his eyes, he announces that right now, he feels absolutely terrible. The ghost demon just laughs, mocking the kid's audacity and promising to teach him the meaning of true fear. Wee Yunho raises his sword, deciding they've wasted enough time talking. The ghost demon scoffs, questioning if this insignificant brat even knows who he is. His arrogant smirk suggests he finds this entire situation amusing, but Yunho doesn't bother with a reply, instead unleashing a single, clean slash through the air. For a moment, Gongqi is just confused. What was that? Did he just swing at nothing? Then, a sudden, chilling realization flashes through his eyes. His demonic limbs are instantly severed, sent flying in a shower of dark blood. A raw scream of agony and disbelief rips from his throat, completely blindsided. Wee Yunho calmly lowers his glowing blade, noting that he missed a bit, but then a cold smile forms. After all, it's better this way, he can't have him dying too easily. The two legendary demons stumble back, completely thrown by Yunho's display of power. The blade demon desperately tells his partner to get it together. He's facing a true master. But the ghost demon can only stare in disbelief, demanding to know what kind of monster he is. Yunho just gives a cold, dismissive look, asking if the answer would even matter now. He states plainly that he doesn't care about chivalry or meddling in the affairs of others, but his blood has been boiling for a while, so they're going to be his stress relief. Stress relief? Enraged at being called a plaything, the ghost demon lunges forward. He unleashes a torrent of killing intent, his green demon serpent strike coiling for the kill. But Yunho meets the ferocious technique head-on, his blade holding back the wave of energy. With a calm and focused gaze, he prepares to shatter the attack and show them true despair. For a split second, the ghost demon is utterly stunned. His ultimate technique just stopped. He pours every ounce of his demonic power into the strike, but the blade holds firm. The clash ends as he's thrown back, his hand already gushing black blood from the contact. Ignoring his partner's frantic cries, the ghost demon roars and lunges forward, promising death. Yunho watches the pathetic display with cold eyes, musing on how humans always seem to forget their place as the green demon serpent strike comes again. But this time there's no contest. A single, clean arc of blue light cuts through everything. The demonic claw is severed cleanly from its wrist, sent flying through the air. A guttural scream of agony and disbelief tears from the ghost demon's throat, and before that scream even fades, Yunho is airborne, delivering a vicious follow-up kick. The kick connects with the force of a meteor, shattering the ghost demon's face. Bone and teeth explode from the impact, a sickening crunch echoing through the forest. Yunho lands elegantly on the demon's chest, pinning him down with his full weight. He looks down, musing that while evil often has excuses, killing for pure sport is unforgivable. The ghost demon can only gurgle, his jaw a mangled ruin of flesh and blood. Yunho coldly informs him that a quick, painless death would be a luxury he doesn't deserve. Stepping off the broken man, he turns his attention to the last one standing, the blade demon. His gaze is sharp, his intent clear, as he glances over his shoulder. Biapang trembles, his mind reeling as he stares at his partner's mangled form. Yunho asks if he's grieving, reminding him that the families of his victims felt the same, and he has no right to complain. Panicked, the blade demon sputters out a desperate challenge, asking what Yunho could possibly know of his reasons. But Yunho doesn't care for excuses, his steady advance a silent, final answer. He simply states that he'll be sending Biapang to reunite with his friend in the afterlife. The bravado shatters instantly, and the old demon begs for a moment, pleading that he isn't ready. Yunho turns his back, knowing that stalling won't change a thing. As a last resort, Biapang screams that he just wants to give it his all. As a true martial artist, Yunho pauses, a flicker of amusement on his face as he considers the pathetic appeal to honor. And with that, he vanishes, a black blur cutting through the air. Steel screams as his blade crashes down with blinding speed. The blade demon barely gets his own swords up in time, his arms straining against the immense force. But Yunho isn't here to play games. He puts his entire body into the swing. The resounding clang of steel echoes, a burst of raw power overwhelming the old demon's guard. Biapang is sent flying back, losing his footing and one of his swords in the process. With a furious roar, he lunges back in, desperately trying to regain the offensive. Yunho effortlessly parries the strike, his expression one of pure, bored disappointment. The blade demon unleashes a flurry of desperate slashes, a last-ditch effort to land a hit. But Yunho simply weaves through the storm of steel, an untouchable phantom. He sees the opening, a fatal flaw in the old man's technique. One clean, elegant arc of his blade cuts through the air as Biapang shrieks in terror. Yonho looks down on him, mocking the very idea that a monster who kills innocents could call himself a martial artist. Biapang's mind cracks. Unable to process the sheer audacity of the young man before him, he roars for Yonho to be silent, lunging forward with a wild, desperate swing. But Yonho just leans back, letting the attack whistle harmlessly past his face. Hess already inside the blade demon's guard, blade meeting blade with a sharp clang. A single, brutal kick sends the old man stumbling away across the ground. Yonho continues his lecture, telling the fiend he has no right to speak of martial honor. His own sword flashes in a dizzying series of strikes, completely overwhelming the old man's defense. How? How can he still have the composure to talk while using techniques of this level? Screaming in terror, Biapang unleashes his final, chaotic attack in a swirl of energy. In response, Yonho's sword simply begins to glow, pulsing with an immense, otherworldly power. The blade demon shrieks, pouring every last ounce of his life into one final, desperate strike. But Yonho is unimpressed, calmly stating that to be a true martial artist requires something this old fiend, now screaming in terror, could never understand. He declares that the only thing Biapang has in common with a real warrior is this singular moment, a warrior's death in battle, delivered by a storm of pure, blinding sword ki. The technique hits him dead on, a torrent of energy ripping his very being apart. As his essence begins to fade, a sudden, shocking realization dawns on him. Ah, so that's what this power was, the legendary technique, the 1,000 swords. And with that final thought, the blade demon is completely and utterly erased. The lingering energy washes over the onlookers, leaving them speechless and utterly in awe. Even Sang Guanhong has to admit it, the kid is incredible. Suryan can hardly believe her eyes. Is that really her brother? And in the quiet aftermath, only one person comes to Yonho's mind, his master. His energy still radiating, he remarks that since the blade demon refused to live like a martial artist, he would at least be granted the honor of dying like one. His brutal past as a butcher now just a memory. Elsewhere, the ambitious Gong Mujin asks his aide for an update on their search for the secret manual. The aide reports that things are proceeding, but the competition is getting fierce, with even Wudang and Shaolin making their moves. He isn't concerned with the details, only that the manual ultimately ends up with the strongest warrior. But then the aide adds a critical piece of information. The individual who's been meddling with his young master's plan has been confirmed as the very same person. Now that gets Gong Mujin's attention. The aide identifies the troublemaker as Wei Yonho, a supreme-level master known for being the laziest man alive. Gong Mujin is utterly baffled. All their plans were ruined by one lazy guy? His subordinate confirms the embarrassing truth, adding that the manual's path is now strangely aligned with Yonho's. Intrigued, Gong Mujin muses that this is too perfect to be a coincidence. It's as if heaven itself sent an obstacle. So, the son of the legendary Wei Zhong'an is involved. He decides to wait and see what happens next. Let's see if Yonho can survive the pack of wolves all vying for that same manual. As for his father, the aide learns he's in the garden, meditating and seeking new insight. But even after dismissing his man, Gong Mujin's mind is fixated on that one name. Could the laziest person under heaven truly become the one variable to upend his grand plan? At that very moment, Gong Mujin and his men arrive to survey the absolute devastation Yonho left in his wake. Even seeing the aftermath with his own eyes, Gong Mujin can only call Yonho a monster. He likens the scene to a rabbit killing a tiger, while Yonho just complains about his back aching. Suddenly, one of Gong Mujin's subordinates collapses, having no idea what just hit him. His men are all struggling, their faces contorted in silent, agonizing effort. They can barely keep their eyes open, the residual energy in the air crushing them completely. The aide is utterly baffled, asking why everyone is acting so pathetic. He scoffs at their weakness, telling them to be glad they're alive as they hunch over the cart. But the reason for their suffering becomes clear. Yeonho himself has finally collapsed from exhaustion. Gong Mujin watches on, lamenting that a hero of this caliber is a mere vagrant, a bleak sign for the Murim world. At that moment, Dam Seolhwa arrives, offering the depleted warrior a sweet treat for his low blood sugar. Yeonho gratefully accepts the treat, already munching away as Gong Mujin looks on from afar. The old master just sighs, realizing that with a monster like Yeonho around, his own student's future is looking pretty bleak too. As their strange caravan moves on, with Seoman Daeon now pulling the cart, Yeonho is already asking when they're stopping to eat. Gong Mujin finally loses his patience, demanding to know if the kid does anything besides eat and sleep. But Yeonho, being fed by Dam Seolhwa, just cheekily asks if great heroes are supposed to be above such basic needs. He stuffs his face happily while Gong Mujin clenches a fist, grumbling about being stuck with dried meat for days on end. Leaning over the side, Yeonho asks Daeon how much longer until Luoyang, and she flatly tells him it's another 3 days. He groans that it's still so far, and she can't help but think, whose fault do you think that is? But then she flashes back to the fight, to that incredible power he unleashed, and admits to herself it was truly impressive. With a small, thoughtful smile, she tightens her grip on the ropes, wondering if maybe she should pick up the pace for him. As Saemun Daeon continues her new job as the group's beast of burden, Yeonho groans dramatically from his perch. He leans over with a smirk, telling her to take it easy after all. There's a delicate child on board. Gong Mujin finally snaps, asking if he ever plans to train, but Yeonho just deflects the lecture onto his sister Suryeon. He lays back, thinking to himself, yeah, right, like he could ever explain, his training involves getting pummeled in his dreams. Just then, their destination appears on the horizon. A roadside inn, a welcome sight for the weary travelers. Yeonho immediately perks up, ecstatic for some real food, and Suryeon teases him about his newfound appetite. He wistfully recalls how 5 years of eating moss made him appreciate his mother's cooking, only for his sister to shatter the illusion. She informs him their mother can't cook to save her life, and he'd be begging for moss again after one bite, leaving him utterly speechless. But elsewhere, a different cart is tearing down the road, kicking up a storm of dust in its wake. Aboard are two unfamiliar faces, one anxiously asking his stoic companion if they're even going the right way. The stoic traveler, introducing himself as Jang Il, dismisses his companion's doubts about their route. He explains the eerie silence is because martial artists are all chasing a secret manual, scaring off the commoners. His anxious friend still worries their target could get swept up in the chaos, but Jang Il scoffs at the idea. He shakes his head, saying not to worry, though he cryptically adds that his younger sister does have one special talent. A talent for attracting disaster, he states grimly, like she's a walking magnet for every incident in the region. From a nearby doorway, a gruff old man chimes in, completely agreeing that trouble follows her everywhere. The spiky-haired traveler is baffled, wondering if such a person could even exist. Jang Il just sighs, confirming that yes, he's talking about his own daughter, his younger sister. And as if summoned by their words, we see her now, sprinting desperately through the wilderness. She's battered, bloody, and running for her life, the living embodiment of the disaster they just described. She clutches the book with a bloody hand, a single thought driving her. If she stops, she dies. Her chi is completely gone, her body screaming in protest as she pushes past her limits. But this manual, the Sword Emperor's legacy, is her key to becoming the strongest. She can't let it go. Suddenly, through the trees, a flicker of movement catches her eye. A figure stands there, watching her silently from the edge of the clearing. Her instincts scream, believing someone is here to steal her prize. With the last of her strength, she raises her blade, ready to kill whoever stands in her way. But her exhausted body finally betrays her, and she collapses in a heap, coughing up blood. As she lies there broken, the man calmly approaches and asks if she's hurt. The question is so absurd she wonders if she's hallucinating from the blood loss. Even on the brink of death, she can only mutter one thing: she will not give it up. He looks down, thinking it's truly pitiful to see someone die clinging so desperately to hatred. In a surprisingly gentle gesture, he kneels and pats her on the head, trying to calm her down. He assures her that no one will take what's hers, so she can finally rest in peace. His words seem to break through her delirium, a flicker of hope in her fading consciousness. And then, with that final thought, her body goes limp, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This catches him completely off guard. He didn't expect her to just die on the spot like that. Sighing, he realizes he can't just leave a corpse lying around in the middle of nowhere. With a grunt of annoyance, he hoists her over his shoulder, grumbling that he's not holding a funeral. But in his haste, he leaves behind the very prize she fought and died to protect, the Sword Emperor's legacy. Still carrying the corpse, Yeonho finds the book and can't help but feel a little disappointed. He gives it a closer look, realizing this is the Sword Emperor's legacy she died for. But just as he's processing his strange luck, a familiar voice calls out to him. He turns to see his sister, Wee Suryeon, who has just stumbled upon a very incriminating scene. Her mind jumps to the most obvious, and worst, conclusion, and she lets out a horrified scream. Yeonho deadpans that she should ask if he's alive first, but she just demands to know if he killed him. Utterly fed up, he drops the body, insisting the guy just coughed up blood and died on his own. Of course, the commotion immediately draws a crowd, and soon everyone is staring. Gong Mujin uses this as a teachable moment, lecturing his students on how the strong take what they want. Yeonho's patience finally snaps as he holds up the book, desperately trying to explain what really happened. But amidst the crowd, Gong Mujin's eyes widen in utter shock. He finally recognizes the book in Yeonho's hand. It's the legendary legacy of the Sword Emperor. The very name on the cover is enough to start a war in the martial world. He frantically warns Yeonho that holding onto such a treasure is a death sentence. But Yeonho is unfazed, coolly stating that the book has no owner. A devilish smirk spreads across his face. It landed in his hands, so it's his now. He practically dares anyone to try and take it, much to Gong Mujin's horror. And right on cue, a powerful gust of wind rips through the clearing. 3 figures blur into existence, their arrival silencing the entire crowd. It seems the wolves Gong Mujin warned about have already sniffed out their prize. The elder glances at a mangled corpse on the ground, a fresh victim of this treasure hunt. He remarks that Guok's son, the fast-handed, died for coveting a prize far beyond his station. His subordinate points out the obvious, that the legendary manual is now in someone else's possession. And there it is, the Sword Emperor's secret manual, held firmly in Yunho's hand. The elder turns his attention to Yunho, patronizingly telling the kid to hand it over to avoid getting hurt. Yunho just holds up the book, a silent question hanging in the air. This old man wants this? With a mocking smile, he asks why he should give up something that is now his. He leans in, his eyes glinting with challenge, and makes it clear, if they want it, they'll have to take it. All around them, hidden masters scoff at the scene, shocked by this kid's audacity against his elders. But their judgment is laced with greed. As dozens of warriors emerge from the shadows, all eyes locked on the prize. The old man fumes, regretting he didn't end this from the start instead of going easy on a kid. But another challenger mocks him, questioning if the manual is his just because he's old and showed up first. The air crackles as every warrior in the clearing draws their weapon, a silent agreement that this is now a free-for-all. Sang Guanhong tenses up, realizing this will be an earth-shattering battle, where he also has to protect Seilhua. He steels himself for the inevitable bloodshed, then stops, completely baffled by what's happening. Because in the middle of this powder keg, Yunho has calmly sat down and started reading the book. He looks up at the stunned crowd and asks what the problem is. He's just reading. Isn't that obvious? One of the new challengers stares in disbelief, wondering why the so-called demons haven't just killed this insane kid yet. He demands to know how Yunho has the nerve to read with a sword practically at his throat. Yunho calmly replies that's exactly why he has to read it now, to see what's inside that makes them all risk their lives. Yunho just waves off the threat, telling them not to worry. His neck is too tough to cut, causing his new companion to facepalm in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, a powerful voice cuts through the tension as a warrior named Jua Jiol, the 9 flashes blade of Henan, steps forward. He addresses the entire crowd, arguing that fighting amongst themselves is pointless when they could just team up and share the prize. The idea quickly gains traction, with the white-haired elder and his group nodding in agreement. A temporary truce sounds far more profitable. Jua Jiol begins to assemble his super team, calling out the strongest warriors present, including a giant named Sok and an archer in the trees. The hulking axeman steps forward, as the masked archer leaps silently from the branches, answering the call. This new council of grandmasters forms a menacing circle around Yunho, who hasn't even bothered to look up from his book. Jua Jiol glares down at him, demanding he hand over the manual if he has any desire to keep breathing. But Yunho just smirks, a silent, mocking dismissal of the combined threat standing before him. So Jua Jiol turns to the traveler, telling him to control his kid, only to be told, if you think you can take it, go right ahead. The traveler finally snaps, shouting that if they want the book, they should just try and take it. Jua Jiol is absolutely livid, ready to kill this insolent brat for his disrespect. But his rage is cut short as another man steps forward, a familiar flower seal on his robe freezing him in place. With an aura of immense power, the man announces himself, Gong Mujin, the supreme sword of Manhwa. A wave of panic washes over the crowd as they realize who stands before them, the infamous Plum Blossom Sword Demon. Watching from the side, Yunho's sister Suryeon wonders aloud if this old man is truly as scary as everyone says. Her companion quietly confirms it. The master's reputation is legendary, even if he looks quite ordinary up close. Meanwhile, the traveler fumes, insulted that this newcomer's arrival has made him look weak by comparison. Jua Jiol, his arrogance vanished, immediately bows his head in apology and asks if Manhwa also wants the manual. But Gong Mujin simply waves him off, stating they're just passing through and have no interest in their little conflict. Jua Jiol, sweating with relief, asks if he can really finish his business without their interference. Gong Mujin gives his blessing, swearing on his name that he won't step in even if a head rolls. But a sly grin reveals his true intentions. He's absolutely certain it'll be Jua Jiol's head on the chopping block. With his confidence restored, Jua Jiol turns back to Yunho, sneering that there's no one left to protect him now. Yunho just scoffs, saying he never wanted help, and that the old master isn't the type to save people anyway. Done with the back and forth, Jua Jiol's expression darkens. His patience has finally run out. But it's Yunho who suddenly explodes, screaming that he already said no, and demanding to know why they keep pushing him. He clutches the manual tightly, his voice ringing with defiance as he shouts that he is not handing it over. This blatant disrespect is the last straw, twisting Jua Jiol's face into a mask of pure fury. With a roar of frustration, he finally draws his sword, lunging forward to silence the insolent brat for good. But as the blade slices through the air, Yunho's expression is one of complete indifference. Zhuajiul's men are already celebrating, convinced they're about to witness an execution. The sword stops dead, however, caught effortlessly between Yonho's fingers. He looks up, a feral grin spreading across his face, reminding the fool that he's the one who started this. Zhuajiul's mind short-circuits, unable to process how this kid just stopped his full-force attack barehanded. A single explosive shove sends the big man flying, his own swords knocked from his grasp. He crashes into the ground with bone-shattering force, leaving his followers completely stunned. All Zhuajiul can do is clutch his broken hand, whimpering in pure agony. Yonho now looms over him, his earlier calm replaced with a cold, simmering rage. He stomps down, demanding to know what would have happened if he hadn't been fast enough to dodge that pathetic swing. The sickening crunch of bone echoes as Zhuajiul's mind reels. How did he dodge so easily? His followers are frozen in disbelief. Their leader, the Nine Flashes blade, was just broken? Elsewhere in the crowd, Sang Guanhong wipes away a bead of sweat, making a mental note to never cross this kid. Gong Mujin decides to step in, playing the peacemaker by telling Yonho he's going a bit too far. Too far? Yonho scoffs, pointing out that if he were any weaker, he'd have lost his head. He punctuates the statement with a final, dismissive kick, sending the brute flying into the crowd. Yonho calmly picks up his book, wondering who told them to bother someone just trying to read quietly. The entire field is stunned into silence, the onlookers unable to comprehend what just happened. But not everyone is intimidated. From the back, a powerful figure smirks, deeply impressed by the show. This imposing figure steps forward, proudly announcing their name. Yi Ryang, the ghost demonic hand. They smirk, assuming Yonho is just an ignorant kid who doesn't recognize their fearsome reputation. Yi Ryang strolls closer, offering some advice, clearly planning to intimidate or ambush him. But Yonho's patience has run out. He delivers his own advice right to their jaw. Without a second thought, he sends the ghost demonic hand flying with a contemptuous kick. Sang Guanhong is just stunned, asking Yonho why he'd attack someone who hadn't even done anything. Yonho scoffs, claiming it was obvious from their face that they were up to no good. And the most ridiculous part? Sang Guanhong actually finds himself agreeing with that logic. Just as Yonho tries to get back to his book, a massive shadow looms over him. Another challenger. This new challenger is Siok-il, the infamous blood-soaked fortress of the mountain. Yonho points at him, asking if that murderous face means he's also looking for a beating. But the giant warrior frantically denies it, insisting he's just an ordinary citizen with no ill intent. Yonho is completely thrown off by this. An ordinary citizen? Really? The man just sighs, lamenting how his scary appearance always causes these sad misunderstandings. For a moment, Yonho just stares, but his patience has finally snapped. He lets out an exasperated breath, completely fed up with every single person here. So he holds up the manual, making an announcement to the entire crowd. Anyone who wants it can come and try. Cracking his knuckles, he decides this is all too complicated. It's time to settle it with everyone, all at once. The entire clearing falls silent, as dozens of warriors stare him down, waiting for the first move. But Yonho just glances back at them, a silent challenge in his completely unbothered eyes. Then, in the most baffling power move imaginable, he just sits down to continue reading. The Martial Phoenix's successor, Dam Seolhwa, even walks up and offers him a sweet. And he just casually munches on it, completely absorbed in the book like he's in a library. Watching from the sidelines, even his own sister Suryeon can only admit that no one here stands a chance. He calmly turns another page of the blood-soaked manual, ignoring the world around him. Finally, Sang Guanhong approaches, breaking the silence to ask if the text is too complex for him. He assumes Yonho is struggling with the profound martial arts theory within. But Yonho looks up, a strange light in his eyes, and explains it's not the technique, it's the price. Sang Guanhong can only stare, dumbfounded by the word price, because with a glint of pure, unadulterated greed, Yonho declares that he's going to sell copies for 2 golden yang each. The crowd erupts in disbelief and fury. How could he price such a legendary treasure so cheaply? He holds up the treasure of the Sword Emperor, announcing it's first come, first served. And just like that, the entire valley descends into a mad gold rush, a mob of warriors trampling each other to be first. But just as the chaos reaches its peak, a new faction descends upon the scene, a disciplined group of monks. Their leader, Master Gong Ryong, knows exactly what this means. The Sword Emperor's treasure will cause a bloodbath. He cannot allow that to happen. Mobilizing his elite 18 Arhats in perfect formation, stealing his resolve, he decides that if blood must be shed to stop this, he alone will bear the sin. Landing atop a cliff, the master roars, commanding the foolish martial artists to stop their descent into madness. He declares that he will not tolerate any more killing, only to stop dead in his tracks. Because instead of a bloodbath, he finds dozens of warriors frantically scribbling on scrolls. The great master is utterly baffled by the bizarre, studious scene before him. A familiar face, Gong Mujin, approaches and offers a respectful greeting. After a brief reintroduction, Master Gong Ryong finally gets to the point. He looks around at the chaos, demanding to know what in the world is going on. Gong Mujin calmly explains that, as he can see, they're copying the Sword Emperor's treasure. The master's mind short-circuits. They're what? Copying the legendary artifact? He's told the owner permitted it for a fee, prompting him to ask just who this owner is. But Gong Mujin leans in with a grave warning. For his own sake, never associate with that bum, he's a demon. Master Gong Ryong feigns a look of saintly curiosity, believing it's his duty to meet and guide this generous soul. Gong Mujin leads him to the door, calling for Mr. Wei to come out and greet the master from Shaolin. When no one answers, his patience wears thin, rapping his knuckles and demanding respect for the elder. The door bursts open, and an annoyed Wei Yono is unceremoniously tossed outside. He lands firmly on the ground, clearly not having left his room by choice. After a quick bow, he introduces himself as Wei Yonho, the second son of the Wei clan. The Shaolin master praises his supposed Buddhist mindset, admiring his detachment from material things. He and his monks strike a holy pose, bathing the area in a righteous glow. But then the mask slips. For the sake of peace, he insists Wei Yonho hand the treasure over to them. Wei Yonho just shrugs it off. He gets the self-righteous speech, but it's his item, and hell decide what to do with it. With a sly look, Wei Yonho clarifies his offer. It's not free. Hez keeping the original but selling copies for 2 golden yangs each. A warrior sheepishly interrupts, saying he was told to talk to him if he didn't have cash on hand. Oh, perfect. Wei Yonho just points him in a certain direction, much to the confusion of the Shaolin master. And there it is, a temporary branch of the Milky Way Manor, offering immediate loans, with a man named Huang Chung greeting him warmly. The branch leader launches into his sales pitch, offering a special loan for the Sword Emperor's treasure at a staggering 50% annual interest rate. The warrior slams the desk, calling it outright robbery, but Huang Chung just smiles, reminding him what a pittance that will be for a future grandmaster. He gestures to the crowd of others already taking the deal, asking if he really wants to be the one left behind in the dust. The fear of missing out hits hard. Tears of desperation stream down the warrior's face as he caves to the pressure. Pleased, Huang Chung calls it a wise choice, and has the man stamp the predatory contract without a second thought. The deal sealed, the warrior is told to follow a young lady for guidance, leaving him completely baffled as to what happens now. The young woman presents one last document, a non-disclosure agreement. The book's contents are not to be shared or resold, ever. He reads the fine print, and his blood runs cold. Any violation will be personally punished by Wei Yonho. He can't even show his own kids? She clarifies that direct family is acceptable, but no one else. Defeated, the warrior reluctantly agrees. With another victim secured, Huang Chung saunters over to Wei Yonho to settle up their part of the business. He hands over a payment, all while the Shaolin master watches on with a deeply confused expression. Not 2, but 3 gleaming gold nyangs are placed in Wei Yonho's hand. The master questions the amount, but Huang Chung just grins, calling the extra coin a customer acquisition fee for the referral. Master Gong Ryong thinks he's losing money on the deal, but Huang Chung whispers that he's being naive. He asks if he truly believes these desperate men can repay the loan in a year. A greedy, predatory glint fills his eyes. The real business, he explains, begins the moment they can't pay him back. The monk can only mutter a prayer, horrified, as both Huang Chung and Wei Yonho smile at their viciously effective scheme. Both Wei Yonho and Lord Huang erupt in a fit of wicked, unrestrained laughter. The Shaolin master can only see them as true demons, but Wei Yonho just waves him off, telling him to get back to work. He casually asks for a progress report, and the monk grimly informs him that 100 people have already copied the book. The monk's mind races, doing the math 100 people and 30 more waiting, that's nearly 400 golden yangs. He realizes with a jolt that this single day's take is more than Shaolin's annual donations, while Wei Yonho just yawns. The master tries to appeal to reason, warning that if the book falls into evil hands, it will surely cause a bloodbath. But Wei Yonho just smiles, confidently stating that when the time comes, someone good will surely stop them. He then turns the pressure right back onto the monk, implying a man of his stature wouldn't just sit by and watch chaos unfold. Flustered, the master stammers that of course he would intervene, trying to regain some semblance of authority. Wei Yonho then gestures to the crowd, explaining that he's actually prevented a bloodbath by giving them this alternative. By his logic, if everyone learns the technique, no one can monopolize it. In a way, he's actually bringing peace. The Shaolin master is left speechless, reluctantly admitting to himself that the young man's twisted reasoning holds up. Even Song Guanhong watches from a distance, amazed that Wei Yonho actually managed to convince the elder of Shaolin. He then wonders aloud what would happen if someone tried to take the book by force instead of paying. But the martial artists just laugh at the silly question, why fight when you can just pay and copy it peacefully? Wei Yonho isn't concerned. casually mentioning he's planning on heading to the major city of Luoyang next. The master immediately assumes he's going there to hide from the fallout of his actions. But with a confident smirk, Wei Yanho clarifies he has no intention of hiding. He's going to keep selling the book. Master Gong Ryong's jaw nearly hits the floor, completely stunned by this shameless declaration. The young businessman just pumps his fist, giddy at the thought of a bigger city with even more customers. Wei Yanho's eyes practically glitter with dollar signs, absolutely thrilled with his business plan. The old master, however, is completely horrified, his mind reeling from the sheer audacity. Wei Yanho casually pats his shoulder, telling him not to worry. He's not handing the book over and can handle things himself. Master Gong Ryong can only stare, disgusted, thinking he's looking at the human embodiment of pure greed. He and Sang Guanhong look on as the crowd, once a chaotic mob, now stands in an orderly line. The old monk just can't believe it. They're all waiting patiently to pay up. He realizes that even the intimidating aura of the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost wasn't enough to quell these greedy beasts. Turning to Sang Guanhong, he demands to know just who this Wei Yanho really is, but the man has no easy answer. So the master cuts to the chase, his gaze sharpening as he asks a far more serious question. How does the boy's power compare to his? And Sang Guanhong's heavy silence is an answer in itself. Master Gong Ryong's mind reels, hesitating. Is the boy's power so immense that speaking of it would be an insult? He glances over at Wei Yanho, who's passed out cold, drooling on the ground at his young age. How is this possible? The old monk can only stare at the absolute mess of a man who just tamed a den of wolves. With the situation resolved, Sang Guanhong politely bids farewell, though the master feels bad for not even offering him a place to rest. As the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost departs, the sun setting in the distance, Master Gong Ryong turns to his own disciples. He calls out to one of them, Musan, who snaps to attention, confused by the sudden order to stay behind. The master explains that true learning can't be found hiding in the mountains. They must first understand the ways of the world, and with a cunning glint in his eye, he gives the order, follow that Wei Yanho, and experience what life is really like. Musan, completely missing the point, thinks his master is being incredibly considerate, and passionately accepts the mission. But just as he's ready to go, the old monk stops him, adding that there's just one more thing he needs to do. Master Gong Ryong leans in, whispering his final, secret instruction to his top disciple. Musan can hardly believe his ears, completely baffled by the absurd request. His mind immediately flashes to the sheer humiliation of the task. He pictures himself at a merchant's stall, trying to get a loan by promising the temple will repay it. But he knows the merchant would just see a broke monk, not a credible borrower. The master's logic is simple. They need a certain book, they have no money, and Musan must secure the funds. And so, with a heavy heart, the young monk is led off to meet their lender. But it's not some simple merchant, it's Wei Yanho, who smirks, understanding their predicament perfectly. The Shaolin master, his disciple, and even Sang Guanhong stand before him, completely at his mercy. Yanho wastes no time, looking straight at Musan and asking if he's bald because he likes getting things for free. Sang Guanhong absolutely loses it, furious that Yanho would dare mock a monk so openly. Yanho just smirks back, retorting that the monk is bald, and seems to be living a pretty comfortable life for free. With his ally tapping out, Musan is left to kneel and plead for mercy, but Yonho's game is just beginning. He smoothly presents a contract, telling the young monk to sign over an affidavit of his private possessions. Musan explains that monks have no such things, a confession that plays right into Yonho's hands. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he declares that if the whole temple is sharing the debt, the price is now 500 golden yang. Sang Guanhong chokes, pointing out that the price for the others was only 200. Musan tries to argue that all of Shaolin is one family, but Yonho just scoffs and generously lowers it to 300. Knowing full well the monk has no money, Yonho offers the alternative: use your body to pay. The contract is immediately amended to a promissory note. Musan will become Wei Yonho's subordinate until the debt is cleared. Before Musan can even process the terms, Yonho vanishes in a flash. The monk stands bewildered in a swirl of dust, wondering where he could have gone. In an instant, Yonho reappears right in front of him, having completed his little errand. He casually hands over a letter, and Musan is stunned. Did he chase down his master already? The message is from Gong Ryong, bluntly telling him to stop making a fuss and just sign the note. It's undeniably his master's handwriting. Musan crushes the paper in his fist, his spirit finally broken. And so, the great Shaolin disciple is reduced to walking on foot with Yonho's procession. He stares at the crumpled promissory note, his mind replaying the betrayal. Did his master just abandon him? Surely not, he thinks, trying to find any other explanation, but the truth feels cold and sharp. Riding beside him, Sang Guanhong shakes his head, realizing the brutal lesson. The master stole the book, but the disciple pays the debt. Later that night, Wei Suryan gently offers her brother a sweet snack. Yonho happily obliges, savoring the taste after a long day of extortion. Sang Guanhong can only watch in silence, thinking this kid is absolutely terrifying, and he's not wrong, because just 2 hours ago, Yonho had a sudden craving. He'd given his new slave, Musan, a simple choice: find sweets or repay the 300 yang. Faced with an impossible debt, Musan swore he'd find them and took off like a shot. Yonho chews thoughtfully, impressed. A slave faster than a horse is definitely worth the price. Back in the present, Suryan asks how much they earned, and Yonho playfully corrects her. He reveals a grand total of 800 yang, claiming the heavens reward those who do good deeds. His sister is ecstatic, and he promises to feed her well with their newfound fortune. As Hez enjoying his snack, Hez suddenly offered a piece by Dam Solhua, much to his surprise. The three of them are relaxing on a rooftop, sharing their food under the moonlight. But his sister Suryan's mind is clearly on something else, sizing up the girl beside her. She thinks to herself that the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost disciple is pretty and comes from a good family, and her own brother isn't a bad catch, either skilled and handsome, if only he wasn't so incredibly lazy. Deciding Seolwa is a total jackpot, Suryan slyly suggests that she should be the one to feed him. With a nod and a determined look, the two women form a silent, matchmaking alliance. Yonho, meanwhile, is completely oblivious, his mouth stuffed as he wonders what they're up to. But their peaceful night is shattered when their path is suddenly blocked by a line of torches in the darkness. Sang Guanhong steps forward from the crowd, his expression grim, demanding to know what's going on. Yonho leaps from his horse, sarcastically correcting Sang Guanhong that these are people, not animals with torches. Musan, the Shaolin monk, surveys the scene, noting that this crowd seems to be waiting for someone specific. Sang Guanhong states the obvious. They're here to steal the treasure, but Yonho casually suggests they could just, buy it. The house sect agent nervously asks if they should just turn back, seeing the overwhelming numbers. But Yonho, with Luoyang just ahead, has a much simpler plan. They'll just go straight through them. The carriage rumbles forward, approaching the torchlit blockade waiting for them at the city gates. Musan grows uneasy, realizing just how many people have gathered here for the same prize. From the crowd, a man named Zhua Yang steps out, spreading his arms as if to halt their advance single-handedly. Then another warrior, Gong Mujin of Mount Hua, makes his presence known, while Yonho just casually observes from his ride. The mob roars in unison, demanding that the owner of the legendary treasure finally reveal themselves. Gong Mujin steps forward to announce himself, but the massive torch-lit crowd simply ignores him. He scoffs, wondering if they didn't hear him introduce himself as the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost. Zhua Yang waves him off dismissively, yelling that he doesn't have time to deal with some good-for-nothing. The insult hits its mark, and Gong Mujin's face twists with fury. Did he just call him a good-for-nothing? He absolutely snaps, lunging forward as Dam Seolwa and his other companion desperately try to restrain him. Just then, Yonho finally hops down from the carriage, smugly announcing that the real boss is here now. Musan is forced to physically clamp a hand over Gong Mujin's mouth, begging him to just calm down. With the distraction handled, Zhua Yang turns to Yonho, demanding he hand over the book to spare his own life. Yonho just grins, holding up 2 fingers and reminding them of his generous new offer, 2 nyang for a copy. The mob leader explodes in disbelief, screaming at the sheer absurdity of such a price. But Yonho isn't talking to him. He turns to the rest of the crowd, asking if they all heard that. He points back at the mob leader's faction, announcing that they want the manual for free, and to top it off, they called everyone paying for it idiots. His manipulation hits its mark perfectly. The other martial artists, the ones actually planning to pay, start glaring daggers at the instigators. Zhua Yang frantically tries to backtrack, screaming that Yonho's words were twisted, but his voice is lost in the noise. Yonho just smirks, telling the crowd that if those guys won't pay, their only other option is to steal it. That's the final spark. The paying customers explode with rage, calling them shameless thieves. With chaos erupting, Yonho gives his new clients an ultimatum: stay and get robbed, or follow him out of the city now. He assures them he can get them all past the city gates, turning this angry mob into his personal army. Leaping onto his horse with his blade drawn, he declares that the time for talking is officially over. Caught up in the stampede, Seoman Dayan begins to seriously question if this was the right call, but it's too late for regrets, as Yonho leads his furious new army straight into the fray. The instigators, the so-called Crazy Debtors group, can only watch in shock before desperately calling to protect the manual. Yonho gallops ahead of the pack, a one-man vanguard whose charge sends shivers down the enemy's spine. Zhua Yang's men completely lose their nerve, screaming that this was meant to be a simple shakedown, not a suicide run. Yonho's mob even brought a battering ram, shoving a heavy cart to smash through the blockade. And leading this symphony of destruction, Yonho throws his head back with a wild, unrestrained laugh. Dayan looks at him in sheer terror, yelling at him that there's nothing funny about their impending deaths. But he's having the time of his life, realizing how much more fun it is to be the hunter instead of the hunted. The two forces are seconds from a brutal collision, and Daeyeon can only brace for the inevitable impact. But just as the lines are about to meet, Yeonho raises a massive, cloth-wrapped weapon into the air. Blue energy crackles and flares around it, gathering into an explosive aura. Jua Yang and his men can only stare in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster they've provoked. With a crazed grin, Yeonho unleashes all that pent-up power in a single, earth-shattering swing. A tidal wave of sword ki erupts from his weapon, tearing through the enemy ranks. The blockade is instantly annihilated, men screaming as they're shredded by the raw force. They're thrown back like rag dolls, completely powerless against the overwhelming assault. The attack carves a massive, glowing crater into the very ground where they once stood. Jua Yang trembles, his mind reeling. Was that even the work of a human being? But Yeonho doesn't stop, laughing as he gallops through the path of destruction he just created. He screams for everyone else to get out of his way. The first poor soul to try and stop him is simply swatted aside like an insect. But up ahead, a new, much larger mob with torches lit stands ready to meet his charge. Yeonho crashes into their ranks, his blade a whirlwind of blue light, deflecting every blow. Then, a sudden realization dawns on him. These scoundrels are trying to rob him blind. Their leader just roars that numbers are on their side, confident they can overwhelm him. And from above, the situation looks grim. They're completely surrounded, with no escape. But Yeonho just strikes a pose, a manic grin on his face, declaring no one gets a freebie. Seomun Daeyeon is absolutely floored. He's haggling over prices in a life-or-death battle. He snaps back that this is exactly the time to talk business. Enraged, they'd try to steal his product. He screams curses at the thieves, wishing baldness upon them for being such cheapskates. But his chaotic sales pitch is cut short by a young monk whose patience has officially run out. Gathering a brilliant golden light, Musan unleashes the great power of supreme wisdom. A wave of pure energy slams into the bandits, sending them flying backwards. The monk sternly lectures them that taking what isn't yours is a path without morality. But the bandit leader just sneers, wondering what this bald man is even talking about. Oh, that was the wrong thing to say. Musan grits his teeth, muttering that he's not bald, he just shaves his head. Another fool charges in, sword raised, screaming for the bald man to die. And that's it. The monk's composure completely shatters, his face twisting with raw fury. He unleashes the divine fist of 100 steps, blasting the thug away for his unforgivable insult. With a huff, Muzan dismisses the thug he just launched into the night sky. He clasps his hands, desperately trying to suppress the demon of rage boiling within him. But the other bandits see only a mad monk, a renegade completely out of control. Little do they know, this very night marks the beginning of the legend of the Blood Arhat. And elsewhere in the chaos, another storm of violence is erupting. A man in pink robes moves like the wind, his blade leaving trails of deadly light. He taunts his opponents, inviting them to come and taste the sword of a so-called nobody. With each elegant swing, bodies fall, unable to comprehend his blinding speed. But this is no nobody, this is the fearsome demon of the Plum Blossom Sword. At the same time, a sleazy bandit leader sets his eyes on a new target, a lone young woman. But Sang Guanhong is already there, his blade flashing as he roars for the man to get his eyes off his disciple. The bandit falls, his life fading with a single, final thought, at least she was beautiful. Meanwhile, in a completely different fight, two escorts are getting overwhelmed, one screaming in confusion about why they're even fighting. His partner tells him to shut up and take one more down. They're in the same boat as young Master Wee now. They press on, guarding a carriage that's being violently jostled through the chaos. A sickly young servant peeks out from inside, weakly begging for them to slow down. Then a lady's delicate voice follows, complaining that she can't take the rough ride anymore. Hearing her, the two guards are instantly love-struck, their hearts pounding in their chests. But their romantic delusion immediately shatters into disgust when the servant's whining voice pipes up again. Filled with rage and confusion, they charge forward, wondering where their lives went so horribly wrong. And as they flee, a tidal wave of enemies crests the rooftops, swarming down on them. The pursuers scream warnings to each other. The men in the back are sticking right behind the suicide squad. Wee Suryan is losing her nerve, yelling that things are getting too dangerous and they need to go faster. But as they sprint through the streets, she spots their only hope, the city gate up ahead. Her hope immediately dies. It's late at night, and the gate is sealed shut. They're trapped. Seomun Daeyeon snaps, grabbing Wee Yeonho and demanding a plan. He was the one who said he had this handled. Yeonho, however, just flashes a confident grin, pointing forward and telling everyone to keep moving and trust him. He leans in with a smug look, confessing he's actually always wanted to try this at least once. With a smooth motion, he pulls a small, official-looking token from inside his robes. But up on the walls, the guards spot the approaching group and yell out in alarm, ordering them to stop immediately. But ignoring their orders, Wee Yeonho and the massive mob behind him continue their charge toward the gate. The guard's confusion instantly melts into cold, sweat-drenched terror, because Yonho raises a small object high, and it erupts in a blinding golden light. It's the golden blade of the royal inspector, a symbol of the emperor's absolute authority. The guard's mind short-circuits. It can't be a boy like this holding such power. With a triumphant grin, Yonho announces that the great royal secret inspector is here to see them. Pure, unadulterated panic erupts on the wall as the guards stumble over themselves. They scream to each other that it's the real insignia. If they don't open the gate, they're all dead. With trembling hands, they crank the massive wheel, their lives flashing before their eyes. The heavy gate begins to groan open as the guards shriek for everyone to get out of the way. But Yonho has absolutely no time to wait for their terrified fumbling. A wave of force blasts the gate, and the guards aside in a shower of blue energy. He charges through the opening on horseback, insignia held high like a trophy. With a wild, manic laugh, he screams for his steed to go even faster. Sang Guanhong demands to know where they're headed, and Yonho roars back their destination. The Martial Justice Alliance. Annoyed by all the noise and attention, Sang Guanhong snaps at him to shut up. But it's too late. Their chaotic procession thunders through the city, kicking up dust and pursued by guards. Finally, his escorts spot the massive fortress of the Alliance headquarters looming in the distance. There's just one tiny problem: they're heading straight for a sheer cliff wall, not the main entrance. While his followers begin to panic, Yonho's face remains locked in cold, unblinking determination. He screams at his horse to just keep charging, straight towards the solid rock wall. With a smug grin, Yonho mentions an old saying as his sister begs him to stop whatever madness he's planning. He leaps atop his steed, raising the insignia high and roaring that the great path has no gates. And with a glint of pure insanity in his eyes, he declares that if there's no gate, hell just make one. Sang Guanhong finally snaps, screaming that the brainless psycho has completely twisted the meaning of the proverb. But Yonho is already in motion, leaping high into the air as a storm of ki gathers around him. Sang Guanhong can only reach out in sheer terror, his denial swallowed by the roar of energy. A massive explosion of blue light tears through the air, slamming directly into the fortress wall. He stares in utter disbelief. The legendary wall, a symbol of the Alliance's power that never fell to any army, was just casually demolished by one man, who now grins and declares that the way forward is clear. And leading the charge is Siomundaeon, eyes blazing with furious determination. This is it, an all-or-nothing gamble as their carriage rockets through the newly made entrance. Inside, the Muram Alliance fortress is in utter chaos, the warriors reeling from what they think is an earthquake. The guards on duty stare blankly into the dust, completely bewildered by the sudden explosion. Their confusion turns to terror as they see a shape hurtling towards them, and they scramble to get away. A horse-drawn carriage, driven by none other than Yonho himself, thunders past the stunned onlookers. Daeon screams for everyone to get out of the way, announcing herself as the heir of the Flying Swallow Pavilion. Another young warrior, a cadet from the Hidden Dragon Academy, also desperately pleads for aid. The crowd recognizes the Flying Swallow's crest and Daeon's commanding voice, quickly parting to make a path. With a clear route ahead, the carriage speeds through the fortress, a blur of motion on a critical mission. The warriors below can only watch, murmuring amongst themselves about the daughter of the Swallow Pavilion. But their pursuers skid to a sudden, grinding halt. Yonho, having crossed the threshold, turns back to face them with an unreadable expression. They stand on one side of an invisible line, while his carriage sits safely on the other. The men draw their swords, but they dare not take another step. They know the instant they cross this border, they'll be branded as invaders of the Martial Justice Alliance. With a theatrical sigh, Yonho casually steps out of the carriage. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he mocks them for almost catching him. One of the pursuers explodes in a rage, screaming that he's going to kill Yonho. But his comrades grab him, desperately reminding him that stepping into that fortress means certain death for all of them. With a smug grin and a dismissive wave, Yonho tells them better luck next time, if there even is one. But as his pursuers tremble with rage, a new sound cuts through the night air. They look around, torches held high, completely baffled by the sudden noise. Thundering hooves echo as the Luoyang Guard charges onto the scene. An entire battalion surrounds the area, their formation a clear and intimidating message. Yonho points at the stunned men, asking why they look so surprised. Did they really think they could cause such a commotion and just get away with it? The pursuers can only sputter back that he's the one who started all of this. But a guard captain steps forward, his voice a cold command. Do not take another step. He issues a final, chilling warning. Move, and they make an enemy of the government itself. But the chaos isn't over, as a new faction descends upon the scene. The crowd parts for the imposing figures of the Grand Celestial Troop. Their leader immediately locks eyes with the guard captain, a silent clash of authority. Just as tensions are about to boil over, a soft cough cuts through the silence. Yonho calmly strolls between the two powerful men, completely unfazed. With a sly grin, He reveals a small, gleaming golden blade. The guard captain's eyes go wide. He recognizes the golden blade of the royal inspector. Yeonho turns to the stunned pursuers, explaining to the captain that these men are simply thieves, just a shameless bunch who tried to kill people and steal goods in the dead of night. But their crimes don't end there. They also invaded Luoyang without permission. Yeonho declares that such blatant crimes cannot be ignored by anyone in power here. The troop leader and guard captain can only grit their teeth and agree. He's got them cornered. A wave of pure dread washes over the pursuers as they realize there's no escape. With a smug little smile, Yeonho tells the authorities he'll leave the rest to them. He then calmly turns his back on the chaos, pulling a small wooden cart behind him. Arriving at a hidden courtyard, he kicks his 2 bound captives onto the ground. The prisoners groan, still dazed, as Yeonho stands over his delivery. He points to the muscular one, telling his allies to take Seojuak away. Leaning against a doorway, Yeonho sighs, completely spent, claiming he's done enough for one night. Outside, his waiting allies, Sangwonhong and the others, gather around their newly acquired prizes. As dawn breaks over Luoyang, the authorities have finally cornered Yeonho's pursuers. The guard captain calmly lists their crimes: destruction of the gate and illegal entry. The pursuers sweat, frantically trying to claim they weren't the ones who destroyed it. But the list of charges continues: carrying weapons, causing a disturbance, and attempted murder. With no room for excuses, the captain bellows the order to arrest them all. The city guard wastes no time, advancing in formation with their spears leveled. The Grand Celestial Troop eagerly leaps into action, ordered to help subdue the outlaws. Realizing they're trapped, the pursuers break into a full-blown panic, trying to flee for their lives. But their desperate escape is cut short as the combined forces swiftly close in. Watching from a safe distance, Sangwonhong sighs, satisfied that the commotion is finally over. His companions collapse to the ground, utterly spent and believing the danger has finally passed. Sangwonhong, however, can only manage a weary, knowing smile, because with Wee Yeonho around, who is currently knocked out and snoring, nothing ever truly ends peacefully. Elsewhere, a meeting is underway between Gong Mujin, an agent of the House sect, and the divine strategist Jo Hyun. The strategist is in disbelief, asking if Wee Yeonho is truly selling the Sword Emperor's ultimate legacy. Gong Mujin, the Plum Blossom Sword Demon, simply confirms that yes, he is. The old man practically chokes on his drink, declaring the very idea to be complete and utter insanity. He bursts into a fit of wild laughter, mocking the idea of selling the Sword Emperor's remains. Barely containing himself, he asks Gong Mujin what could possibly be going through that boy's head. Gong Mujin calmly explains Yeonho's simple logic. He makes money, others get the manual, and no blood is spilled, a perfect outcome for everyone involved. The divine strategist admits the boy isn't wrong, but the audacity of it all is infuriating. After stirring up the entire martial world, that's his reason? The old man's eyes narrow, asking where this troublemaker is now. Meanwhile, the man in question is lost in dreamland, enjoying the most peaceful sleep of his life. He lets out a blissful sigh, thinking this is what paradise must feel like. A soft knock at the door barely rouses him, and he lazily tells the person to enter. It's Dame Seolhwa, gently announcing that she's brought him something to eat. But instead of just leaving the tray, she quietly takes a seat right on the edge of his bed. Yeonho stares, completely baffled, as she blushes and averts her gaze. What is she doing? She picks up a dumpling with her chopsticks, offering it to him as if it's the most natural thing in the world. After a moment of stunned silence, he gives in, deciding he'll humor her with just one bite. As the dumpling meets his lips, a sudden wave of shame hits Yeonho. Is he really throwing away his dignity like this? But nah, screw dignity. A pretty girl feeding him? This is the life. He leans back and decides to just enjoy it. Their cozy little moment is shattered as the door flies open, and Sangwonhong storms in, demanding Yeonho come with him. He freezes mid-sentence, his eyes locking onto the scene of his precious disciple feeding this lazy bum in bed. Seolhwa smirks triumphantly at her master, whose face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. As his followers scatter, Seolhwa stands to confront him, a silent challenge passing between master and student. Yeonho, cheeks puffed out like a squirrel, just assumes the man's angry red face means he desperately needs the bathroom. That innocent question is the final straw. Sangwonhong draws his blade with a sharp ring of steel. Still chewing, Yeonho glances up at the sword, genuinely confused about why things suddenly got so hostile. Sangwonhong roars that he will never hand over his disciple to a scoundrel, completely misreading the entire situation. The aftermath of his little tantrum leaves Sangwonhong utterly defeated and silent. He's now forced to personally escort Yeonho through the military affairs hall, his pride in tatters. Yeonho, lounging on his back as he's carried, casually mocks the older man for his rashness. Sangwonhong tries to argue that he's the real victim here, but Yeonho just reminds him who actually got beaten senseless. Shifting gears, he desperately tries to warn Yeonho to be respectful and worthless as they're meeting a great elder of the alliance. but Yonho just stretches, telling the fuming master that he worries way too much. They finally arrive, the doors creaking open to the advisor's chambers. Sang Guanhong respectfully announces their presence, presenting Wei Yonho to the man inside. An imposing elder with a red fan welcomes them, his sharp eyes fixed on the young guest. He immediately identifies Yonho as the son of Wei Zhong'an, noting that even the alliance leader holds his father's memory in high regard. Yonho then openly mocks his father's chivalry, claiming it's the reason his family survives on scraps. Sang Guanhong frantically jabs him in the side, desperately trying to get him to show some manners. The divine strategist, however, just seems amused by the brat's audacity and invites them to sit. An elegant table is prepared for them, piled high with refreshments. As they all take their seats, the room fills with a tense, unspoken silence. Yonho doesn't even try to hide his look of utter disinterest. The old strategist observes him for a moment, his eyes sharp and unreadable. He notes that judging by Yonho's expression, it seems the boy doesn't like him very much. With a casual smile, Yonho admits it's true, causing Sang Guanhong to choke on his tea in horror. The poor man can only stare, wondering if Yonho is simply shameless or has nerves of absolute steel. The divine strategist leans in, genuinely curious as to why the boy dislikes him so much. Yonho smirks, delivering the most backhanded compliment imaginable. It's because he looks too ordinary. The old man is momentarily stunned into silence, unable to process the sheer audacity. Yonho continues his critique, noting the smooth skin and kind-looking beard features that make him seem far too trustworthy. Snapping his fan open with a flick of the wrist, the strategist asks if this is just a case of jealousy, but Yonho clarifies it's not envy, it's suspicion. After all, he reasons, the greatest tricksters are the ones who look the most reliable, isn't that right? Sang Guanhong can't take it anymore, letting out a strangled cry of pure horror. The strategist is completely flustered, tapping his fan against his chin, his composure finally cracking. He demands to know who taught Yonho such nonsense, only to be told it was his master, prompting a snide remark about his master's looks. Yonho recalls his master's words, describing him as handsome, with an aura far beyond the advisor's. His master taught him to be wary of trustworthy faces, especially old men, because their appearance often hides their true nature. The strategist, unable to argue with such flawless logic, sighs and decides it's time to get to the point. He lays out the facts. Yonho's actions have ruined their ties with officials and left them with a massive repair bill. But Yonho just calmly sips his tea, completely unfazed, and says he has something to say about that. A vein throbs on the strategist's temple, his patience clearly wearing thin. With a sly grin, Yonho leans forward and suggests they make a deal. His proposal immediately cuts to a scene at the bustling Main Gate Plaza. A massive crowd has gathered around a stage, lured by the promise of the Sword Emperor's legendary legacy, now up for sale. And conveniently, a pawnshop has set up a temporary booth, eagerly offering loans to anyone who might be short on cash. The crowd murmurs amongst themselves, wondering who has the guts to run such a blatant scam right in front of the alliance. When someone finally asks the price, the broker coolly announces it's just 3 gold coins. 3 coins? The crowd scoffs, that's a fortune. They immediately dismiss the whole thing as a ripoff. But just then, 2 imposing figures begin shoving their way through the crowd, announcing they have business to attend to. The onlookers eye them suspiciously, immediately thinking they must be paid actors, plants to legitimize the scam. As the 2 men step into the clearing, however, a sense of familiarity ripples through the crowd. It can't be, that's the divine skill All, Simwu, and Yanggian of the Shangxi Formless Fist. Without a word, the 2 renowned masters present their certificates, sit down, and prepare to copy the text. The skeptics are left speechless. Actual experts are copying a manual that costs a mere 3 coins? Suddenly, it's real. The crowd explodes into a frenzy, shoving each other, begging for loans, and throwing their money at the stage. The brokers shout, trying to funnel the absolute chaos into 2 lines, one for cash, one for credit. Amid the pandemonium, one man wants to know if this is even the real original manual. The merchant simply smiles, pointing to a seal. He asks if anyone would be foolish enough to run a scam right here, under the Murim Alliance's watch. That's all it takes. A guarantee from the Alliance themselves sends the mob into a total meltdown, throwing money and screaming to be let in. But a furious roar cuts through the din, demanding that this madness stop immediately. A stern-faced master strides forward, and the crowd murmurs, it's Taoist Songmoon of the Wudang sect. He points an accusing finger, declaring he could no longer stand by and watch such a blatant scam unfold. With righteous fury, he vows to personally shut down this deception and punish the perpetrators himself. But a quiet voice suddenly materializes right beside him, coolly asking what, exactly, he planned to do. The Taoist breaks out in a cold sweat. He hadn't sensed a thing, not a single footstep, not a hint of presence. The young man, Wei Yonho, calmly asks what part of this looks like a scam to the flustered Taoist. His eyes narrow with theatrical offense. Calling their product fake is an insult he simply will not tolerate. He gestures grandly to the Murim Alliance Hall, declaring they operate with its full, sacred permission. Then, dropping the act, he points a finger and roars that the only outrageous one here is the old horse-faced Taoist. Taoist Songmoon is completely thrown, unable to sense a shred of ki from this insolent youth. Wee Yonho then mocks his face, claiming that in all his life, he's never seen a more ill-humored expression. Deciding he's bored of this, he casually waves over a couple of attendants to bring him something. They rush forward, not with a weapon, but with a luxurious lounging cot, setting it up right there. Wee Yonho promptly lies down, inviting the stunned Taoist to join him since talking while standing is so tiring. That's the last straw. The Taoist explodes, finally realizing this boy is the mastermind behind the fake Sword Emperor manuals. Still lounging, Wee Yonho casually asks if the old Taoist just emerged from isolated training. He mocks him, saying the whole world knows the manual's origin, yet the big-nosed master is clueless. As the crowd murmurs, Yonho piles on, suggesting the Taoist has completely lost touch with the world. Then he sits up, hitting him with a simple question. Would he really be naive enough to sell fakes right here? The logic actually lands, and for a moment, Taoist Songmoon pauses to consider the boy's point. Yonho offers to let him see for himself, but only the introduction, to prove its authenticity. He holds out a copy, which the still skeptical Taoist snatches from his hand. Vowing to kill him if this is a farce, the old master begins to read. His eyes scan the pages, his expression hardening as he searches for any sign of forgery. But then, his entire world shatters as his eyes blow wide in utter disbelief. His skepticism evaporates in a wave of golden light. This is it. The key to breaking the bottleneck he's faced for years. He's on the verge of a breakthrough, so close he can almost feel the power surging within him. But just as he's about to turn the page, Yonho snatches the book right out of his hands. The free preview, he says with a smug grin, is officially over. All pretense of dignity gone, the Taoist grabs him, frantically asking the price. But Yonho leans in with a whisper that shatters his world. The Shaolin paid 300 gold, and not even in cash, he adds with a sly smile. They're on an IOU system, and word is Manhwa is also interested. The Taoist is horrified. If Shaolin and Manhwa are in on this, Wudang cannot be left behind. He demands a copy, promising to sign for it on behalf of his entire sect. But Yonho corrects him he's only allowed to copy it. So the proud Wudang elder kneels on the floor, frantically copying every single word with a brush. Word spreads like wildfire. A Wudang elder is copying the Sword Emperor's manual. The rumor ignites a frenzy, with every martial artist in the city clamoring for their own copy. And amidst the chaos, Yonho simply kicks back, watching his little plan unfold perfectly. But as he observes the madness, a strange thought hits him. Why is no one the least bit suspicious? He knows the content is shallow, and worse, he feels a strange malice emanating from the text. Still, if this is truly the Sword Emperor's legacy, it makes him wonder just how strong his own master was. The comparison sends an unnerving jolt through him, a sudden and powerful sense of dread. He sits up, unable to shake this restless feeling, like he's done something terribly wrong. For a moment, he just stares into the distance, lost in his growing unease. But then, with a sigh, he decides to just roll over and sleep it off. But while Yonho sleeps, another group is already tracking his movements, confirming he's headed for Luoyang. Gongmujin urges his father to set out at once, and the Wee Patriarch agrees there's no time to waste. Sang-ah, however, delivers a chilling threat to Gongmujin, making it clear he'll pay if this is a wild goose chase. The Patriarch can only offer his son some sage advice. Once you're married, just stay home for the sake of peace. But before they can leave, an agent steps forward with one last piece of intel. When Yonho passed through Xinjiang, he was traveling with a young woman. The news instantly piques Physician Jin's interest, and she grabs the agent's arm with a surprisingly tight grip. She declares that if a big incident is unfolding, a physician's skills will be needed, so she must go along. Faced with her righteous excuse, even the formidable Sang-ah has to wave her on with a sigh. And so, the carriage sets off, racing down the road towards the chaos brewing in Luoyang. And as the carriage speeds on, Physician Jin's resolve hardens. She's coming for Yonho. Sang-ah tries to put on a brave face, nervously chuckling at the thought of Yonho with some other woman. The Patriarch, however, just grumbles to himself, convinced his lazy son is just lounging around somewhere. But we flash back to a different time, where Yonho himself is utterly baffled by an unexpected proposition. A distinguished elder, the divine strategist Jo Hyun, has a unique opportunity for him. He wants Yonho, of all people, to become an instructor and teach martial arts to others. Yonho can only think that this old man has lost his mind. Him, a teacher? The idea is absurd. He tries to talk his way out of it, insisting he's too young and, above all, far too lazy. But the strategist easily cuts through his excuses, questioning how a lazy man could possess such incredible power. This triggers a painful memory of the special circumstances that forced him to become so strong. The strategist confirms that's precisely the point. He wants Yeonho to teach others how he got so strong. A smirk crosses Yeonho's face as he warns the old man that he's going to regret this decision. He groans, still trying to weasel his way out of all this hard work, but the strategist won't have it. Jo Hyun calmly states he can't force him, but snaps his fan shut with a knowing look. He then brings up all the complaints about Yeonho's lucrative manual selling business at the front gate. Yeonho breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the old man is threatening his primary source of income. He's torn he can't abandon his business, but he hates being tied down by this man's orders. Suddenly, he slams the table, agreeing to the job on one condition. They sign a contract. He lays out his outrageous terms: 0 liability and a monthly fee of 1 gold nyang per student. A smug grin spreads across his face, absolutely certain no one would ever accept such a crazy offer. But to his absolute horror, the divine strategist simply smiles and says the terms are fine. Yeonho's mind shatters as he faceplants onto the table. His perfect escape plan has backfired spectacularly. The old strategist just watches, a smug little grin playing on his lips. He's completely cornered the boy. Lying there in defeat, Yeonho laments his miserable life, forced back to work without a single moment's rest. But then, a wicked little spark ignites in his eyes. Fine. If he can't quit, hell just caused so much chaos they'll have to fire him. He has no idea, however, that the strategist is already anticipating this, fully intending to squeeze every last drop of talent from him. And so their battle of wits begins. Meanwhile, the leader of the Martial Justice Alliance, Sima Cheonse, pores over a report. The one delivering this startling news is none other than Gong Mujin. Sima Cheonse finds it all hard to swallow, especially the part about the subject's age. He knows Gong Mujin isn't one to lie, but the claims are so outrageous he can't help but be skeptical. Gong Mujin confirms the unbelievable. The boy's martial arts are a complete mystery, and his level is simply beyond estimation. Sima Cheonse leans in, incredulous. Even a master like Gong Mujin couldn't gauge his limits after they clashed? He reminds him of his own vast experience, having fought against the greatest swordsman in the world. How could this assessment be possible? Gong Mujin falls silent for a moment, the gravity of his next words hanging in the air. He decides to be brutally honest, even bringing up his past duel with the legendary immortal sword elder. But he'd never felt a gap as vast, as hopelessly distant, as when he stood before that boy. The implication hits Sima Cheonse like a physical blow. Above the immortal sword elder, he shoots to his feet, scattering the tea set. What kind of monster is this kid? Did he devour a celestial treasure? The leader of the Martial Justice Alliance slams his fist down, his composure completely shattered. He stomps his foot, unable to process the world-breaking news he's just been given. His internal energy erupts, blasting the room with the force of his disbelief. Gong Mujin flinches back, shouting his leader's name in alarm. For a talent to surpass the immortal sword at such a young age, Sima Cheonse's mind races. Then, a crucial, ego-driven question forms in his mind. How does this kid compare to me? He turns to his subordinate, his intense gaze demanding an honest answer. But Gong Mujin can only sweat, admitting he wouldn't even dare to make such a comparison. Instead of rage, Sima Cheonse erupts into a booming, manic laugh. He can't believe it, his subordinate can't even give him a hollow compliment about being superior. Just as he's celebrating this news, the divine strategist enters, asking about the commotion. The old advisor reveals that, in exchange for doing business, Wee Yeonho will be an instructor at their hall. An instructor? Sima Cheonse scoffs at the idea, noting Yeonho is barely older than the students. But the divine strategist calmly states that this is precisely the point. He explains that since Yeonho avoids others, this is a perfect chance for him to form bonds. Besides, if his presence motivates the other students, then it's a win-win for everyone involved. The scene shifts, a new day dawning on the martial world. We arrive at the training grounds of the prestigious Hidden Dragon Martial Hall. Here, a top student named Yan Hyo clutches his chest, overcome by a strange and sudden unease. His name is called from behind as he stares out at the grounds. A friend, Peng Do-hyung, approaches, asking if he's all right. Noticing his anxious expression, Yan Hyo brushes it off as the other students complain. They have no idea who their new instructor even is. Peng Do-hyung nudges his friend, asking if he's seeing what he's seeing. Their eyes lock onto a bizarre sight in the middle of the training yard, a single, solitary bed. Yan Hyo's jaw clenches in disbelief. He prays it's not what he thinks it is. Just then, a smarmy new face, the young master of the Moyang clan, introduces himself with misplaced confidence. The newcomer points, cluelessly asking why there's a bed on the training grounds, but Peng Do-hyung whispers a wicked little plan. They can't be the only ones suffering, so they should keep this guy in the dark. Despite the cold sweat on their brows, Yan Hyo resolves to stay. This is a golden opportunity to learn from a monster. A heavy footstep echoes across the dirt, and there he is, their new instructor, shuffling into view like he'd rather be anywhere else. With a long, miserable sigh, Wee Yonho makes his grand entrance, much to the shock of the students. Meanwhile, as the sun sets, a sense of tranquility settles over the city. An old advisor reflects on how the bloody conflict at Luoshan has ended, bringing peace to the land. But he sighs. This peace would be much sweeter if not for a certain ongoing commotion. Down below, a massive crowd is growing restless, complaining about the endless wait. Just then, Chief Instructor Seik Muncho arrives to give his greetings. The advisor welcomes him, casually asking how things are faring at the Hidden Dragon Martial Hall. He's particularly curious about Wee Yonho, wondering if the young genius is employing some unique teaching methods. Seok Muncho's expression turns grim. That's exactly why he's here, suggesting the advisor see it for himself. The view shifts to the training grounds, where the students are scattered about, laughing, gossiping, and gambling their time away in utter chaos. The advisor can't believe his eyes. The training hall is a den of slackers and gamblers. He turns to Seok Muncho, demanding to know where the instructor is in all this mess. Without a word, the chief instructor just points towards a secluded spot on the grounds. And there he is, Wee Yonho, the supposed genius, sleeping peacefully under a yellow blanket. Jo Hyun's face contorts with pure, unadulterated disbelief. He is completely dumbfounded. He bellows from the balcony, his voice echoing as he demands to know what on earth Wee Yonho is doing. Startled from his nap, Wee Yonho slowly wakes, a line of drool on his cheek, utterly confused. The advisor tries to compose himself, taking a moment to sip some freshly poured tea, but the sheer audacity of it all is too much, and he sprays the tea everywhere in a fit of rage. With a lazy smirk, Wee Yonho cheekily comments on the heat, suggesting the fuming old man could make a fortune as a circus act. The advisor's hands tremble with rage, as he demands an explanation for this blatant disrespect and dereliction of duty. But Yonho is unbothered, calmly explaining that he is providing the best education, self-study, the path of legends. Jo Hyun slams the table, roaring that those were geniuses, ordinary people need a master to guide them. Yonho leans back, posing a simple, devastating question. Have any of those students ever actually surpassed their masters? The old man stammers, unable to answer, and Yonho presses his advantage. What good is a teacher who only creates a ceiling? He continues his verbal assault, questioning how he could possibly teach blade arts to a student when he's never even used a blade himself. Absolutely losing his mind, the divine strategist pounds his chest, yelling he wasn't asking for specifics, just the core concepts. Wee Yonho just gives a little shrug, acknowledging the hall's policy with a look that says he's not done dismantling the man's entire worldview. He then coolly presents the contract, pointing out the clause stating his teaching methods are not to be interfered with. The divine strategist clutches his head, exasperated. Why did Yonho even bother arguing if he had this the entire time? With a placid expression, Yonho replies that he was simply curious to hear the advisor's esteemed opinion on the matter. But after listening, he lets out a little scoff. It wasn't exactly what he'd call deep insight, was it? He declares class over, stretching as he asks for his meal to be sent to his quarters, leaving the old man utterly speechless. And as Yonho leaves, Jo Hyun is left standing alone, trembling with a silent, impotent rage. The next day, our instructor seems to have forgotten all about the drama, enjoying a fresh, warm dumpling. His life here is pretty sweet, with Sang-ah personally feeding him as they relax outside. Looking down at the training grounds, Yonho thinks to himself that this is the life he should have come here ages ago. But not everyone is enjoying the show, as Simwoo uses a top-tier hardening art to deliver a tray of sweets with lightning speed. Seok Muncho can't believe what he's seeing, a world-class mobility technique wasted on dessert delivery. One of the other students, Hwangbo Jungyeol, has finally had enough and decides he's going to complain. His companion tries to stop him, asking what good it will do, but Jungyeol is furious. He shoves his friend aside, yelling that he didn't come here to play around. Stomping forward, he loudly declares that if their instructor won't teach, he needs to let them transfer. He points directly at the lounging Yonho, reminding him that he should act like a proper instructor. Jungyeol's rage boils over as he screams his ultimatum. Either teach them or give them a refund. Jungyeol demands a decision, his friend utterly convinced he's just signed his own death warrant. But from his lounging spot, Yonho just watches the two puffed-up students with a blank expression. He slowly strokes his chin, a bizarre, thoughtful look creeping across his face. The sheer audacity of his non-reaction leaves the confrontational students completely stunned. Yonho finally breaks the silence, his tone dripping with mock surprise. So they actually want a lesson? Even the senior instructor Seok Muncho watches with grim approval, thinking this is how it should be. As his attendants draw near, Yonho poses the question again, just to be sure. Then, his voice echoes across the entire training grounds, asking if the other students feel the same. A confident smirk spreads across Jungyeol's face as the crowd murmurs in agreement. Certain he's won this battle. With a dramatic stretch, Yonho muses that he never knew people would willingly seek out suffering. He warns young Gale he can only teach the way he was taught, and the boy impatiently demands he just start. A sinister grin crosses Yonho's face as he cracks his back. Well, they did say it was okay. In an instant, his entire demeanor shifts as an overwhelming aura flares to life in his eyes. He moves with blinding speed, and the ground erupts, sending the unprepared students flying. A single stone, thrown with devastating force, whistles past. The crowd can only stare in utter disbelief. Did he just throw a rock at a student? Yonho calmly picks up another pebble, explaining his master's first lesson. A rock hurts more than a fist. And so begins the unlimited stone-dodging training, a hellish class taught by the ghost of his master.